Hello, I'm Eagle Gardens, Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram, and this is fucking Talking Shit with Eagle, episode 209. Hopefully, you guys had an amazing Saturday. Mine was pretty decent. I'm at least up and walking. That's all I can ask for. I'm not, I can bend the leg, so it's all good. I had a wonderful day. Got a special guest with us, somebody that you should recognize from chat for sure. Kazoo Kush. How you doing tonight, Kazoo? You want to say hi and tell everybody where they can find you first off?
Yeah. Hey, what's up, everybody? This is Kazoo Kush here. You can find me on Instagram. And that's pretty much it. Everything else is private, so just hit me up on Instagram.
Already a quarter in the jar, man. Jeez. So how was your day?
It was really good, man. Really good. Had to work a little bit this morning, and then had a birthday party to go to. A second year birthday party for little Miguel. Happy birthday, buddy. It was a good time with some good friends, so everybody was having fun over there. So yeah, beautiful day for it.
Yeah, it was a nice day. Heck yeah. You got something hopefully to smoke on tonight?
I do, man. I'm trying to take my pick. I've got my outdoor. I got a good chunk of it dried up and been trimming for the last 4 or 5 days, and yeah, starting to smoke off that. So that's nice and rewarding end to the season. So nothing better than puffing on your own.
Right on. I'm glad to hear you got it all down and taken care of. Before a lot of people are still waiting, still pulling it down.
Yeah, I reached out to the breeder that I worked with on these seeds and tried to find the earliest finishing strains. Based off last year, the end of last year, I kind of figured out genetics are the key, and early finishers for us in Michigan were really what I was looking for. So I found a couple that worked out pretty good. They finished up. I still have 2 going out there. My 2 Lime OGs, they were a little more sensitive, and I overwatered for a little while. I thought those 2 were just slacking behind, and it turns out they were just the most sensitive to being overwatered. So figuring that out, well, then they started kicking back in. So they were a couple weeks behind everything else, but they're still trucking right now. So we'll see how they turn out.
Yeah. Well, I'm still kind of wishing I would have went outdoor this year, but I'm not kicking myself too hard.
I can't believe you haven't, man. It's so much fun.
I know, but see where I'm at is like, if I get people, they're weekenders. So
Yeah.
in my opinion, the threat levels double because it's not somebody I pass every day. It's somebody that will be here for the weekend and gone. So
what, you got like an Airbnb next to you or something?
No. I'm just in a tourist type town where everybody come up for the weekend, tear the place up with the side by sides, and then
right
back down.
That's pretty much everything north of Grand Rapids.
Right. So that makes me feel better that I was a little more vague than I should. I thought I might have just been nailing it right down there, but it's pretty vague.
4-wheeling and hunting up north, that's going to really dial you in, man.
You never know.
What are you smoking on there?
I'm smoking on a little bit of J1 that is finished up and dried from Jack Green's saga.
Yeah, what's up, Jack? I hear you talking about his strain there. That's awesome. What's up, chat? I haven't turned chat on yet. I'll do that here in a sec once I get this bowl packed up.
Gotta have chat.
Chat's where it's at. It's where I popped out of. I just This is a chat episode, man. I just popped right out of chat, and here I am somehow. So if you tune in and have fun on chat, you can find yourself on the show.
Very true. Very true. Jack Greenstock's the first one on my list, as a matter of fact, as I'm scrolling through chat. Cheers, Jack. How you doing today? Yeah, he said the same Mida was supposed to hopefully bring some pine terps, but man, what I got out of it is super fruity. Now that she's been in the jar for a few days, man, I'm almost comparing her to like a dragon fruit kind of taste. She's definitely fruity. I'm liking it though. Definitely very good smoke.
Nice. Just coming from Jack, it's got to be good. He's not going to send you bunk.
Oh, that's for sure. That's for sure. Wasn't trying to imply that in any
No. Got your kombucha?
Always good stuff.
Just don't spill it tonight.
Right? Oh man, I'm still got all the supplies that Genetic Memory Farms had me snag up. I just hadn't had the time to start my kombucha yet. But meantime, I'm still buying 2 a day when I could already be enjoying my own better kombucha.
If you got to pick getting into one between kombucha and growing organically, I'd say go growing organically first,
Oh no. I would start the kombucha first because I use the kombucha every day. So why not start saving that money right off the bat?
Right.
And then
right.
take that extra money in savings and switch over to organics. How about that?
There you go. Did you get those earth boxes from Smiley?
I sure did.
Nice.
I sure did. Not up and running yet. They are definitely here waiting to be up and running. Maybe a day or two. Hopefully, Monday, Tuesday, I have to throw something in there, have them up and running.
You should do that on the show. Show them, set them up on the show.
Oh, I kind of plan to. He gave me the earth boxes, and he gave me a couple of bags of shit, not shit. But they came through. They came with their own instructions. And I'm like, how about we just go over this on the air, and then there's no wrongsies, and then you can know for sure your system's plugging away as planned. He's like, okay, we can do that. It only makes sense, though. You know what I mean? If he's going to give me something, he should know that I did it correctly. You know what I mean? Finished it off the way he suggested. That way he can feel better about, how it's going.
Right. So you got your leg finished up yesterday?
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Oh, yeah. It's pretty tender.
Yeah. Especially sitting down.
Well, it's actually not so bad sitting down because I can sit with it extended outward, full out. So not so bad like that.
Nice.
Let's see if I can. You want to see it? Try to bring you up a big. Yeah. If damn this thing. See if I can stand up here. It's so hard to get a.
Yeah, I saw the picture you posted. Yeah, it turned out he did a good job finishing it up.
It was dark there in the mid phase, man. I was sitting there going, "Oh, I hope the second stage gets
That's rough.
There's times.
That's rough. Faces
There's times
are rough.
in them in betweens.
Yeah.
It turned out pretty good though. I was pretty satisfied.
Good. That's all that matters.
Good 2 hours pounding into that second half. 2.5 hours pounding into that second half.
Yeah. What's your longest sit?
8.5.
Yeah.
On my ribs.
That's a
That's
fun
pretty
one.
long sitting there.
Yeah.
The actual tat wasn't so bad, but the next day and the days after that was literally like it felt like being dragged on my side down a gravel road. that's what
Yeah.
that's what I can compare the next couple of days of the ribs to.
Yeah, that's got to be tender.
So we might as well dive in, my friend. When did you start with your cannabis? When did cannabis become your friend?
Yeah, man. I guess my first ever experience with it, I was probably in 5th or 6th grade, and I had some buddies in the neighborhood, and their big brothers were smoking in the garage, and so we all snuck over there and snuck in, and they didn't kick us out, so I didn't hit it that time. I was so nervous, and but remember the smell, and I remember everybody just cracking up afterwards, and I was just honored to be, let in the garage and hang out for you know, the activity about it. Even that first time, you see like the camaraderie with it, and so that was the first. Well, that was the first time I was really close to it. I smell it all the time in the neighborhood, and then middle school, I was always obsessed with drawing the plant and leaves and stuff, and but I don't, I tried ordering out of one of the magazines I found. There was like some rolled up hemp stuff, that you could order for like $20 for these little rolled up things, and I ordered these off the catalog. I sent up cash, and tape it out and mail it out and get this little pack, and basically little green leaves rolled up with some other leaf stuff in it, but tried to get my hands on it when I could, but it wasn't very easy for me in that age. And then the first time I got my hands on it, I was 9th grade, and I was in high school, and a buddy of mine, I knew I wanted to try it, and finally I had a buddy who had, knew a guy. So I was like, hey man, let me get a dime bag. And he was like, all right, meet me in the bathroom next hour in between classes, so we go and we each go into a different stall. And all of a sudden, I had him $10, and all of a sudden I just get a handful of weed. And it was just, no baggie, no nothing, just it was like a baseball size handful. And I'm like, what am I supposed to do with this? And he was like, wrap it up in toilet paper, man. I don't know. And so, I wrap it up in toilet paper and I shove it in my pocket. And then I'm walking. I got to go to class, and so I go into class, and I wrapped it in some more paper towel and shoved it down my backpack. And man, it just reeked. And so I was nervous, just trying to get out of there and get home. And so I finally get out of there, no big deal. And I get home and I roll them all, I break it all up, and I find some seeds. And I had already known, if you find the seeds, look for the tiger stripes, so I was already looking at the seeds back then. And so I roll up everything. So I roll up, I think I got like 6 or 7 joints out of it that I rolled. And so I have them all rolled up in this little antique cigarette case. And the next day I get to school and I take off. Right across the street from our school was a big park. And so I'm just by myself, and I walk, and I remember walking up this stone path, and I light my first joint, and I'm smoking it and smoke that whole thing. And I'm standing up on the top of this hill, it's a beautiful meadow area, and I feel nothing. And I'm sitting there like, what the crap, man, this was fake. I smoked this whole joint and I felt nothing. So I walked back over to school. I see another buddy of mine, and I was like, hey, here, man, take these. I don't want them. I think it's bunk, And so then eventually I run into my other buddy, and I was like, man, I think that stuff was bunk, And he was like, no way. And I was like, are you sure? And he was like, yeah. And he was like, was it your first time? And I said, yeah. And he said, dude, sometimes you don't get high your first time. And I'm like, oh crap. So then I go back to my other buddy I gave the weed to, and he had already smoked it all up, and he was like, yeah, that stuff was great, man, thanks. So then I have to buy another dime bag from my same buddy, but this time it was a much smaller amount. The first time, it turned out, the buddy he got it from thought it was for him, so he gave him a nice big handful. Well, this time he knew he was selling it to me, so then I got correct size portion for the $10. But yeah, that next time, it worked, and it worked great. And I didn't know it at the time, but it was definitely helping me get through some stuff. It's one of those things where it helps you cope with some stuff, even if you don't realize that you have stuff you need to cope with right off the bat. Sometimes you don't realize that till much later, that it really was a medicine for you, even though you felt like a rebel, and like you were breaking the law, especially as a youngster, like trying to get a hold of that stuff and do all that. But some of the seeds, so that bag that I bought, some of those seeds I had thrown out in the backyard, and I saw two of them come up, and then a couple of days later, after I noticed them, they were gone. So I'm hoping somebody knew what they were and grabbed them and grew them out, because I sure didn't know, and I didn't know what I was doing. But yeah, even then I was interested in growing it, but that was kind of where that ended until much later. So,
Sounds like a pretty good start. Good run at it right off the bat there. Sounds like some pretty good tens. I wish I could get some tens these days like that. Handfuls.
yeah,
Of course,
right.
I guess the hands were a lot smaller back then, though. I'm sure.
Yeah.
So it may have been right. You scale it
Right.
down to the right size. It may have been right out.
Right. Right.
But sounds like a pretty good start. So, when did you actually start? Growing the plant? Was it much later?
Yeah. So that was freshman year, and I smoked off and on through there, and then I got into playing football. So with the sports, at least during the season, we didn't smoke as much, so, I never was a drinker. I never got into that at all, through high school, at least. But enjoyed smoking, man. So I was always the dude at the party, hanging in the back, smoking, and, trying to deal with the drunk people. Till the end of the night, you just couldn't handle it, and you had to get out of there. And you can only deal with drunk people's stories once, and you start getting the second and third times, and it's like, all right, man. Yep. All right. Which, I've been guilty of that so many times. So I know both sides of that coin.
Yeah, when you're not drinking, it's tough to be around people that are drinking.
Yeah.
Stories or no stories, it could be.
Yep.
It's all right for a while, but as things get more and more intoxicated, it's like I'm gonna be outside smoking this joint.
Yep.
Maybe all the way to my car. I'm not sure.
Right. Yeah. So yeah. So then in high school, I also got in a youth group. I got into sports more and got into a youth group. So, that kind of limited my smoking. And then in college, I played football in college for 2 years at a Division III school. And smoked once in a while up there, but not too often. It wasn't really that prevalent there on small Christian campus. You could find it, but it just wasn't something I did every day or anything. And then once I moved back home back to Kazoo after my second year there, and started smoking more regularly. Then got a house and had some roommates, and we were the hangout house where everybody came to smoke. So I never sold it. I never got into slinging it, but you're always grabbing it and watching our Sunday shows, with the HBO or the Jackass, the Sunday Stew. Man, we'd had to make sure we had a nice fat bowl for watching those shows on Sunday nights. So yeah, I used it quite a bit, man, throughout all that time. And then I had a couple times, whether it was, you know, girlfriends at the time, or had a couple panic attacks where just felt like lungs were giving out, or was, you know, just a couple bad panic attacks where I quit smoking for a while. But then it was about 3.5 years ago. Well, so back when we were all hanging out smoking, there was one year where I threw like 7 or 8 seeds. I actually threw them out in the front yard. There was a spot where it was kind of hidden at the time, but I didn't think anything of it. I didn't think they'd really do anything, but I had like 3 of those that really grew up nice. And so eventually I had to move them to the backyard because here they are in the front yard. Like you could see them if you knew what you were looking for. So I waited until it was dark one night, you know, and went out there and dug them up and took them to the backyard and replanted them. And I had one that was a male and one that didn't make it. So then I had one that was good. And I'd go out there at night and water it with Miracle Grow. And I got it all the way through harvest, and probably got like an ounce off it. And me and my buddies, man, it was the coolest thing ever. Like, you know, I have a little Tupperware of weed that we'd grown in the backyard just off a seed, and was like, and it worked, you know, it got us high. Like it didn't have to be anything more than that. Like even if it was, you know, mid, you know, low, like whatever, like it smelled good, it worked, you know, and it was cool. And it was I actually have I have a leaf I kept off that plant. I had this little glass picture frame that it was just 2 clear pieces of glass, and I pressed one of the leaves in there, and I just found that the other day, so I still have that. But then that was the only time I grew then. And then had another little hiatus from smoking after I had a panic attack with a vapor. I had used a PAX vaporizer, and this was my second panic attack, but it was a pretty bad one, and I got spooked. Yeah, I thought I had a stroke or something, man. It was bad. And so I quit smoking for a while after that. And then about 3.5 years ago, a good buddy of mine, he's part owner of one of the dispensaries here in town. He's got an awesome story, man. I hope you guys can get together sometime and he can get on here. Jevin at Lake Effect. Great dude, great buddy of mine. He's got a great story on how he got into the medical side of cannabis, but hopefully he'll be able to tell that on here sometime. But me and him went out salmon fishing out of South Haven, and he had brought some gummies, you know, and I hadn't you know, done it in a while, and I was like, yeah, I'll do gummies, you know, I know, you know, nobody's died from cannabis, you know, and I know, you know, if I'm worried about my lungs, I could do gummies, you know. So they were just hard to get before that. Like, you know, the one time, man, I got a Rice Krispie treat from a guy. This was my daughter. How many years ago was this? Anyways, this is the first time I really got like a nice, decent edible from somebody, you know, and it's this big honking Rice Krispie treat. And so the guy gives it to him, $10, you know, and the guy my buddy gives it to me. And he's like, yeah, you could probably get a half or whatever, and, or the whole thing, you know, I don't know. And I was like, all right, well, I'll probably take it easy. You know, I don't want to get too messed up. And I'll just try and find the right time to take it, you know, a nice quiet time where I have some space and nothing, you know, to do. And so this one Friday, I get a call from my wife, and my daughter was a little sick at school, and so I had to go pick her up. So I run over there and I pick her up, and I drive home, and she just goes right to sleep, you know, and she's out. And I'm like, all right, cool, man, perfect time to, you know, take a nibble of this Rice Krispie treat. So I eat half of it, and I'm sitting there, and all of a sudden it kicks in, and it was like pretty pretty epic. You know, I was like, man, that was probably, you know, probably should have went with a quarter. And and all of a sudden, out of the back room, man, my daughter busts out of her room. She's like, "Dad, I don't feel good." And so she just spews, man, all over the living room. And so I'm stoned out of my mind, and I'm trying to console her and clean up this pile, you know. And I finally get her, you know, calmed down and get her tucked back in, and you know, she calms down. It actually kind of helps. It took my mind off of how stoned I was. You know, I had even tried to lay down and I couldn't. I had to get right back up. I was like, no, that's not a good idea. And so, yeah, I finally get that stuff cleaned up, man. And it was like still another probably hour before I snapped out of it, to where I was like, all right, I can kind of enjoy this now. But yeah, so I mean, everybody's got those edible stories, you know. It's hard, you know. So they were hard to come by, you know. And when you did, you didn't know how strong they were going to be. So like everybody has those stories because nobody had any dosing, you know. It was like, hey, try this, you know. Even now, it's hard, you know. If I make my own butter, you know, I just know to take the smallest sample size first, and then I can work my way up. But so yeah, so having access to those gummies from my buddy, you know, really helped me out, because I was at the time, you know, I was taking quite a bit of like Advil and ibuprofen and stuff like daily, basically. You know, I've got a pretty rough job. You know, it's similar to what Brandon Rust was doing with a buddy, and then he was like, "Yeah, fuck this, I'm out." So, you know, I've been doing that for, you know, almost 20 years. So, you know, I definitely had a lot of aches and pains, and, you know, I didn't even realize it, but once I started taking those gummies consistently, I was like, man, I haven't been taking any pain pills anymore. You know, like I haven't been taking ibuprofen, Aleve, nothing. And I was like, I feel better, you know. And right there, I'm like, all right, this is a benefit that I can point to say, to justify it, you know, because sometimes I would still feel guilty with, you know, wanting to get high every day, man. It's like it's hard to wrap your mind around the fact that it's like cake that helps you lose weight. You know, like it's the total package, dude. It's like so much fun to partake in, you know, recreationally, and then it's like all these medical benefits. It's like, you know, it's almost too good to be true sometimes. So, you know, you got to kind of get over that. And uh, you know, once I did and really realized that, man, this is really helping me, man. I don't want to take any pain pills, you know, like I'd rather just do this, man. This is way more fun and beneficial. So, so that's what really got me back on track, and really just through that, you know, through the health benefits of that, I saw right there that, you know, it was something that I was enjoying, you know, or that was beneficial for me, you know. And then, you know, one night so I have two daughters, you know, and my biggest goal in life has always been to be the best dad I can be, you know. Like that's I always wanted kids, you know. And my girls are the best. So one night I had taken a gummy, you know, and I was in my usual kind of after work going through thinking about stuff, and my daughter asked me to read her book, you know. And I've said no to that to her several times, you know, where I'm just too busy, you know. And that one night, you know, it just clicked where I was like, no, I'm never going to say no to that question, you know. Like whatever I've got going on is not more important than that time we're going to share, you know. So that right there was like, man, now this plant has helped me become a better parent. So, you know, right, like, you know, how many benefits, you know, it just, they keep stacking up, you know. It really helped me take a step back and reevaluate, you know, and focus on the things that really matter. You know, it's hard when you're a small business owner and do everything on your own to take the time for yourself, you know, for yourself and your family. You know, you have to be able to shut off, you know, and I had a hard time doing that. Like it's, you feel you're so connected to that phone, you know, and then, you know, COVID, honestly, for me was so much fun, man. I went like 5 days without even looking at my phone. I was just like, it was shut. My business was shut. You know, we're home, we're safe. You know, we're locked in, we're good. You know, we're taking care of ourselves, and we're, you know, preparing for whatever. Like, let's, you know, lock the windows and see what happens. You know, but that, yeah, man, there was a lot. I took so many benefits from COVID, man. Just the time, you know, to spend with your family, the uninterrupted time, like just to do whatever you wanted, you know. Like I got off of social media, you know, shortly after COVID. Like I just quit posting everything because I didn't want to brag about, you know, I know so many people were struggling, and, you know, and if that thing had hit, you know, a month prior, we would have been hurting bad, you know, just the way income ebbs and flows, you know, with running your own small business. Like I had a few things going on where, man, if that had hit a month earlier, we would have been strapped. Like, you know, it would have been rough. And I just happened to have a, you know, a good job come through at the right time, and we were able to just chill, you know, and slow down. And, you know, we are lucky enough to have my grandmother live next door to us, and she's 91. And so, you know, we look after her. So the thought of me going out and working if I didn't have to, and possibly bringing this thing home to her, you know, wasn't an option for me. You know, it wasn't a risk I was willing to take at that initial point, you know. When that stuff first hit, it was, you didn't know what to believe. You know, it was a little scary there for a while. You know, when you have elderly, you know, people that you love and care about that, you know, you're in close contact with. Like, you know, it kind of, you see all these people not caring, you know, and it's hard because, you know, everybody's got loved ones that, you know, are out there. And well, luckily, I mean, well, I don't know, it's, I can't say it's not as bad as they said, but it's, I don't know what it is, but we're still working our way through it. And I took a lot of positives from it. You know, I've tried to live that way, you know, learning from those hard lessons, you know, and I feel like this was a good one. You know, this was a little reality check for everybody, man. You know, we got chickens. I'm like, you know, my mindset went straight to how can I become, when the grocery stores started running out of stuff, I was like, all right, how can I not have to have the grocery store? Like, how can I make sure my family's going to survive? How can I try, you know, in a city environment, you know, what can I do to make my own little farm and be as self-sufficient as possible, you know? And that was a big push for that, you know, like having the grocery store shutting down, or you know, charging $20 a pound for hamburger. You know, it's like, man, if I got a steady set of eggs coming in, and, you know, some flour and whatever, I mean, we'll make it work, you know. You know, I kind of got into that whole mindset years ago watching The Walking Dead. That it's an awesome show if you haven't watched it, you know. But one of the biggest things I took from that was just trying to learn skills that you would need in some of those situations, you know, and not being crazy prepper wise, you know. I've got my uncle, man, is like stone cold prepper, like canned food, like all the way, man. He's hardcore, and I love it, man. It's awesome, man. I in some ways I envy those people, man. It's like an insurance policy that most people don't have. You know, it's a different type of insurance policy. But you know, I never went that far with it. But with learning how to garden now, you know, I feel like that's an even bigger power than having a basement full of canned goods. You know, I when the COVID hit, man, I picked up one of those like 50,000 pack survival seeds from Amazon. You know, it's got like 300 different species of all the different, you know, lettuce and all that stuff. And I'm just going to store this away just in case, you know, in case anything ever hit the fan. I'd rather have that than, you know, more bullets or something, you know. But yeah, it's been.
Did you start any extra plants in your grow room there? Like tomato plants or anything like that?
Well, so yeah, so to continue with the grow part of it, last year was the first year, the first year that legally I could grow rec, you know, here in Michigan. So that was a cool thing, you know, like my wife, you know, would not have been okay if I was just straight running plants outside illegally. And with kids, you know, I didn't want to, you know, I have to justify and say, you know, lie. I don't ever want to lie to my girls. You know, I try, you know, to always be as honest and open as I can. And, you know, I didn't want to be like, yeah, Dad's doing this, but you can't tell anybody. Well, why not? You know, I'd rather not do that, you know. So the fact that it was legal was, you know, that was my opening door, you know, and I've got so much respect for all the dudes that have done this for years, you know, and kept all these genetics going and all the underground stuff, man. I love it, man. It's awesome history to learn about. But yeah, so I actually found some seeds in a storage unit auction. So I always hustle and try and make money ever since I was a kid. I've done stuff just to try and earn money. And so I got into storage unit auctions for a little while. And in one of them, I found some seeds. Somebody had a little mason jar, and it was actually some like strain names. So they had gotten, I assume, those weeds, you know, and packaged, and then some seeds in them, and they had them all separated in there with some decent looking names. You know, I didn't know much at the time. So that's how I got in with the wife. I was like, well, I already got the seeds, you know, so I might as well try and pop them. So I get them all wet. You know, I had done a little bit of research, just looking up sites online. I put them up on the fridge in a little dome. And then one night I poured some beer on them. I thought, man, I'm going to just soup these seeds right up, and I'm going to, you know, pour a little Two Hearted Ale right in there. And yeah, that didn't work too well. So they all died. But then I was already, you know, it was just one of those things, you know, I've always thought I was going to magically make some things, you know, magic with ingredients that I have no idea if they're going to work or not. So, you know, learning all this stuff and the right way to do everything has been a great lesson, you know, and that was a great lesson for me. You know, it's like, don't try anything crazy. Just go by the book, you know, let them grow. And so they all died, but I already had the bug, you know. I was like, I wanted to grow. Had my heart set on it. So I had a guy I knew at the time that grew. He grew indoor, and so I'd asked him some questions and stuff, and then he ended up calling me and had 6 leftover clones. So I went and he gifted me those, and I went and picked those up and got those growing. And so I didn't have any enclosed area to grow them. And so I had a little yard trailer, you could pull it behind like a mower. And so I put a 4x8 sheet of plywood up on one side of it. And then I had a couple little metal bars that I rounded over that came down to the other side, and I had plastic over it. So it's like a little covered wagon greenhouse that, you know, from the backside, you couldn't tell what it was. So I had the plants in there, so then I can move it around too, you know, to the different sunny areas or whatever. So I had them going in there. And then I was like, well, I've got 6 going, you know, now, so I might as well get my other 6 in case these don't make it, you know, because, you know, I'm reading up on everything. I was on the thcfarmer.com. I was on those forums. I go on there and read stuff and try and research it. I'd watch different YouTube videos and stuff. and just trying to figure stuff out. I ordered the books, Jorge's book, and that's really good. I read through that several times and just trying to grab as much knowledge as I could on it. And so then I had those 6 going from my that guy I knew, and those were Boy Scout cookie, 1 Bruce banner, and I think those were the only 2 from him. So then I go on Craigslist and I see a listing for clones. And so I respond to that. And so I end up buying 6 clones off of Craigslist. Met this gal downtown, and she gave them to me in a paper bag, and she was on the women's roller derby team in town. So I thought that was pretty cool. So then I got 2 clones of Gelato, 2 clones of Sunshine, and Gelato, Sunshine, and Rolex. Rolex was the other one. So then I had 12 plants going, and I eventually had those on 20-gallon fabric pots on pallets. And I had them basically in my driveway, and I'd kind of move them around if I had to. And then they got pretty heavy, and then the bag started ripping because I was dragging them. But I made it through pretty much. They grew really well, for the most part, for the first part. And then I didn't keep up on my spraying for the pests. I didn't do it weekly. I was just checking them, and I'd look for stuff, but I didn't notice much, And then one day the Gelato plants, they were like small Christmas trees, they were real dense in there. And one day they were just kind of brown. And so I kind of like peek and poke, and there's there's webs everywhere. And I had spider mites really bad, and I hadn't caught it, at all. So then I'm on the, defense, and I'm spraying these things, and I'm going to the grocery store, and, he's trying to help me out, and I got an Azamax, and was spraying that, and tried a couple other things, but man, every time they'd kind of go down, but then they'd come back, and so the Gelatos were just done, they were toast, so I had to get rid of those, and then I was able to pretty much save the rest of them, and then I did bud wash them. I watched the videos on washing the buds, in the 3 buckets with the lemon juice and the baking soda in the first one, and then water in the next 2. And I was pretty happy with how that went. But then I wet trimmed a lot of it, and then I put it all in my shed, and I had just watched this YouTube video, and the guy was like, "Oh, make sure you got a dehumidifier running in your dry room," and so I had a little shed, and I had blacked it out, with this fabric stuff, and I hang up 6 of the plants, so half of my harvest. I hang it all up in there, and I throw the dehu on, and I leave it overnight, and like it had gotten super hot the next day, and by the time I went in there, man, these things were like dust. I mean, they were just smoked, and I had spent like so much time, like I'd stayed up so late trimming these things, wet trimming all this stuff, and they were all just pretty much smoked. Like it was just devastating. And that's when I bought a humidistat, so that was a harsh lesson on, learning your humidities and where your range is, what your range should be at. So but at that time I was still just on a message board, so even if you had a question, you'd throw it out there, but you wouldn't get a response. Sometimes you wouldn't get any responses, or it'd be one person saying something smart, so that, you were pretty much on your own. You're reading stuff and looking at pictures and trying to figure it out, but it's tough if you don't have somebody to reach out to, And that's where this community's been so valuable. You know, the live aspect, chat, you know, that, I mean, that's, everybody's getting their questions answered instantly. Like, you know, with Matthew, Sync Angel, you know, Jack Greenstock put me on to him. You know, if you tag him, if you take a picture of a bug and tag this dude, he's going to tell you what it is, like instantly. He's an animal, you know, it's awesome. So just learning about that dude, you know, I was able to take a photo earlier this year and tag him, and he was like, oh, that's a good bug. And I was like, oh, sweet. You know, so just little things like that, you know, like just, you learn so much from these shows. Like, it's just amazing. It's sometimes overwhelming. Like, I could, especially if I'm paying attention to chat, man, I get caught either in the chat wormhole or the show wormhole. You know, I could literally go back and watch half the shows, and I think it would be like watching a brand new show, because I was either wrapped up in chat or I was, you know, it's like you get in your own little world, you know, but everybody's so friendly, man, and it's such a good environment. You know, with Miss D's around, you can't have a bad time. Smiley, man, he's awesome. I met him at Cleo and you and Modern Genetics. What's up, Modern? And Prometheus Soil, him and his girlfriend. He's an awesome dude, great grower. Had some dank he gifted me there. That was awesome. I still got your hash here, Eagle. Might have to sprinkle that on a bowl. Yeah, man.
Yeah, have you been able to bring up chat? They've been talking about you. Good things.
No, I've been just talking, man. Let me see what I'm doing here.
Oh no, they've been saying a lot of good things. A lot of good shout outs. Yeah, Clio was a good time.
Oh yeah,
I think
man.
they had did they have something today? Did they have another one today? I knew there was one coming up, but I didn't think. Yeah, I guess it was the 17th or 18th.
I don't know. I just ordered some seeds, some 2020 Mendocino seeds from Great Lakes, and they're in Cleo. The address was in Cleo. I was like, oh man, it's awesome. But yeah, that was a great time, man. I gotta shout out Chris Mertz, man. I wasn't gonna go, like, the day of the event. It was earlier in the day, and I was just getting stuff done. I've been trying to get my, you know, I've got the outdoor, and I spent a ton of energy on that, and then now I'm trying to get an indoor going in my garage. So, you know, been bouncing back and forth and trying to get stuff going on with that. And so the day of Cleo, I was sitting there and I was listening to your show from the night before, and Mertz had popped on, and he was talking about how lucky we all were because we're all in the same area. You know, we're all in Michigan. Most of us, you know, are in Michigan, and he's like, man, it'd be so awesome to go up there and whatever, you know. And here I am 2 hours away, and I was like, he hawing about going, and I was like, all right, man, I just got to go. So, yeah, shout out Chris Mertz, man. Appreciate that, kicking the butt, you know. So yeah, I got out to Cleo, and that was awesome. I actually ended up getting my medical card there. You had to go in the tent, so I was like, man, I wanted to get it anyway, you know. But I was like, that's a no-brainer there, you know. Let me wait in line, and took a little while, man. This doctor was just talking his butt off, man. He was a character. But yeah, man, they hooked it up there, got the card, and yeah, so I'm a medical patient now, man. I'm happy about that. I really, it's a medicine, man. I mean, you know, people have got way better stories about it than me. You know, I love it though, and it's definitely medicine. So, yeah,
It is. I prefer. I plan on staying medical no matter what. I really do, because it is a medicine for me in multiple ways. But there's just, in my opinion, so many other benefits. You know, if something were to happen in a workplace or whatever, then you have it in your system, then you have like a more of a HEPA right to fight with, because now that it's rec and it's in your system, now they can also, back when it was just medical, it was, I was very much an advocate for that card.
Right.
But now that we have rec, less people want to go out and go through the trouble of getting that card. And I'm like,
Right.
because if you do have it in your system now, they can actually, because it's rec, they can actually get you more and as an aspect like you're drinking on the job, if and
Yeah.
fire you for that. So if you've got your medical card, it's like, yeah, I'm not
Right.
drinking on the job. I'm
Right.
medicating. Sorry, that's why it's in my system. Now what? Now
Yeah.
what? you
Man,
know,
any way to stay out of trouble, I'm all for it, man. Like, yep, sign me up. I'll pay whatever, man. That was like $140 total. Yeah, okay, deal. And I can grow another 12 plants now. That's a no-brainer. Like,
right on, get discounts. Even if you had your back was against the wall and you had to go into one of these new provisioning centers, you'd at
oh
least
man.
save some.
Yeah, dude, I've actually been going. The medical, yeah, because I've been buying rec-wise, So then going to medical, I'm like, whoa, man, because before buying rec, that's where it was like, man, I gotta grow, and try and make my own butter and stuff. Like these prices are crazy, and especially now, like during COVID, I started smoking more, but then I ended up getting more out of it, I ended up because I wasn't, I'd smoke daily, but I wasn't ever like smoking that consistently, because the first part of COVID, man, it was like a vacay, like you're kind of like, all right, let's hang out. You're hanging out every day with your wife and your family. And, I was definitely glad to have some cannabis around. It definitely helped the entire time. And that was another, no brainer. Like I'm gonna grow 12 plants outdoor, I'm gonna grow as much as I can out here. So I was excited about that. Yeah. That was another part about the, whole self-sufficiency. It's a whole nother level to that. If I got my own stash that I can supply myself and my friends, if I need to give some away, that's what it's about for me, is sharing it, hooking people up and getting people's reactions and just having my own stash to smoke.
So was Clio your first event? Well, it must have been because that was your first.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because anything prior would have been a medical event. I think
Right.
there was Kush stock, but that was Kush stock was a crazy event.
Yeah, no, I had never, because at the time I stopped smoking for a while, so I wasn't that into it, and if you're not into like the growing part of it, you're not really a part of the whole culture, like you just smoke weed, you just get it from a guy, and you just smoke. Like you don't, I didn't know who Subcool was, I didn't, hear about him until I heard about you. I might have saw one of his videos at one point back in the day, not that back in the day, but yeah. So like as far as all that goes, I'm new. I didn't get on, Instagram. I started that at COVID. So, I shut down all my other social media, because I was like, I didn't want to brag, whatever, but I wanted an outlet, and I wanted to start sharing my experience with growing and trying to give back. It's funny because I went back on the THC Farmer, and I only posted like one time, and it was like the first day of like the outdoor grow plant thing of this year. And I was like, hey, here's a couple of pictures. I just got mine in the ground. I'm gonna try and post more. You guys are really helpful. Just I was planning on trying to give back more because I, took a lot from the knowledge, or I tried to, and so, but that was the only post, I went on, so because then I started getting on like on Spotify, I listened to the Cheap Home Grow, Shane, and then I found the Michigan Grow Bros and all those guys, and eventually and it's just that whole trickle down effect where you kind of just run into all this stuff, and the knowledge gets better and better, so then I'm changing things the whole time, like the first part of COVID when I had already gotten some seeds, so I had bought, so everything snowballed so quick, so I started out with a blurple, I got the Amazon disc blurple for $39, and got the seeds going with that. And then I set up under the stairs, I set up an area with a little door and had it all set up in there. And then I ended up buying the Mars Hydro, the TS 1000 little guy. And I had that going in there and had the plants going. Those are the ones that I put outdoor. So then I got those going outdoor, and so my focus was just on outdoor and trying to get the soil ready and all that stuff. But I wasn't sure where I was going to plant this year, because I knew I wanted to go in the ground if I could, but I'm limited on space and areas that I could do it. But in the beginning of COVID, I had some trees between my house and grandma's house that were dead, so I was able to, I have a Jeep with a winch on it, and I was able to bring that out in the backyard and angle the rope around this tree and pull them down one at a time. They all, I mean, this could have been super sketchy, but they all just came down like perfectly. And then we just chopped them up one at a time. And, it was one of those projects, like, I swear I probably got like 2 years worth of projects done in that time, of that first part of COVID, because we were always so busy. We were never home. Like, even, weekends we were camping, we love camping, went camping a ton, so we were always doing something. So I, as far as having a garden, like, I never really could keep anything going, so I didn't really have much planting, growing until the cannabis, until these suckers. So I got the trees cleared out, and then I had a whole different space, that I could plant. So I had a plan for them to be in a 10 by 20 space, because I had a 10 by 20 canopy, because I knew after last year, at the end of the year, I had to try and cover some of mine, with the rain and the weather, and it was just a pain in the butt. So I knew I was going to have some sort of covering. So I had a 10 by 20 canopy that I was planning on putting up once they went into flower. But man, I put that thing up and they were stretching outside of it already, and it was really limiting their space. So I had to scratch that. So it's a good problem to have, they got too big for that. So I got a car canopy tarp dealy thing, the metal posts. I had one of those, and I just put longer metal posts on it, so I stretched it out. So it's basically a big metal A-frame. And then I put half-inch PVC. I rounded it over the top, and then covered it with the poly, the 6 mil poly, and just clamped it everywhere. And that sucker held up really well. Kept some decent branches from falling through, and yeah, man, today it was whipping in the wind, but it's still hanging on. So that worked out really well. The spot itself, I think my yield definitely suffered this year. I didn't have nearly as much full sun, but it was a more secure spot where, I wasn't moving plants in and out of my driveway. So, yeah, it was the best I could do. But I've got a little different area that's, close, that I'm trying to prep for next year. So I've been learning about trying to build the soil up, all that ground was pretty compacted. So I threw out radish seeds, let all that grow up and just die off, and helps aerate the ground, and straw, and the chicken poop, I'll spread that out, and shredded paper, and any sort of scraps, green material I can find, I'm just tossing all over there, just trying to build up that organic material as much as possible. Got a couple worm bins going, but I just started those this year. Like I want to learn more about the worm bins, get a little better at it. Yeah, really just
one of them things. If why not? You know what I mean? If you're gonna be buying them, why not? It's so easy, and they help, clean up your garbage and stuff. Why not? Why not?
Yeah. I mean, I love worm castings, man. I mean, it's one of my favorite amendments. I mean, I throw that stuff on everything, man. It's awesome. So, yeah, I'd love to make my own. Yeah, that'd be cool. There's so much stuff you can get into that like that's why you're dragging your feet on some of it. You kind of have to pick and choose how much of it you can focus on. Like I asked Smiley a couple questions, and he was good enough to respond. Everybody, people, Spartan grown, abolished, like everybody, I try not to reach out to people to bug them unless it's something, an idea I think might help them out in some way, or the show out in some way, or something. I try not to just, or if it's something they had just talked about, and it's a question that is a little past what they talked about, then I reach out once in a while, and everybody's been awesome about responding. So, man, another just testament to the community, man. It's just it's all growers love with everybody, man. It's awesome.
It is a good community, that's for sure. All the way around. Hope this awkwardly rubbing this lotion on the back of my leg doesn't fucking trip you off, man.
I don't know. The way you're staring into my eyes right now while you're doing it's the part that's creeping me out.
It's nothing intimate. Trust me. It's just because I had to pay attention.
Oh man, I didn't know if you're rubbing that or squeezing a fart out like you're doing your eye contacts. I'm not sure what you got going on, man.
It's a little painful. It's still fresh, very fresh from yesterday.
It's a good feeling though, isn't it, man? I love getting a new tat. I love sitting there, and I had I think an 8.5 hour sit, man, and I could have gone longer, man. It was one of those things. I was in the zone though. I mean, gummies help a ton.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if I'd be so tough sitting there without the help of those. I mean, I know I would, but they definitely smooth it out. They definitely get you in that groove, where you can just, kind of meditate to it a little bit,
Yeah, that's for sure. I always find like that spot. It's always something in the room that I like tend to zone out on or whatever. And for me, it's the IRSO. If it's gummies or edibles, if that's what I got, cool. Yeah. But if I got some IRSO, definitely the ticket. I will outsit that guy every time with some good IRSO. He actually had some laying around one day. He's like, "You want some of these?" And it was on the chest piece. I'm like, shit, yeah, give me that shit. And then midway, he's like, "Man, you're handling that pretty good." I'm like, "Probably those fucking gummies you gave me there, man. They were pretty decent."
Oh man,
that was a brutal sitting, by the way. I'm surprised I handled that one as well as I did. Because that one I went in, it was 3 sittings, the bird on my chest.
It's a night, and that's my favorite. That's probably my favorite one I've seen in years, man. That thing's awesome.
That thing was outlined one day. I went in 3 days later, and had most of the blacks and the browns put in. And then I went in 10 days later.
Oh.
So 2 weeks from start to finish, and then had that color pounded in, and then the sun added. So
And it's not healed after that 10 days either. It's not, that's all still fresh.
Especially, the two back to back and then going in 10 days. Oh, that thing was just as tender as could be.
Oh, man.
Ooh, I've never tapped out, but that was by far the closest. I was close. I was most certainly close. I probably admit that I was close. I was glad it was over, though.
Right.
It was over. I was like, that was my biggest piece. And we were talking about that last night, me and Pete from Operation Grow there. I was like, before I get my back piece done, I'm having physicals. You know what I mean? I want to see, an outlook for your next year. Make sure you're not doing some rock climbing, some bungee jumping, some crazy shit. Because I don't want to have somebody else like jump in the middle of my back piece. That's what I'm like terrified of. Like getting in the middle of there and something happened. Scheduling tattoo guys can be a little rough sometimes. They get busy, and I don't, it is what it is. But I hate when I stroll in, and I'm a regular, and then, I understand you're a busy dude. I come strolling in, I'm like, come on, man, hook me up. Be like month and a half. What? What? Come on, it's me. It's me, man. We're in the middle of something. Come on, please.
Man, the problem is you get to know these people pretty intimately because you talk to them. You're that close for however amount of time it is. And yeah, they've got to be friendly with you, man. They've got to be your buddy. It'd be awkward if they weren't, so like, I feel like probably everybody thinks they're the tattoo guy's buddy. Yeah, that's probably just one of those dynamics. So yeah, it always hurts when it's like, oh, sorry, man, it's a month out, or the price went up a little bit or something. It's like, dang, man, I thought we were buddies, man. Fuck. But yeah, man.
Luckily, the price hasn't went up. Luckily, he hasn't snuck that one in. But I'll take the delay as long as he doesn't jack the price up.
Yeah. And you got to find a dude you vibe with. Like it's kind of like a relationship. Everything is. Every business is a relationship. You're deciding whether or not you're going to do whatever you were thinking about doing together. So.
Yeah, I'm glad you pointed out the vibe thing too, because I've had tats from guys I didn't fucking, vibe with, and it was like, I had just a feeling the whole time. I was like, luckily, I did enjoy the tattoo, but I always had that feeling while, prep during design. Right, oh man, I don't know, man. I hope I enjoy this one.
Yeah, great.
A lot of trust, man. That shit's permanent. There's got to be some good faith there, man. There's just got to be.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. What's up, Chicha B? See, I got Chad up on the TV screen now. So, Buddha boy, ready to hit hot fire. What's up? It's good to see everybody. Thanks for hanging out with me tonight. Saturday night. What's up? What's everybody smoking on? What's up, chat?
It's different being on the other side, isn't it? It's nicer to be able to just straight out address them without having to type that shit in.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes I get completely lazy about it when I'm on the show. I'm like, forget it, man. I got a mic. What the hell am I trying to type for?
Man, Spartan Grown, some of those dudes are so smooth with that stuff. Like, because you're sitting there watching it live, like, you'd be like, oh, yeah, da-da-da, and then all of a sudden it'll pop up and it'll be like, I've been watching the dude. He didn't blink, like, I don't even know how they respond sometimes. That dude's a wizard, though. You
got to go like this. You got to keep it, like, above the shoulders there so you can't, Yeah, there you go. What am I doing? Nothing.
Oh, man, that's funny.
So what do you got in the garden currently?
There's
I dig that thing.
that's this is what started Instagram for me. This is what got me here, really, is following the signs. I was watching the Michigan Bro Grow shows and all, and man, I tried to find out when I started watching your shows, man. It was episode like either in the 40s or 60s when I first started watching you. Um, but anyway, so I'd watched, the Michigan guys and Abolish Farms. He's always talking about the force and everything. And, so with COVID, I decided to get on Instagram and start a account for my weed plants because I wanted to give back, So back to that whole thing. So then I start sharing things, and then I find this little guy, and it was like legit, like I'm walking through. So I had my garden area, and then I had a raspberry area, and I'm walking through there, and it's a ton of pine needles. And all of a sudden, this dude just like is like sitting there, and he's the color of the pine needles. Like you could barely even see him. I just saw his little face sticking up, and I was like, no way. And so it was a little Ewok, and I was like, oh, that's cool, and so I posted a little picture of it because I had only posted, a few things so far, and then Abolish commented on it and was like, oh man, you got to make him part of the garden, So then, light switch. I'm like, all right, I've got time, and I've always been, artsy and creative and stuff. So I start like trying to make videos with them, and, you know, all there was a lot going on, and so I was trying to make people laugh. I had Diamond Organics, a guy reach out and say, hey man, your video has really made my day. And he was actually a vet, suffering with, PTSD. Yeah. So just that one message, just saying like, dude, that video made me smile or made my day. I was like, oh, sweet, man. That makes any effort I've put into this silly little thing worth it. And that's when I was like, I'm going to keep going with it. And I'm going to keep making, try to make these silly little videos, and then I try and throw, the Black Lives Matter in there with that, and that was something that was important to me. Here in Kalamazoo, man, we had Hummers downtown, and they were, so worried about the protests and everything. And then I had a buddy call me and he was like, man, are you strapping up? You need to, load up and come out here. And I was like, no, man, I'm thinking about taking my daughter down there, and checking it out, because these are kids her age, that are out here and they're speaking, and they just want to be heard. There's so many, brilliant, wonderful children that just want a fair shot, and I didn't want to pack, a gun and run around and look for rioters. I wanted to take my daughter down there and show her what it looks like when people are fed up, and that it's okay, to support, however you can. There's only so much you can do. I grew up in a all black neighborhood, and I was essentially the only white kid in my neighborhood. And I mean, I learned a lot of great lessons down there. I learned what racism looked like. I learned what, getting beat up for being a color felt like, but I also, I learned, so many wonderful things. I had a second mom, across the street, my best friend. I basically lived at their house, and, just you find the most wonderful people. And the funny thing is, the two groups that seem so far apart are so similar. Everybody on both sides are just loyal to each other, and love their families and, love telling jokes. And, everybody would get along if they just fucking quit fighting, or thinking bad things of each other. I'll still go down there, to neighborhood where I grew up and hang out with a couple buddies, and there were a little while ago, there were some younger guys that came through and they didn't know who I was, but they was like, hey, what's up? I'm talking to them. And, one of the other guys like, oh yeah, Jeff used to grow up, used to live around the corner. And they're like, man, I wondered why he was so comfortable. He's just sitting here talking to us like it's no big deal. And I was like, yeah, and that's how it should be, and the kid was like, man, that's awesome. And me and him have this, 20-minute conversation, and it's just kids, that just want a fair chance. They just want to be talked to and looked at like normal, it's funny, like if people could get down there and talk to if everybody could just meet, and that's where I think cannabis is the great combiner, man. I really am so passionate about spreading the plant because I do feel like it breaks down those borders. It always has, because that black market, everybody had to trust each other, man. And that those networks, they didn't care what color you were. You were dealing with certain people, and that it's always been, the stoners always met out back and hung out, and it didn't matter what color you were in the stoner group that I ever saw, so the more we get this plant out and about into more people's hands, like for me, man, it's gotten me into gardening like crazy. I'm learning about soil, regenerative soil. I'm watching Dan Brown videos, all the latent stuff I love, Smiley's amazing, and it's like, then now I'm thinking about, man, how can I get more farmers to do this? So I tell my buddy in Oxego to watch these videos because he's got farmer buddies out there. And I'm thinking in my head, man, what if my buddy watches this? Because I recommended this video for his deer crop, for his food plot, and he gets into that and tells his buddy, and then his buddy who farms however many acres starts doing this. Like that little ripple effect. Maybe it's silly, but I feel like the plant reaches through those veins, just like the mycelium network, man. Like the way it can travel like that's amazing. So it's awesome, man. That's why I want as many people to grow as possible, man. It's so much fun.
It is. Well, like you said earlier there, when you start growing, it is almost like cannabis 2.0. I mean, it's a whole new ball game. It does complete the equation for sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, what is your growing style? Do you prefer to grow when you're indoors? Is it in soil or are you in cocoa? How do you prefer to? What's your methodology now?
Yeah, man, I'm all dirt. I've been using the Detroit Nutrients water only, and then
Nice.
this last time I mixed that half and half with the oh man, what was that? I'm blanking. With another one, Coast of Maine. Coast of Maine. I was talking to the guy at the grocery store about, the Coast of Maine, and he knows I use the other one. I was like, what do you think one's better? And he was like, honestly, he was like, I just mixed them together and it was the best run I've ever had, but I'm not going to tell Tommy about it. And I was like, all right, man, cool. That's all I needed to know. So I was like, I'll take a couple of each. And so I mixed those up. And I got an 8x8 tent in the garage that I just got set up, and I'm trying the frugal force way with the trays and the pellets, the hydrogen pellets. So it'll be a self-wicking into the fabric pots. So just got that rolling. But the whole garage, I'm trying to build the garage out into a whole room. So trying to get the tent going, but I need to get the electrical run, and then spray foam and mini split and all that fun stuff. So trying to work on that, now that the outdoors pretty much wrapped up. I still have those two out there, but everything else is dry and I got a good amount trimmed. Yeah, went good.
Yeah, I'm glad. So how did you like Tommy's? How many runs did you try the Great Lakes water only?
Yeah, so when I use that for some autos, in I think I've learned this year I severely overwater a lot of things, and I think that really affected the autos a lot. So none of my autos that I tried really turned out that great. Um, so that was more of just my error. Um, it was actually it's funny. I have a buddy that just started getting into growing, and so he's been asking me questions and stuff, and I was able to cut him some clones and give those to him and get him going. And he sent me a picture from his tent a while later, and they looked awesome, but the dirt looks so dry, and I was like, dang man, my dirt never looks that dry, but his plants look awesome. And I was like, man, I'm still way over watering. Like, so it was just one of the, and I was like, man, this guy, he's asking me about, he didn't even know about, he had to feed it, and here he is, and his plants are looking better than me because he's watering better, So the plants, so man, they'll grow, man. They're fun. They're fun to play with. They'll grow.
Oh, I definitely love to play with these plants. I'm never gonna be done popping seeds. That's for sure.
Man,
Trying to get to
I'm a
that.
little surprised that you're not more of a proponent for people just chucking pollen, man. Is that a subcool thing where it was like because he was selling seeds, that it was more of a thing against pollen chucking, or there's just such a negative thing to it, but it's so much fun. It's like, man, if you get a male like that, don't just throw that away, man. I mean, you could just make something that nobody else has, and you
Well,
know
I guess it's the way it's piling chucking for cash that I have a problem with.
Oh, okay, yeah,
It's
yeah,
for
you're right.
piling chucking for just sustainability for your own, and you're just playing with yourself.
Right.
Go crazy, go crazy.
Yeah.
But it isn't until you've made them accidents, and then you're putting them in packs and throwing them out there and charging people and equivalent to people that have done great work with breeding, try to just compare with them just because you made that accident.
Right.
People ride on that. It's a huge investment for somebody to a couple months into it, into flower, something go crazy, it hurt, and you have to tear
Yeah.
it down. That's you just screwed somebody over in a big way.
Yeah.
You took their
Yeah.
money and screwed them over. That's why I have a big
Right.
problem with
Right. So my whole thing with trying to breed is, I've got friends that, I start talking about growing, and they're like, "Oh man, you grow." And then they're so excited, and they want to learn, but they know nothing, so I don't want to give them regular seeds. I want them to have the highest rate of success possible, because if you give somebody a seed and they make it all the way, they're going to know they can do it, but if you give them a seed and they grow it out and it's a male and they just wasted all that effort, man, to go in the garbage, they might be heartbroken. It might be the kick in the butt that just they're done. So for me, my whole thing was I bought from 2020 Mendocino, I bought a bottle of their STS spray, the sex reversal spray. And then I grew out Mephisto Auto of Mango Smile, and then I reversed it. So it's a auto female reverse pollen. So then I had grown out a couple other, 5 other seeds of strains that I really wanted to grow eventually, and just mixed them all together. So I'm hoping to have, I'll have 5 different strains of hopefully autoflower female genetics, and so I'll test some of those out, and if they are, then I can hopefully give those to my buddies, who are just trying to get into growing. There's so many people, like when I talked to them about getting seeds, they were like, how'd you get seeds? And I said, oh, I found a guy on Instagram, man, and he had a website. And they're like, what? And they're like, well, one of our friends had to send a money order and then he never got anything, so there's, once somebody hears about that, they're not going to go online and order seeds. They're already done. If somebody loses money that one time, then they're like, oh, screw it. Then they're just searching for bag seed, maybe, which that's, it could be fun. But if you're willing to grow and want to buy seed or want to find seeds, you should be able to, so that's where I didn't get a ton like these, I don't have like hundreds off each of them. They didn't, I didn't grow them out that big. But I had them outdoor for a little while, and I think those seeds will be nice. I'm hoping they'll be a fun little strain.
Right on, right on. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with experimenting on a personal level. It's just when they, like I said,
for the money.
that's
Yeah.
the other thing on that is too is just things are getting very watered down in the market too. There's just so much going on right now, and I just feel like for preservation's sake, it would be nice if we kind of figured out what the heck what we had, what was tried and true, so we can move forth and not have to go back try to before it gets too gray and then we can't figure out shit.
Yeah. Yeah. You think it would degrade that much? You think it really matters if everything goes to hybrid? I mean, there's still going to be swings, back and forth.
Yeah, I definitely think it'll get to be just so inbred that it'll just be so blah blah.
Right.
He won't be able to get away from the common. Yeah, for sure. It's It's just, just makes me thinking about it for sure.
Right.
Uh,
Find my lighter.
I'm just working on twisting myself one up myself.
It's about that time. What's up, Aldridge? 25, the American one. What's happening? Weedus 207. What's up? Johnny Cannaseed, has he been in chat?
I haven't seen Johnny tonight yet.
What the heck, Johnny? Oh, Smiley Garden just cracked a couple bag seeds. So I cracked a couple bag seeds. There was 2 of them, and I'm just gonna stop talking for the dab song.
You want the dance song? I'll play the dance song. I gotta figure out which one here is hooked up to the speaker. Just a second. Of course, no Wi-Fi. Yeah, I haven't had a dab all day long, so it's perfect for me. I'm ready.
I still haven't ever dabbed.
No?
No, just smoked flour, man. Flour and a hash, but just barely, like yours,
Ooh, you be tore up that first dab.
Kazoo, I got to do it.
Right. for this Kush mints rosin.
Nice. That was Cookies and Chem. Nice.
Backgrounds make it hard to see anything. All just disappears into the background.
That was Cookies and Chem. That was on my Instagram. That was the purple one that I was posting pictures of. Everybody loves purple, man. You post that picture of anything purple, it was like 50 likes. You know, anything else is like 10. You know, and I post a picture of those purple ones, it was like crazy. Like, you want more followers, just grow purple stuff.
I'm not a fan of the purple weed though. It's pretty, but it's not for me. It's a cool one. Is that all wood?
Yeah. Bob Groves, what's up, buddy? Bob Groves always has the best photos for his icon. It cracks me up every time. I love that guy. Yeah, dude. So I was like, man, I got to get a kazoo, you know? And I was going to try and learn the whole dab song. And I tried like twice, and I was like, I'm not going to remember that.
That's funny. I appreciate the effort. I appreciate the effort. I definitely like the wood kazoo, that's for sure. I've got appreciation for anything wood.
Yeah, you were in the trades.
Mm-hmm. A long time, or a very long time.
Yeah. You know all about the body aches.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's why I came to that point, man. I still enjoy it. I got a friend of mine who was like a mentor for a while. And that kid's 65 and still framing. And you know, we have that conversation. He'll look me right in the eyes and be like, "Man, I can't stop now. You know, if I stop right now, my body's gonna lock up and I'm gonna have miserable days."
Yeah.
And we used to have that conversation 20 years back. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. That was another thing. That was another thing with the COVID, man. It was like, man, I got to figure out something else. You know, you take a break from it, you know, same sort of thing. You slow down for a second, you know, you get your brain out of that gear where you're just grinding the whole time. And it's like you reevaluate everything. It's like, all right, man, I know I can't do this forever. You know, what am I going to do? And I was like, I don't know, but I know that I enjoy growing cannabis, and I'm going to put some effort into this Instagram and have fun with it, you know, and that's all I wanted from it. You know, it was just to share a little bit of the knowledge I was picking up from everybody else, you know, and it's been fun, man. Every little leap has like led to here. Now I'm on the fucking Talking Shit with Eagle show, man. Just following the signs, you know, you hear little things, or, you know, you have little decisions you make, you know, and one thing leads to another. You know, I really have been following the signs, or trying to, and it's really been fun. You kind of, if you follow your passion, you know, it's a much easier route, you know, if you just let go and follow those signs, you know. And so it's been fun. It's been a fun little journey to here.
You're right, man. It wasn't until it's a hard leap of faith too, to just start following signs and just believing. For me anyway, man, it was real difficult. But man, when I did, things definitely started to improve, man. Yeah. It was weird, and I guess I've never really related two and two directly on the air, but I have talked about that one psilocybin experience that kind of fucking changed me there, and it did, man.
Yeah.
It was a strong dose, and it instead of giving me, the fun buzz that I was looking for, because I remember the night. I was like just wanting to sit down, have some just like deep belly laughs with some fucking, you know, and
Yeah.
it was like, oh no, we got something else in store for you tonight. And man, it was tough. It was tough. Everything that happened that night came true.
Man.
And ever since that night, man, I see like angel numbers like everywhere, like
Yeah.
little signs and shit, like you're talking about.
Yeah.
And ever since then, I've been same thing, just following the carrot. Where are we going? Where are we going? Bleed?
Dude,
Yeah, I got you.
it's crazy. It's crazy that I'm sitting here, like talking to you, you know, about that experience, and like, because it's like I just popped out of that, like I'm popping into a dream, and now all of a sudden I'm sitting here talking to you on your show, but it's all just following the same sort of signs. It was like, finding the little Ewok in the garden, and then posting that, and then following that, and trying to give the whole way, trying to make somebody else laugh, or put a little message out there, or make somebody smile, or whatever. Just every time, just try and give with it, and that's the part of the community I love the most. Like, I've won like countless seeds. Like, there was a streak on Instagram. I won like 3 different contests in like a week and a half, dude. It was nuts. And nothing since, but I kind of quit entering stuff too. I was like, oh, I'm good, man. I'll pick up, if I need some seeds, I'll pick them up, and I'll let somebody else win. Like, I'm more into like trying to give seeds away now, especially I've got some, from my outdoor. So I took, some of that same pollen, and sprinkled a couple branches on the outdoor. So I'm excited to see what those will do too. So next year I'm kind of hoping to try and do 3 cycles of those auto seeds. So, I'm excited that those were already in my dirt, and then those seeds will already have some of that memory, and then hopefully there'll be autos, and I'm going to try and run, hopefully 3 cycles with those. But we'll see. But yeah, man, this is the signs, go from here to here to here, and they just keep stockpiling, and then next thing you know, you're talking to a guy about a 79 Suburban that, just because you really like those old Suburbans, and I always have. So I start BSing with this guy that has one. And then I go to leave, and I text my buddy who was still at the shop. Like, hey man, tell that guy if he ever wants to sell it, let me know, and I'll give him $2,000 for it. And so he texts right back and was like, he said 2,300. And I was like, seriously? Well, let's talk. So give the guy a call. It was his like extra vehicle. So it was a 1979 Suburban. Barely got any rust on it. The old blue bucket, just a big old beast. And so me and him just hit it off, and we're talking, and he was like, yeah, my wife's been on me to sell it, and so I was just thinking about getting an extra work vehicle. So I'm trying to teach my helper. I got one guy who's a buddy of mine that works with me, and I've been trying to teach him more. He wants to learn more, so I'm trying to teach him. I want to just teach him everything. He's been with me quite a while, and for the whole time, he just does his thing and I do mine, but now I want to help empower him, with all this I've learned to give the knowledge freely, and you'll be rewarded, so with work, I was thinking about getting an extra vehicle because my employee wants to take on more responsibility, which in turn would give me more freedom to do other things, so in that search, I find this Suburban and hit it off with this guy, and I get this, I hype it up to my wife, and I get home and I'm like, man, this thing is mint, just I'm in love, and then I didn't have a picture of it. So the guy sends me a picture of it, and then I sent it to my wife, and she was like, oh, and I was like, oh shit. But man, we went to pick that thing up, and this thing is just awesome, dude. It's got the old school seat cover. It's a big square body. It's got the right patina. Fires right up. Like, this dude had a little notebook where everything he fixed, he wrote in there. And so I picked this thing up, and it's so nice as I'm driving home that I'm like, man, I don't know if I want this thing to get beat up at work. And so then my next thought, I start having these memories of my first car, so the shifter, in my head, every time I get in my car to this day, in my head, I go park, reverse, neutral, drive, and it was just a mental thing, and I never really even thought about it until I got in this truck. And the shifter is the same as my first car, where it doesn't really hit the letters. So I'd have to feel it. So I'd always, in my head, I'd say, park, reverse, neutral, drive, and I could figure it out, And so my whole life I've done that just from that first car, that experience. And I didn't realize it until I got in this Suburban. And, a lot of the memory stuff, I've always had memory issues. And shout out to Tommy Trichomes. I watched his episode, and he was talking about Paul Stamets. And so then I started watching his videos, and then I started taking the lion's mane mushroom. Did you spill it? Did you spill?
I just dropped a fucking cherry on my fucking toe, on my top of my foot.
Oh. Yeah, you gotta do a dab then.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting it either. Wasn't expecting it either, man. It was
oh man.
Hot foot. Oh man. Then I almost burned my shout out book. I shit you not. That must have been what I just flipped the cherry off with, because I'm like, man, I can smell paper, and I'm looking down at my shout out sheet right here.
If that thing was on fire, it'd probably save you. It'd probably save you a half hour, man. If that thing caught on fire.
That thing, part of that sheet started burning. Oh man, that's on.
Oh, I forgot
that might even be a viral video there. Me just fucking stomping out my fucking computer area here.
Only if you like jumped up and then like fell into the background and then ended up not having pants on or something like that. That would go viral,
Oh, I'm sure something stupid would happen. That'd be just my luck. Just my luck. Because like I said, it was a twofer. You know what I mean? It would probably caught my sock or shorts on fire, and then it would have been the desk and me. It would have been, yeah.
Does that mean
watchable for sure?
Does that mean one more thing is going to happen, or does it always happen in twos?
I don't know. I'm hoping. I'm hoping. That's why I stopped at the dab. That's the last thing I need is bring a torch into this fire mouse.
Oh man. So yeah, I was shouting out Tommy Trichomes because he put me on to Paul Stamets, and I ordered the lion's mane capsules from Paul Stamets, and I heard about the link between those and the psilocybin, and then my cousin ended up gifting me some mushrooms that he had grown, so I've had them actually for a while, and I've never done them before. But, with his heed and most other people's, you have to be in the right mental state to do them. And through this whole period, man, I wasn't, it was just, there was so much going on for a while, just with even just your own feelings, when you're locked up in the house and not knowing how big of a pandemic this is, or how it's going to affect your kids. It's like you're thinking differently when you're in that state of mind. So that, I don't know, I just squirreled.
Talking about mushrooms.
Yes, thank you. So I've had them and have not tried them yet because of that, because I was not yet in a mental space where I felt like I would enjoy them, but they are really intriguing to me, and just the network between the brain and the memories, that's exciting, because I do have so many little memory lapses that I can notice that, like, I'm wondering if that stuff's starting to come back with taking these mushrooms. I mean, I'm willing to try it. It's, I actually found a nice lion's mane mushroom at the local farmer's market the other day and grilled it up, and it was awesome. So that was pretty cool. But I know nothing about growing mushrooms, but I did buy the kit. I went into the HTG the other day, and I just watched the episode of Tommy, and they had 2 of the kits sitting there. And I was like, man, I might as well pick one of these up. And so I got it, and I took it up to the checkout, and the guy's like, yeah, man, I don't know, but Tommy's got to work on his packaging. It's basically a Ziploc freezer bag, just stuffed full. You can't even shut the thing. It's just wide mouth open, stuffed with like different packages, and then a piece of paper. And I was like, man, that's pretty Detroit to me. It looks great. It's perfect. So I have that kit, but I'm gonna get with my cousin, and we're gonna grow them together, because he has some experience with it. And he's a great dude, man. He's he actually went down to Humboldt for quite a few years, and lived on a couple different farms down there, and work, just trimming and like grunt work and stuff. But yeah, man, him and his girl were camping out there and living on some of those farms, and it's cool hearing some of his stories, but he's learning to grow now too, like me and him are talking about stuff and going over stuff, because he's him and his girlfriend are setting up an indoor grow. They set it up, and got it going, and just harvested actually some clones I took off of my outdoor plants. I took some cuttings and just stuck them in dirt, and I did it to like 30 of them. I think 11 of them ended up making it, and so I gave those to him, and that got their garden started. So he just harvested some lime OG, so I can't wait to get with him and check that out. So yeah, it's fun learning stuff with him. So I'm hoping to do the mushroom growing with him as well. That way he can walk me through that, and yeah, so I'm excited to do it at some point when I find the right time and opportunity. It's all about finding the space and the right mental space for it. But I'm excited about the adventure.
I think that when they say the right mental state, it's like, as long as like you're like not depressed and like ready to like do something stupid,
right,
you're in the right state. You're in the right state. It's a good day for it. I mean, if as long as you're not there, you're in a good state of mind. It's a good day for it, and it works none the same. It opens the same doors up, and you don't, like I said, you don't have to be in a serious state of mind before you approach it. It's gonna work. None the same way. So I wouldn't waste time. I would dive right in on that.
You want me to go right now? Gobble a couple?
If you want, that's all your call. It's usually fun. It's usually
I better not. Sure. My daughters do know that I was going to be on with you tonight, so I'm assuming at some point my oldest will find her way onto YouTube and find this and watch it. So I got to try and not get too crazy. I mean, I'm honest with them, but I haven't told them everything.
I forget And I've got Lexi's in the chat so often.
Lexi, yeah, what's up, Lexi?
Some days I know she's in chat, and then some days I don't know she's in chat. So that
DLP.
girl's found some shit out about her dad accidentally. That's for sure. It's not like
Right.
I'm ashamed of it or anything, but
it's like with
her to find out.
It's like with your parents, at least with like mine. At some point, you get to the point where it's like I just told them everything. I was like, yeah, I tried to burn down the house multiple times, and yeah, I was smoking. I ended up telling them. It's like, but I was a pretty good kid. Like, yeah, weed was the only bet in cussing. I mean, I was, the white kid on the that side of town. I had my pants down, hanging off my butt, and they just didn't fit in any group. You get to middle school and you're the chubby white kid that's dressed, with the pants hanging down, and it was some fun times in middle school for sure. You learned how to fight. That was definitely through childhood. Learned how to see a fight coming and recognize what it was and what a sucker punch. I learned to spot those eventually. But yeah, I don't know where that.
You're a good sized guy. I could actually see you playing some ball there and whatnot, and being able to hold your own. When you were talking about taking your daughter downtown when all the craziness was going on, I was thinking, yeah, I could see that being totally fine. You're a big guy. I can see, not even hesitating to protect a daughter. Just wow.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't shy away from it. I definitely Raptor Growing, man, I loved his episode, man. When he first popped up, I was like, all right, let's see what this guy's going to talk about, and then he got to talk, and I was like, man, this dude's awesome, and that's why I love your show, man. It's such a wide range of people, and everybody's cool, and everybody's got their own story. Like, the plant finds you or you find it for some reason. This isn't like a random thing. There's a reason we're all here and we're all connecting and we're all talking, and learning together. We're all helping each other. We're all going towards the similar goals. The plant's leading us all, towards organic, regenerative, the best flavors are over there. Oh, the most money might be, you can get the most terps out of that. Oh, look at this over here. It's trying to show us how to fix the planet. It's right there.
Yes, too. They're still talking about the damn me burning myself and the mass tabs in chat.
Oh, that's awesome.
You can take some stuff and run with it in them chats, man.
Oh yeah, I know, man. Chat has their own squirrel holes. All it takes is one thing or some comment, and everybody starts going in on that. If you pop in at the wrong time, you have no idea what's going on. I love it. It's nice too. Man. It
definitely takes. I imagine it definitely takes some looking back into the chat a little bit, as far as you can, anyway. What in the hell am I missing here?
Right. It's hard, man. It's like recently I've been trying to get things going, work in the garage. So like I'll hop on and I'll say what's up, and then I'm off. I'm not chatting because I just have my headphones on. But during COVID, man, it was awesome because I ended up just staying up super late. So I was watching the show live, hanging out on chat. But then once I had to get back to work, then I was like, dang, man, I really think you should get on Spotify, because it would be really handy. Because, a lot of people only listen to podcasts, man. So you're going to have people find you from that, and then eventually get over to YouTube and the live chats and stuff, So the podcasts are just a little easier to download. And, man, if I had $1 for every time my screen got cut off, because I have to have the screen on for the YouTube to play. So at work, I have my Bluetooth headphones on all day. So now I'll try and catch like the first half hour if I can, And then otherwise I've just been listening to it the next day during work. But yeah, my wife and kids have been giving me crap because I don't watch anything else now other than like educational weed shows and your show. And it, like, there's so many good shows. Like, you don't have time. Like, I don't have time to even go back and learn about Subcool or watch his videos because I like there's so much new content and everything is so relevant because it's all kind of changing. And so like, you know, there's no rearview mirror, man. Like, we gotta just roll with it. But I feel like everybody's gonna just keep coming together and everybody's being so supportive that we're gonna have more and more good growers, you know, and then they're going to be able to help more and more people. And the more we need to get more soccer moms growing, man. We need to get like more everybody growing because then we're going to have the numbers to really respond when issues come up, you know, like when the one senator came up with the little bill for, you know, the caregiver, whatever's, you know, and everybody pounded them, you know, like email them, and it right away it was like canceled. Like, we need people across the world to be on the same level to where we can do the same thing instantly, you know, like we need to fight for decriminalization everywhere. And you know, honestly, detaxation, you know, in my mind, there's no reason the government that has lied to us all of this time, that have made so many people feel guilty about searching out this medicine, you know, or you know, incarcerated, you know, and now they want to just profit off it all. And it's like, no, you know, like that's not right. You know, this money shouldn't be yours. You know, it should be going to what we decide it goes to if it is taxed. And really, it shouldn't even be anybody's concern, man. It should be the same as a tomato plant. Like, don't don't even worry about it. I'll grow as many tomatoes as I want. Like, everybody should grow as much fruit and vegetables and cannabis as they want. Like, it's there's no downside to it. There's no negative effects. You know, it's the gateway to gardening has been amazing for me. It's been healing. You know, being in the garden is healing. I literally saw there was an article, and it was a British article, and it talked about it was a study that growing plants, it had a statistical like 60% higher moods for the people. Like, everybody was happier that grew plants. That was any type of plant. So add on to the fact you can grow this plant and smoke it and feel better, you know? So if it's something that's going to make everybody feel better, even just growing it, then why not? Why, you know, I feel like everybody should have one in their windowsill and 20 in the backyard, and, you know, rock it.
And I've had this, you know, it's funny because all you really have to do is like even think about it or talk about it. I've had some great conversations and springs put in myself uh, in non cannabis events. Shit, I'm talking about like Walmart. It happened yesterday. Well, I was waiting to get my tattoo, and I popped in. The guy's like, "Man, another hour." I'm like, I'm running over to Walmart. I'll be right back. Fucking, so I run over to Walmart, man, and I run into this guy that I've known for a while. And we sat there. The funny thing about it is, at this Walmart, there's a lot of growers obviously around here because I stopped there. The one time I stopped in there the one day, and I just got past like you know the double doors through the thing that flips open, you know, where you either go to the produce or you know, there was a group of us, six to be exact, that just happened to run into each other, and we're like standing like right there, and it was funny because it was during this COVID times.
Right.
Nobody wearing a mask. We're in a group and we're fucking talking about cannabis just as loud as like
Yeah.
anything else. And
Right.
everybody's kind of just walking by looking at us like, who are these guys? And we're just straight up talking about gardens and weed
Right.
and everything. Just like it's a normal day. And I don't know. I just think it's funny that you can, and you know, after they having that conversation, I'm all, I'm all jazzed usually. You know, leaving Walmart and shit. I can't believe I'm running it. Okay, you know, it's fucking always makes me feel good. And I didn't even smoke the planet. You know what I mean? Wasn't even around it. Didn't even smoke it. Just run into some people and talked about it. It was damn near just as good.
Right. Yeah. Yep. It always brings people together, man. I met these people. I went to a Green Sky Bluegrass camp concert thing. It was like a weekend thing, and the neighbors next to us were from Canada, and the dude was a grower, and that was the year I just, was first doing my outdoor, So I was grilling him with questions, the whole time, and we really hit it off, and then this next that next November they'd always come into town for a concert. That same band would play here, so they were coming in from Canada, and so we had them over to the house, and I had my outdoor, and so we all got to smoke and hang out, and yeah, it was cool, man. It's a unifier for sure. Like you meet good people every time you're around it, and the community's tight, it always has been because it had to be because it was illegal. You had to be trustworthy. You had to trust people, and so the word always would get out. I feel like if you weren't, so like just even on Instagram, man, like if somebody's putting something out there that ain't right, man, they're gonna get called out, So it's like my philosophy in life is just don't ever lie, and you don't got to change your story. Just try and be as honest as possible, and then you got nothing to worry about. You got nothing, no story to trip up. You got nothing, no stress. Like you always know people that just for whatever reason randomly lie about stuff, and think they're gonna get out of trouble for it. I don't know, man. It's baffling to me. It's like you're just setting yourself up for disaster. It's like it's never a good road. But the community's great, man. They'll call people out if they're in the wrong, and that's what's cool about it, man. You got to have that. You got to have your checks and balances. You got to have somebody that's gonna call you out or call somebody else out or knock somebody off the chat for being a dick.
Right on. It happens. It happens occasionally. Occasionally. What you got there?
This is
You
one of my
told us the outdoor, but I don't think you ever told us what it was.
Yeah, so this is this is Cocoa Puffs. This is my outdoor, and that's a citral glue. It was a 29% citral glue crossed with chocolate Bubba Jones. And so it's got a little fruit, little chocolate to it. But yeah, it's nice, man. I really enjoy it. Just started smoking them, I got a nice dry in this year. After last year, I was so paranoid about the dry, so like those lessons, you learn them, you learn them hard, but they're valuable, so this year I had a 4x4 tent, that I had specifically set up for drying. And then I was trying to figure out how to stack everything in there, and I was trying to build something out of wood or PVC, and wasn't really working. And then I went down. I don't know if you've ever been to a B&G Discount down in Schoolcraft, like on the way to Indiana. If you ever go down 131, all the way down towards Indiana, there's a store down there. It's like the glove and tarp capital of the world. They have all these commercials and stuff. But they got the coolest stuff, man. You'd love it. Like just cheap tools and tarps and gloves. But I found these elastic cargo nets that were like 4x4. And so I bought like I bought everyone I could find, 4 or 5 of them. And man, they fit perfectly in that 4x4 tent. So I was able to just stack those up and then just hang everything in there. I washed the buds again this year. With the outdoor, like, my chickens are running around, and, sometimes that stuff is a little dusty. They're kicking stuff up, so I set up the buckets and did the wash again, and then hung them all up in there and had a little exhaust fan, and I would just check the temp and the humidity and kept it pretty as close to 1660 as I could. And I had them in there for a good like 10, 11 days. And they had a nice slow dry, and yeah, that was definitely a nice. I mean, you got to have something set up for your dry. That was. I mean, that's a key. When after you lose half your harvest, it's pretty heartbreaking. So you definitely focus on the drying a lot more and the curing. You want it to smell good. That's another kick in the balls. You spend all this love and time and effort, and then if it turns out it's just like or it's just heartbreaking.
Yeah, but still, I've never had one that was terrible, but man, I always think about the money I'm saving, so that always counts
Right.
for something.
It's kind of like cake. It's even bad cake, still good cake.
Right.
I was gonna say something else, but like I said, my daughters might watch this at some point.
Ain't
I
too
normally
bad.
I normally don't smoke in the house, so this is a special treat for me to be smoking in the basement.
Nice.
Oh man, so I've always tried to be honest with the girls, and but I never smoked around them, and so one weekend we're out camping, and it's evening, and we were camping with another couple, so we're all at the campfire, and we send the girls off to bed, and I had a little one hitter, a little dugout with the thing looked like a cigarette, and so we're sitting around the campfire, and I fire that thing up, and all of a sudden I hear some footsteps in the camper, and the door cracks open, and my oldest is like, "Mom, I feel sick." So my wife goes in there, and then as soon as my wife gets close to the door, I hear her say, "Was Daddy smoking?" And I'm like, "Oh shit!" They were up in the little window peeking out, and so here I am. I just got nice and relaxed, and just fired off with that, and then I got screaming, crying girls. So I got to go in there, and I got to face them, and they're crying. They're like, "Well, why were you smoking?" And I was like, "Girls, it's fine." I was like, "It wasn't cigarettes. It doesn't cause cancer. It's the exact same as Daddy having a beer. It's just a different form of relaxing and having fun, and it's not addictive, and it's not going to cause cancer. And I love you girls for your, how emotional and how much you care about me right now. Like that means the most to me. But this is totally safe, and I promise you it's good, And so then, they calm down, and, ever since then I've tried to treat it just like drinking a beer. I don't I don't smoke around them. Like I still just go out behind the garage or whatever and smoke. But, if they saw me, I mean, they've seen my, stuff around. So it's, it's not a secret. But yeah, that was a
That's
fun
what I
day.
was wondering when you were telling the story. I'm thinking to myself, all right, so which one's he going with here? You know what I mean? Are you gonna take the cigarette route, or you can take the
Right.
cannabis route?
No, yeah, no, that would have been the cigarette would have been the worst route, man. There's no justification for that in my mind, or theirs, because they know, we taught them well, cigarettes are bad. So
You're right. I'm proud of you, to be honest with you. I'm glad you chose the right route there. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, in
Yeah.
that
I
way,
never.
even with Santa, man, even with Santa, I was never, the wife. I was like, if you want to talk to him about Santa, you want to do Santa, that's fine. I was like, I'm not going to tell him there's not Santa, but the gifts that I buy for him are not going to say Santa. I'm not going to lie to him, and say, that this gift was from somebody else, So I just never went that route with that either. It was just, I don't know. My parents ruined it for me, so I didn't ruin it for them, but I just also didn't like hey, Santa, if you don't do this, Santa's gonna do this, you know, or hold it against them, or you know, just do that whole thing. It's like, no, I'll just leave it alone.
Again, I was very honest with my kids like that too.
Yeah.
It's like it just, especially as the more I had, it just the lie was getting harder and harder to keep.
Right. 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 And that stuff weighs on you, man. That stuff weighs on you. It's not good for your soul, man. You get
Especially once the other kids know too. It's like they're like, "Come
right.
on, you're gonna really pass this? Now? How long are we gonna do this?"
Yeah. Right. Oh man. I I really like Twisted Roots, man, and all his talk on frequency, man. That stuff is crazy. I don't know much about it yet, you know, but um I love you guys talking about the crystals, you know, like I want to get into those. I actually have some here's a question for you, or American one. Um I've got some, so my great aunt was a school teacher, and she spent some time on a reservation, I think in South Dakota. And so I've got some little pieces of pottery that she found out there. So I kind of wanted to incorporate that into my garden, but I didn't know how, you know, if it'd be something to bury in the soil or to just, you know, have ornamentally out there.
I'd put it. I'd put it in the bottom. I'd smash that shit up and then put it in the bottom of my pots. For
Yeah.
aeration is most usually the way older pottery gets you recycled.
Yeah.
It's in the bottom of the pot for aeration.
That'd be kind of
But
cool. Man, I
you
actually
know,
found in one of those storage units, I actually found some like old Indian pottery. It was really cool, man. It was like a couple boxes that were packed with this stuff. And uh, I ended up finding some gallery in like Arizona or somewhere, and ended up shipping them to them, and they bought them from me, dude. It was pretty cool.
man, clay pots are great to grow in, man. If there ain't nothing wrong with them, man, you might want to think about just reusing them. They wick
Oh,
very
dude,
nicely.
these things were worth like the one was worth like $800. They like
No shit.
these things were like
But
legit hand painted Native American pottery.
oh no, nice.
Yeah, yeah, it was pretty crazy.
Uh, that'd be pretty cool just to find. I don't know if I'd even want to sell something like that. That'd be really cool just to hold on to.
You know, in hindsight, it would I did keep one piece from that was really that I had a little connection with. So yeah, I did keep one piece from that. Yeah, I love that stuff, man. I mean, we supposedly have some Cherokee history, you know, back in the day. So like, I've always really respected, you know, that culture and you know and all that stuff. But um, yeah, I didn't keep any pottery though.
Yeah, I would. I'm quirky like that, man. I'd keep all kinds of stuff for different reasons. I would have definitely had to kept that.
Yeah. Dude, so I was talking about Twisted. I ended up putting, you guys were talking about grounding, and I had a this long copper pole that I got. And so I ended up just sticking that right in the dirt, you know, probably about 2 feet as far in as I could. Uh and so I'd go out there and just, you know, take my shoes off and scrape the dirt out and just put my hand on that thing. And man, I really felt, you know, nice, relaxing. You know, I could definitely feel, you know, an energy being moved around a little bit. You know, especially like the first two times. You know, like I could definitely feel that it, you know, was displacing something. Man, it was a cool feeling. You know, it really was. Like I can't necessarily explain it. And it doesn't happen every time. Like I'll still go out there and do it, you know, and it's not always like that. But there was definitely some times when I was out there and, you know, you could feel definitely a harmony with the plants, and some of those nights sitting there hanging on to that thing. It's really a cool thing. I definitely think I'll do it. And next year, I'll probably do that, but I'll probably run a copper wire from that to each plant too, and see how that goes. I don't know. It's fun to play with. I don't know much about it. I hear you guys talk little bits about it, and I'm like, oh, I'll try this out. I'll grab some.
Sometimes I think what you're saying there is, you don't always have the buildup of stuff that needs to be discharged. So I think that could be some of the reasons why you feel more intensely, discharge or movement of energy than others. You just may not have your battery may not be as full, if you will, with
Right.
the built up in frequency in you.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And like I said, I know nothing about that stuff, just stuff I pick up from you guys, listening to the show while I'm working. But it's all interesting, man. It all links together. There's definitely bigger stuff at play. And it's fun. It's fun learning about every little aspect of it. There's just so many wormholes to dive down in, like even just trying to get into organics, like just even your own soil mix, there's so many different things to consider. I in my grow tent here, I started doing the frugal forest, and so getting that going. I like the idea of not having to water every single day, to where you could leave it for a day or two. So that's what kind of drew me to that. But I just kind of got that going, so we'll see. Yeah.
Well, I wish you luck on that system, man. Hopefully, works out for you. Something that crushes for you.
I really wanna just do the whole garage out, not have the tents, and have the whole space with like 6 to 8 lights, and then do bigger container. I want to do like the IBC totes, cut in half, and then do those as big sip containers. Have the hydrogen in those, and either do like really big fabric pots or do like 2 or 4, depending on. But I could put those on wheelies, or put wheels on the bottom of those, and with the metal cage on there, you could bring the top back on and use that as a trellis. Once they grow up, if you cut it in half, and just put pegs in there, you could bring that top back on and drop it on there as like a big trellis if you wanted. So that's my goal, is to try and grow the biggest plants I can in my garage, with some sort of system like that, just something. I don't know. I'm still trying to figure that all out. Just talked to a buddy that does HVAC about, like, he's going to get a price on a mini split for me. He can get it at cost, which is cool. And he said they're pretty easy to put in, and that he's going to give me a hand putting it in. So maybe I'll try and post some of that, but I don't know. I don't like posting too much videos. I tried to take a video. I got a free light. Somebody sent me a green grow LED, sent me a free light, and they wanted me to kind of be a tester. But like, through your stuff, I knew to ask right away. I was like, all right, I've learned from Eagle long ago. What do you want from me? And she was just like, you just got to post when you get it and do another post or whatever. And I was like, all right, cool. I'll check that out. So that was a pretty cool thing to have somebody, reach out and do that.
That little 1200 ain't bad for a little light, man. That little guy does great for veg. It really does. I've got one. Yeah. I've been there. I've actually dealt with Green Pro there. I've got the 1200.
Okay.
I'm actually fixing to bring it back out and throw it over here in this 2x2.
Is that the blurp? Is that the blurple? Is that the blurple one?
Let me turn around and grab it. It's right here. It's this one, if you can see it.
Oh, okay. Nice. Yeah, the one I got, the newer model. It like looks more like the It's like the LED panel, more like the Mars Hydro
The
TS
boards.
1000.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah, it's a nice little unit, man. It's definitely heavier than the Mars, but which I kind of like because I was like, oh, this thing seems sturdy, but really weight, you don't want that much weight. So I don't know if your tent can't hold it, but uh,
Some of them tents, man. I've, I've hung some stuff from some tents, man. They're pretty. Some of them are pretty durable, as long as they've got metal corners, man. They can hold a little bit of weight.
oh yeah,
Surprising.
the one I got, my buddy Jevin, he had bought it and never set it up, so I got that from him. It's like a Fortress or something like that, and that thing's real heavy duty. Yeah, that thing I could hang anything from that. I feel like it's got a support beam you can put in the middle, so that
Nice.
thing's real nice.
Yeah, I mean, and these 4x8s of mine, I've got two of the. It needs 4x8. I've got two of the XXL hoods in there, which are the big boys. They almost take up the whole footprint of the 4x4. Good portion
Okay.
of it, and they
Uh,
hang from that 4x4 ceiling pretty well. It's. I've often wondered how that shit hangs up there because I know that hood's heavy. That hood ain't light at all, but it takes it. It's been up there for a long time.
yeah. I really want to find some like industrial bins to use as the containers. I picked up some of the cement mixing plastic containers from Lowe's, but a couple of them were already leaking. Man, I had to double them up. So I was like, man, that is a pain in the butt. So uh, over the years, I've found a few at like garage sales, but you can sometimes find the industrial totes. And these things are like different like sizes, but you can get some that are, like 7 inches deep or tall and, rectangles kind of that would make awesome bins for that would not break, like, and they're stackable. So you could like maybe add a bottom to it or something, or do some way to kind of add mass to the bottom so the roots could keep growing. But those industrial bins, there's some I found on like Facebook Marketplace. They weren't quite the right size, but that's kind of when I love looking for like industrial things that are just gonna last forever, that are gonna be similar priced. Like the IBC totes, you can get those things for like 25 to $50 depending on who's selling them. Cut those things in half and you could have two 4x4, almost, or 3x3, whatever those are, planting beds, that you could just raise beds right there. There's so many uses for those things. When you figure out what you pay for fabric pots and all this stuff, there's a lot of other things you could use. Uh, but yeah, I love looking through like the farm and garden section on Craigslist and Facebook, and just scrolling through there, man, because you'll find stuff that you had no idea you even could use, that it was like, oh, that's going to be perfect for this. I saw there was some like cow feeding troughs. They were like 20 feet long, and they were like these nice metal sturdy frames. And then the whole thing was a plastic indented bin, the whole way. Make a perfect like raised bed platform, for growing, and they were like, they'll never break, there's stuff like that out there that I found a place near Three Rivers. Grabber Industries is the name of it, and it's all trailer parts, and just a ton of stuff. It's like a junkyard from campers, and they have like scratch and dent doors from campers. And so when I was building my chicken coop, I went out there and I had like the best day. I spent the entire day out there just walking around this junkyard. He's got like old metal crates. I got this old like crate from Ford Motor Company, like a parts washing crate thing for like $30. I got doors and windows for my chicken coop that all work with screens on them, doors with latches that, I don't have to build something and make a hinge out of, whatever. So like it worked out perfect for that. So, man, places like those are real valuable, even for the grow room. I found out there, I found 4x8 sheets. It's like fiberglass board. It's the same stuff they build campers out of. The middle of it, it's like a corrugated plastic, but the stuff's thick, it's sturdy. And then both sides are like a thin fiberglass. So I got those. They were like $8 a sheet. So I'm planning on using those and sheeting the whole inside of my garage once I get it spray foamed. And then that, that's totally, I can bleach that. Like that's, once I caulk it all in, it's going to be totally sealed. So, I mean, stuff like that, when you can find deals, some of that stuff's better than what you could buy. It's better than putting drywall or anything else up, so check some of those places out. Check out Facebook Marketplace, man. Just scroll around in the farm and garden and supplies, and you'll find some cool stuff.
Yeah, I haven't been on Facebook in a very, very long time, so I'd have to take your word for it. It'll take more than Marketplace.
The only reason I
was so
on
bummed when they took over Instagram. When they took over Instagram, I was like, you sneaky bastards. Sneaky bastards. I've been ducking you for years. And now you take over the one company I was fucking trusted on here.
Who do you hate more, Facebook or Top Chat?
Oh, probably Top Chat.
What's up, Chiba Man?
I just took completely avoid Facebook.
White Feather Top Chat sucks. Good boy. Jack, what's up? Jack played some football. You can tell he gets a little fiery once in a while. I love when he's so passionate, man. I love it. I love when all the guys, that are so smart about all this stuff, start going at it, and it's all for the betterment of everybody, because they're working things out together or not, or, agree to disagree, but they're all working towards the same goals. And, it's like cannabis has never had the open forums to be able to bounce ideas off each other, so this is the type of everything's going to bloom from here and explode because the knowledge is so freely given, and everybody, is going to want it. It's always going to, the more states that come green, man, more people are going to hop on and find you and your chat and us and come hang out. It's going to get to the point, we don't want too many people because then you can't read chat, man. It starts going too quick and we're too stoned to do that. So just, slow down on, if we get too many people in chat, just slow down a little bit, help us all out.
Right on. Yeah, that's one thing I've always worried about as it's grown too, is it just kind of spiraling out to where it's like, oh no, because I've seen them chats where it's like, wow, how are these people even doing this?
Yeah,
is there a way to slow it down?
Yeah, man. Well, and that was a cool thing too with how I worked my way through and found like the Michigan Bro Girls and you and then everybody happened to be in Michigan, and then it was like, dang, and then I didn't realize that everybody else
when did you start watching the Bros? When did you start watching the Bros?
About the same time, probably a little before. Well, I listened to the podcast. See, I found the cheap homegirl, Shane's, and then they had some of the Michigan Bro Grows on Spotify, because all I would do at work, I'd never go on YouTube to search for content to listen to my Bluetooth because I have to have my screen on and my phone's gonna be in my pocket. So I go on Spotify, so that's how I found them. And then I don't even know. I just, the first time I tuned into your show, somebody won free seeds. And I was like, oh, dang. So then that was a big incentive for me to come back, because at the time seeds were like, oh my gosh, that's everything. That's genetics. That's so many possibilities. So when you're first getting into it and trying to collect seeds, that's gold, man. You're and free seeds, I mean, it's better than free t-shirts, and everybody loves free t-shirts, it's right, that's why I'm always at it, hey, seed giveaways, man. Let's get whoever wants some seeds. We got to give them some seeds. Right on. Speaking of that, man, yeah. I want want to do a little giveaway. I'm gonna pull a few seeds. I'm gonna pull 3 seeds out of each of these packs. So I got Soulfire Genetics, Black Banana F2. So I'm gonna pull 3 seeds out of that. I got Citral Glue R1 from Ethos. They're coming in.
Yeah, they're coming in.
And then we got Max Jungle Mac. 3 seeds out of there. So we can give that away to somebody in chat.
Oh yeah. Some lucky chatter. Shoot,
Yeah,
there's
man.
chatter in
I
chat
love
right now.
giving stuff away, man. I sent Johnny a can of seed, a few seeds. Like anytime I hear somebody mention something that they've been looking for that I might have, I'm like, hey man, let me throw you a few seeds because I probably won't even get to these in a while anyway. So, you know, I'd rather pass them on and have somebody grow them because I know I'm going to get some on, you know, on something else. You know, like hashtag growing with Eagle. Shout out.
So I can't help but ask, did you listen to my episode on Spotify there? Mine was second one on the bros there.
Oh, I'm
2.
sure I
was
did.
Supposed to be,
yes,
I was supposed to be number 1. I would end up being number 2.
Yes, I definitely did. Yeah. So yeah, it was so cool that everybody. Oh, we missed 420.
Do we? Oh, it's 222, 2222. One of them numbers again.
Damn it, Eagle.
Oh, that's one of my favorite ones. You're quicker than I am. Wrong phone too. I got the wrong phone. I was just telling Smiley that the other night, man. I need some kind of just mechanical button. Bam! Right there for the damn song. No fucking around with it or nothing. Just right there. Soundboard. It'd be awesome. There you go.
Cheers, chat. Babo.
It's still good at 222, isn't it?
Mo Vision, what's up? What's up, Mike? Buddha boy. Sweetest. Smiley. Kazoo remix song. I wish. What's up? Oh. That's all I can remember.
That's pretty much it, though, isn't it? I mean,
right. There's one little other dude.
That's like midway. They're like, Kazoo's got to take a dab. That's going to be a whole new level right there. I'm telling you what, that first dab's like a punch in the face.
Oh, so my plan is to I got some of my outdoor that I fresh froze, and I'm hoping to meet up with Dank Man Dan up north when I go up for deer camp and have him press some of it for me. So I want to dab my own stuff the first time. I just thought it'd be kind of cool, you know. So you only get your first dab once. So.
Right on. You'll be up by me.
Yeah.
Man Dan's not far from me. Not at all.
Maybe if I
he was the first one to actually like spot me out in public. And just like out of the blue. He was like, I know you who you are. And I'm like, okay. It was really cool to be noticed like that. It was shout out to their Dank Man Dan. Cool dude. Really cool dude.
Yeah, he seems like a cool dude, man. I was asking him, all right, it was one of the Wake and Bake with the Groskies, man. I love that. That show's awesome, man. It's fun waking up and have an excuse to smoke early in the morning, no matter what, you know. That's a good time, man. It's a good relaxation time. I really that's what the only bummer with like having to get back on a working schedule is not being able to stay up late and watch your show, you know, and hang out with chat. You know, I just get so tired, man. I got to be up. So that's the only thing I really miss out on. Where, you know, it's nice with that morning show is fun, man. It's nice waking up and chatting with everybody. We always see all the same people, man. Misty's Nugs, Ian, everybody, man. Stony Creek, Modern. It's always good seeing Modern. Yeah, man, I love it. So what are we doing with it? You want to, should we pick a number? You want to pick a number, Eagles?
Sure. Yeah, I kind of spaced off the fucking giveaway there.
Yeah, it's been itching, man. I know when anybody says free seeds, it's like, oh shit, everybody's probably already got their numbers. Nobody's commenting because they already have their numbers loaded. They're just waiting.
It could be. I got a timer set here somewhat, and so let's see. I got all my stuff goofy now. I think we got like 70 watts and something like that. So
Nice.
try to go times 4. So we'll go to like 300, 1 to 300. How's that sound?
Nice.
I think that's fair. And I think you should pick the number. You should pick the number. You're giving away the seeds. You should be able to pick out the number.
Okay.
Just shoot it to me. If you're on your phone, through the Zoom, we can communicate. So if you tap on the phone, it'll say chat. You can tell me your number.
An iPad.
Yeah, same.
Okay.
Just tap on the screen and there'll be like a little bar that comes across the bottom there. And it'll say something about chat. That'll be a chat between me and you. You can just send me the number there. That way we got like a verification system there.
I don't know where that's at.
Here, I can actually send you a message first. I'll just then you can like send it back. You know what I mean?
Oh, there you go. Ah. All right, you said between 1 and 300?
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right, got a good one. All right, you guys get a minute and a half. One guess only, please. And yeah, you guys know the deal. Here you guys go. Starts going in chat. Timer's going. Good luck.
Oh, this is fun.
It is always fun.
That one's close.
Always there.
Teacher Joe, it's close. American One, what's up? DLP, Chiba Man, what's up, Bill?
Mr. Green Pots.
Mr. Green Pots. Smoke and Grow.
Big Dave 420 hanging out. Hell yeah.
Smoke and Grow. It's close.
Oh man, we haven't seen everybody in watching though, man. We're light on numbers here.
Right.
Nobody's hit it straight on. Big Dave, one at a time, brother. One at a time. You gotta pick one. I'm going with your first one. Going with your first one with Big Dave. He's mounting it. Come on. Want him or not, you got to play long. If you win, then you can always pay it forward. I see some close ones, so it's not going to be a tough call. But we haven't seen nobody hit it dead on yet. You guys still fucking got about another 30 seconds. Some good numbers, though. I like the anticipation there. Yeah, all right, there's stop. There's the last one.
All
No
right.
more guesses after that word stop. I gotta scroll back through.
Number was
Do you know?
136.
I think the closest one I seen, but I don't want to say it until I go right through chat. I've had a couple of times where I fired premature there.
I think it was Dirt Road Dude.
Yep, that's who I've seen so far. Yes, sir. Dirt
With
Road Dude.
133.
Yep, it's 136. That's fair enough. That's only 3 away.
Yeah, that was good.
Nice guess. Nice guess. And congratulations, Dirt Road Dude.
Nice one,
Congrats.
buddy. DM me and I'll shoot those out to you. I'll probably throw some of mine in there too, just for funsies. But awesome, man! Congrats.
Oh, yeah. Lucky. Them are the gifts that keep on giving right there. All you gotta do is know how to clone, and you can have cannabis for the rest of your life.
Man, I grew out just one of those citral glues. It's a beast, man. Like it's like my toughest, biggest grower by far. And then the black bananas, I just popped a couple along with the growing with Eagle with the Agent Orange. So yeah, the Jungle Mac, I had popped one, but it was a male, so I didn't do anything with that. But yeah, I mean, they all look like cool strains to me.
Right on. I've heard good things about that critical glue. That's for sure.
Yeah,
that's what it was, right?
Citral glue. Citral glue. Yeah, I think Skilbo and Sequence and those guys grew that one. I think at least Skilbo did.
Yeah, for sure. I think it was wasn't it Sequence that grew that out, or was it Skilbo?
I remember Skilbo commenting on it that I'd like that strain or something like that. So it was probably both of them. It seems like they share quite a bit.
Right on. They do for sure.
Yeah. Man, Sequence has a nice setup over there on Fresh Cut Farms. Man, that greenhouse is just amazing. Man, that's something to aspire for.
Right.
So are we gonna do a hoop house out at your place?
That'd be the easiest thing to do, that's for sure.
Have you seen those metal brackets that you can bend? You get them, they're like $70, and then it's a jig that you can bend your own 12-foot pipe rails or whatever length, and you can bend them to the right degrees, and then get the fasteners, and then make your own greenhouse out of those. It looked like a real nice, sturdy way to do it. You know, you just buy the jig and you bend those suckers, and I might look into grabbing one of those. I looked at them, and then I never got around to it, and then had to kind of go for it with what I had, which worked out great. But for next year, I might do something a little different like that, something a little more permanent. But yeah, man, we should look into that. You should do a show where we build it. Get a couple people to come up, get Smiley Gardens to come up there, and we'll freaking put it all together and do a show.
Definitely a good idea, that's for sure.
There's gonna be a lot of people in Michigan that want to put up greenhouses.
Right on. Yeah, that'd definitely be something. I'd like to see my barn go up first.
Yeah, right.
Before I go clearing pass for the hoop house, I'd rather have that pole barn put up. I gotta get that. It's something that's been on the list for too long.
That's the dream, isn't it, man? Yeah, that's the dream, to have a big old pole barn.
Oh yeah, man. For sure.
You're gonna grow? Is it gonna be in a whole pimped out grow barn, or are you gonna have tractors and like horses and stuff?
Oh hell no. I ain't gonna. No, no, man. It's like more like, let's see here, fucking 40 by 80 if I had my way
Yeah.
is what I want. Yeah, that way I'd have, 40 by 40 would be grow, 20 by 40 would be actually like a gym area, and then the last 20 by 40 would be a big door in like my wood shop. So I could,
Okay.
I'd be there just like all day. You know what I mean? I wouldn't even
Man.
want to leave the pole barn.
No,
It'd
you
just be
wouldn't
like,
have
where's
to,
he
man.
at?
Yeah. You have everything you want right there, man. That's like that's awesome that that's your wonderland and it's attainable and awesome and you're going to do it, man. That's awesome. Like how cool. That's going to be amazing.
I can't wait myself. Yeah. I can see it. It's just a matter of when now.
Right.
I dicked around with the idea for a while, but I've actually kind of sat down and like scaled it out,
Right.
put it to paper, so it can't be
Yeah.
too far off.
So earlier I was talking about the suburban and following the signs, you know. So sharing the knowledge with the employees and I followed the signs and got the suburban. Fell in love with it. The girls fell in love with it. Every night we went out to like root beer stand and go get ice cream and we're just bombing around in that sucker. And my youngest man, she hops in the front bench seats, you know, hops in the front and slides all the way over and buckles up right next to me, man. So, you know, I got my arm around her and it's like, man, that's priceless. So then I'm like, this car inspired me and you know, I love camping with the girls, but the camper and going to certain campgrounds or whatever, I want to do something more epic. So this car, I want to drive it to Seattle. We've got some friends that moved out there. My oldest daughter, her best friend lives out there. So I want to take them on a trip, you know, in the Blue Dream. We named it the Blue Dream. So we want to take that boat all the way to Seattle on a big road trip and camp the whole way and then I'd probably just have them fly back from Seattle and then putz my way back or maybe go down to California and see Jack if I had time. Oh man.
That'd be cool. That'd be
Just one
cool.
of those things,
Fucking
man. Like
stop and meet.
just following signs that make me happy and, pretending to be the director of my own movie. Like why not? Like why not have a grand adventure, and the whole path for me getting there is sharing knowledge with my employees that so that they can get better and do things with pride on their own and I can have more freedom then, it was like it was not that I was withholding that knowledge. I just never put it forward to be like, hey man, I want to show you everything, and I should have the entire time, that was totally my fault. Because I always come in and fixed everything, like when it was time to put the finish down, I'd come in and I'd do whatever I had to fix whatever was wrong. So he never, had to go through the whole process and really see some of the things that, he just kind of slacked on. So it was me not teaching him enough. So, just another example of teaching is going to free you up for other things. So, yeah, man, that trip is something I'm trying to plan and really looking forward to. Just started looking at the big tents that you can put on top of vehicles and like unfold. Like those things are awesome, man. Like, so like me and the girls are like diehard campers, and the wife was always like, we had to have a big camper with AC. So I'm excited to just rough it with the girls and do this trip. So yeah, I'm looking at those rooftop tents now. So we'll see. But just
And
found the
things are
signs, man.
pretty cool too. And things are really neat. I mean, and to be up off the ground, man, you ain't got to worry about like critters coming up on you, and it's
Right?
really neat deal.
Yeah, yeah. Like some of them have a whole like 4x4 or 8x8 like awning underneath that's screened in, so you could have a whole little private area to change or whatever. And yeah, I mean they're pretty sweet. So yeah, I'm excited at the opportunity to try and do it. It's gonna be fun.
Right now. Yeah, you got to snag the moments up while you can. That's for sure.
dude. And that way, you know, they were so excited in the car, and I want to take advantage of that while they're excited about that, and have that trip where there's no Wi-Fi, and we're just cruising in an old car with the old car noises and the vent windows and the things in the back handle that they had no idea what they were, the little metal things that are ashtrays. That, you know, it was like, oh yeah, those are ashtrays, they used to be in every single car. Oh
In
yeah, don't.
almost every seat, every
Yeah,
door had an
yes.
ashtray.
And hey, stop clicking that thing. It sounds annoying as heck. Now I know why my parents freaked out. And every time I'd sit there and like click, you know, clink, 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 it sounds so annoying. But you know, just to get that time with them where you're just on the open road and going to see sights and doing the corny touristy, you know, stuff, but you're just with them, you know, you're just enjoying your time together, you know. It's something. And even if you break down, man, sometimes some of my times with my old man I remember the most are the times we broke down and had to hoof it a couple miles, you know, and then hitchhike, you know, me and my little brother and my dad, you know, and we'd be out there hitchhiking back because he always had crap trucks, man. But you remember those times, man. Those are, in the end, they're good memories, you know, as long as they turn out. I mean, no, but,
Right on, right on. As long as you walk away, they've turned out.
right, right, yeah.
uh, oh man.
Smoke something
Funny,
else.
Chet's digging this. Chet's digging it.
Record it. Yeah, I know. I was thinking about doing an Instagram for the Blue Dream, you know, because I kind of wanted to do it as like I'm talking to the dude I got it from. This guy Ed was just an awesome old school dude who was just took all these notes and really took care of this truck, you know. So I thought it'd be like, instead of me texting him every time I fixed something, because the first night I brought it home, dude, I fixed a couple of things that, you know, he had pointed out, you know, and I was all excited about it, but I didn't want to keep bugging him like, hey Ed, check out what I did, you know. So I kind of thought about starting it up and just having everyone be like, hey Ed, check out what this happened today, or, you know, I don't know. Thought that might be kind of cool for the kids to help out with that and do something family orientated, or just do Blue Dream, just have it go grow to grow, you know, go visit as many growers as I can, you know, do a road trip and just hang out, check out home grows. That'd be awesome.
Right on,
I'm up for anything.
Sound like a good dad. Sound like a good dad, that's for sure.
Try, man. That's like, if you can do that, you know, if I can at the end of everything, if I can hang my hat on that, I'm good. You know, that's, what else could you want? You as well, my friend. I love hearing all your advice with the girls, you know, especially, you know, all the guys out there that have daughters, man, you know, everybody was like, oh, you're going to have a third, you know, and try for a boy. I was like, no, I'll still have another girl, you know, which would be awesome. I mean, I would have, but you know, girls are the best, man. I love it.
Oh yeah, yeah. I love my girls, that's for sure. They're,
Yeah.
they're good. I never thought girls would be as difficult as they were. I expected doll parties and fucking, all that. It wasn't
Yeah.
like that. They wrapped me around their finger, and then I became their servant. I hate
Yeah.
to say that, but it's basically true.
That's being a good dad too, man. You're always there for them. That's an important thing to show them, you know, just showing up when you say you're going to, man. That's something they need to see. And that anything you can do as a dad, man, that's good, man. Like, if it's all you can do, that's all you can do, man. Just do your best.
It's tough to watch them when you have to let them leave, though. I'll warn
Oh,
you of that. When they want to leave the nest, it's heartbreaking. It's
dude.
heartbreaking.
I know. And you know, everybody tells you, oh, it's gonna go so fast, you know, and you know it. Like I've always been conscious of it. Like when I was like 24, my cousin was 22, and he had just gotten married, and they had moved to Detroit, and he had a asthma attack. He had gotten a prescription for a stronger inhaler, and his wife had went. He had an attack, so his wife left to go get the inhaler. um, he called her. She turned around and come back, and he had passed away by the time she had gotten back to the apartment. And I mean, we were really close, man. Like growing up, like we were only like 6 months apart. So like all our birthdays, we like just have a sleepover, you know. And at the funeral, man, his wife, she was just like enjoy every moment, man. You know, it just she said it kept saying that over and over, you know, and I just kind of made a pledge to my cousin and her that I would, you know, just mentally, you know, just, you know, I really have just tried to enjoy even the shitty days, man, are great days. So, you know, I just try and live that way every day. And it really helps, you know, when you put things in perspective. Like so many people have things so worse. We're sitting here talking about plants. I mean, we're having fun. Like there's so much other crap going on, man. Like we should all be in a good mood. We should all be high-fiving each other and having fun comments, you know. That's what we're all here for. We're all here for a high five, you know. We're all here for, dang, that looks awesome. You know, we're loners, but we're all out here together.
Right on. Right on. The plant definitely binds us together, that's for sure.
Right.
Asks us to be the best that we can be. That's the funniest thing about it is, you know, it just seems to be pull the goodness out of you.
Right.
And even more so once you start cultivating it. That's definitely the turnaround right there.
Yeah. I even became more conscious about picking up litter, you know, and what kind of things, like, you know, if I'm changing the oil in the truck, you know, not to, like to put a mat down, you know, and things like that that I had never like, I've never been like, I've always been kind, you know, I never littered outside of the car, and you know, I was always conscious, but you know, I was never like to the point where I'm like picking up every little piece of plastic I see and like just trying to be way more conscious about all that stuff, you know, like it really all affects everything, you know, and then the water levels and everything. You can't take all this stuff for granted. You just can't.
Right on. Anyway, you could do some shout outs right quick, man. I grabbed my coffee pot here, but I forgot to fill it with the coffee. Ah,
Yeah, man,
it's
definitely. I've been trying to roll
all
this
right.
joint for like 20 minutes, I feel like. Kept messing up. Go for it, man. Do your thing.
I only need about 2 minutes, if that. If that, I'll be right back.
Man, you know, I brought chicken eggs to Cleo to give to all you guys, Smiley and Miss D's and Eagle, and I left them in the truck. Totally forgot, and I felt so bad because everybody else was so awesome and giving, and I didn't have anything to bring. So I brought some eggs, and I totally forgot them in the truck. So my bad, Modern and Aldridge. I owe you some eggs. Who the boy? What up? Should I play the dab song? You guys want to dab? Well, Eagles away. We'll dab away. Smoking Grove Fraser, what up? Was Mrs. D's here tonight? I didn't see her. frick? Never had this much trouble. Must be high. It's kind of the point, isn't it? How is it? 250. 250. Mr. Green Pots.
It's definitely a point. Got coffee and a granola bar.
Oh man, you're ready to go for another rabbit hole then.
I still blame Fumador for the snacking on air. I never even would have considered it until I sat through one of his episodes when he was like munching. I'm like, what the hell?
I never even thought about it until tonight, man. I'm trying to get all my stuff together. Because at first I was going to try and set up in the garage, but like the internet signal wasn't good out there. So then I quick grab everything and run down here and get things set up. And I had a bag of chips, and I'm thinking like, I don't ever see anybody sit there crunch on chips. I was like, I don't think I can just have snacks. I'm like, huh?
It's a long show. You should be able to have drinks and stuff.
Right, a snack break. You said dab song and a snack break. What's a snack break song?
Yeah, it's funny. Just a straight out intermission. The one that used to at the drive-in. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. The dancing hot dogs and shit.
Oh yeah,
popcorn container.
I used to have. I'd put the DJ horn app on my phone. So like anytime like somebody would say something funny or something, I just boo, 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 hit the DJ horn. That was always a good one.
Yeah. Wah, 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 wah.
Yep.
That one gets my attention like every time. I don't care where I'm at, Carnival. Somebody's winning something.
Or you're just waiting for the dance party.
That's funny stuff.
That was cool meeting Smiley at Clio. He's a good dude. How long have you known Smiley?
I just got to meet Smiley in December.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, I happened to stumble into him. I met him at Vehicle City Social.
Okay.
I wandered in. I was killing some time, and actually, I was there. The Can of Kate and Old Man Hermit Hash was there that night, selling some hash and some edibles, some jerky that Kate had made up. And I swung up there for that, and I met Smiley, and I couldn't believe it, man. I hung out with him for about an hour, and then hung out with Fagroli. It was an awesome night, man. That was a great night. But I hadn't realized the great asset I had come across until a little bit later.
Right. Yeah.
I actually, on his episode, I started following him that night. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Took down his Instagram. And then when I was like looking out for people for the show, I seen his Instagram. I'm like, man, that guy would be a good guy to get on the show. So I asked him to come on, and then he's like, halfway through, I'm like staring at him for like an hour. You know what I mean? I'm like, I fucking met you at Christmas, right? Face to face. He's like, yeah. I'm like, oh man, I'm sorry. I'm just putting this together, but yeah. So he's been on board ever since that episode. So it's been a pleasure getting to know him. More and more as the years progressed.
Right. That's
definitely
awesome.
A great dude.
Yeah,
definitely a great dude.
Yep. Wealth of knowledge, man. He starts talking some of that stuff, man. He even we were DMing back and forth, and I had asked a question, and he sent back a couple responses, man, and I had to break those responses apart to like research the parts of it to even figure out what I was like, man, I was never good at chemistry, biology, any of that stuff, you know. So all this stuff, like I told my daughter, I was like, hey, if you have a beginning chemistry class, biology, whatever, let me know. I'm gonna come sit behind you and listen, because that stuff was like wouldn't compute in my brain at the time. Like it just wasn't working that way for me. I wasn't interested in it, and you know, it just was always my hardest classes. So it's fun now trying to learn that stuff. Like it's so weird. The stuff videos I'm watching and stuff is so weird. Like last year it was growing, but also hunting videos. Like I was big in, last few years I really got big into hunting, and so that being outside with that, man, was awesome. Like that's a cool connection. Like being outdoors, and that was another part of the Walking Dead experience, where I wanted to prove to myself that I could hunt and do it. I could kill a deer and respectfully, kill a deer. I made sure I target practiced and had watched videos, and I finally had a friend who was able to walk me, share some of the knowledge. It's another knowledge share thing, getting into hunting. It's one of those things where you need somebody to bring you along and say, hey man, this is how you do it, just so you can hop into it safely and feel good about it, instead of, man, if you just try to get into hunting all by yourself and go out on public land for the first time, I couldn't imagine. Like luckily I had a friend that I had a spot I could go hunt there, and then had some success, and really just, man, loved it. But it was something I wanted to prove to myself that I could do that, and I loved it, man, and loved harvesting it and using the meat, and it was just a cool experience, so. But this year, man, I didn't even get my crossbow out. I still haven't got it out. So it's been all grow, man. I'm just all consumed with learning, just trying to figure things out. Every single grow I've done so far has been different, outdoor in pots, and then outdoor in the ground. And then next year it'll be a different spot in the ground. And then my indoor, I started it under the stairs, but now I'm going to be in the garage, but I'm starting in the garage in an 8x8. But then I really just want to build it out, so it's just the room. So that'll be different too. So, it's I'm transitioning constantly, but I'm trying to do things in a way I don't redo anything. So it's just, listening to all these guys, picking things up slowly. I learn by mistake normally by just screwing things up. But, it's nice to have the resources and friends, I call chat friends. I feel like we're all friends here, to reach out to and say, hey, what would you do here or whatever, If you really want to get a response on Instagram, just post something and call it something it's not. Like, what it is, and you'll get about 15 responses real quick. Man, I had showed a picture, and so last year outdoor, I had spider mites horribly, and that's what was smoking stuff. But I also had aphids. So I saw the aphids, but I saw the damage from the spider webs. So I pictured the aphids as the spiders. So I posted a picture. I had some on the leaves outside. I was like, dang, I hate these spider mites. And everybody was like, boop, 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 aphids, aphids, aphids. And I was like, oh, all right, cool. Still learning. But it's fun, man. It's all, it's all in fun. It's just, I
Was you
feel
more
bad.
like, okay, now that I've got it narrowed down, let's search this?
Yeah. It's hard on the message boards, man, to search and then scroll through pictures, and then hopefully somebody responded enough to say what they would do, and then hopefully the person responded back and said how it worked out for them. But that's why this platform is the best, man. Like if all you guys could get a channel together and somehow have programming the whole time, it would be amazing, man, to always have somebody to smoke with, always have a live chat where somebody can reach out, like it's such a welcoming community, man. I feel like that's where your show comes in, man, where even if you're having a shitty day, man, there's somebody else that may want to hear about your shitty day, because maybe it makes them feel better or forget about their shitty day, you know, like, but the fact you're showing up every day is what keeps people coming back. You know, like there was the one day you said you were thinking about not coming on or whatever. And like, if you had done that, I don't know, like coming on today, I might have been a little more apt to blow it off, you know, if you hadn't been keeping the streak together. Honestly, man, I really admire, you know, what you've done with that. And the chat's all built up because of that, you know, because we have run into each other every night or whenever we can, you know, and leaving our comments and stuff. So it's awesome, man. I hope you can keep it going. I know it's hard on you sometimes. And you got a life, and you know everybody's problems aren't your problems, man. But it's just a great service that you put out there for people to always have somebody to smoke with. You know.
I look forward to it. You know, there's even on the rough days, I know this is the bright part of the day where I can, you know, sit down and just blow it all off and hang out.
Right.
You know, like I said, the blessing to hang out with. I mean, I don't even know how many people are watching right now, but I know it's quite a few. And that's a blessing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just the people have people show up and want to smoke, hang out.
You can
That's a
hang
blessing,
out,
man.
social distance, and smoke together. No worries. You can have, you know, your pajamas on. It's perfect, man. It's the perfect way to be social while in sweatpants, being a stoner at your house. It's the perfect marriage.
And the perfect reason to get out when one of these events come to your like
Yeah, yeah,
area and shit. You're like, hell yeah! You're in these chats going, all right, who's in Michigan? Who's coming? Hell yeah!
yeah,
Let's all fucking go hook up over there. It's
yeah.
kind of funny because like even in Clio, where we can, I don't know if you were there. I think it was. Let's see. I think it was Sunday at Clio. We kind of fucking like took over the inside of that tent there for a little while.
That was the next
You
day.
know,
Yeah,
again, talk about breaking social rules there. You know, here we're supposed to be wearing masks 6 feet apart. Again, same. And we're pulling tables together. Those tables were big round tables, man. They had to have
oh
been
yeah,
a good 10 feet across. We had two of them all put together, all filled up with full of people smoking joints. Again, passing joints, not just everybody smoking their own, man. We're like, here, try this, try that. Yeah.
tables just look like a
Good
big
times.
caterpillar. You got them all linked together. Everybody just smoking together.
Hell yeah, man.
It was
It's
cool,
good
man.
times.
It was cool. It was cool to hang out and see people. I mean, being my first med event, dude, that was awesome. Seeing like just walking in and seeing everybody with just pounds just sitting there, like, yep, this much for this much for that. It was like, dang, this is awesome. It was like Willy Wonka, you know. It's like I'm Charlie, man, just walking in there, like, oh, dang, I got some freaking medicated freeze dried beef jerky. It was awesome. It was like, what?
Oh man, that is good. I love medicated jerky. I'm a turkey
Oh
fan
man,
anyway.
it was
I
cool,
like
man.
the because you do go them things and you. I had this last round. I had what was it? Medicated tacos that were pretty
Yeah,
decent.
I should have had
Yeah,
some of those.
they were pretty good. Smiley there, the lady that he was with over the weekend there, his girlfriend had bought a meatball, and he said, "Man, did you even ask? You know how much like how strong it was?" He said she ate a portion of that, and if not one on the way home, and she was just out.
Oh, you say meatball like that. I just picture Adam Sandler's grandma just grabbing that sucker out of the pan and just handed it to you. Just like, here you go. Have fun,
Well,
sweetie.
I know the gal, the Double D Organics. There is one who was making them, and I know her. She's a great gal, and she's also put on a lot of events with High Times, like paid
Okay.
meals where you go in and the whole meal, the entree, the main meal, or the appetizer, the entree, the dessert, all the above are all medicated. And so she makes some amazing meals. Them meatballs were killing. That's why she ended up with one. It's because those meatballs were killing us all day long. Every time she
Yeah,
opened it up, it was like
if every
wafting
course is
over at us.
medicated, man, if every course is medicated, it's gonna be amazing by the end, no matter what, right? I mean, they could put dog food out for dessert, and you'd be like, "Oh, this is the best dessert ever."
Well, that's like one of the things. So it wasn't necessarily just an eating experience. It was like a social. So like you showed up at a certain time, everybody ate, then they kind of got up with a drip beverage and
Right.
socialized after. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Which
That's
seems
what,
really cool.
when this stuff first went legal in Michigan, and I'm like brainstorming, I'm like, what would be a cool thing to do? And I was like, the coolest thing to do would be have your own farm, but have it be like a vineyard where people do like the wine tastings, but they can come to the cannabis farm and like see the fields. They can see like the harvest year or the pictures, and look across. Like how cool would that be? And then do
See the strain
tastings.
in the field, and then be able to go purchase that in the gift shop.
Right,
Yeah, that'd be that'd be really
right.
cool.
You could set up whole cannabis tours, just like the wine maps, like, or in conjunction with those, because a lot of them are in the same areas, and just do a high tour, or a farm tour. I don't know, man. That'd be cool. Or a campground would be awesome too. That was like specifically geared towards cannabis, where you
That's what
maybe
the
have.
event last weekend was. They they had there's twice a year they do that. It's in I think they do it in July and then October. But that's a campground. The
Yeah,
event's free. You can get a campground or a place to camp, 15
yeah,
bucks, which
yeah.
works out because they don't charge it for parking either. So
Wow.
basically, if you're working ahead, you know what I mean. You pay your
Right.
15 bucks and you drive right into your parking spot, throw down your gear, and you're
Yeah,
good. You know what I mean? There ain't no fighting
yeah,
for a spot or nothing. You've got a spot, place to park, and a place to party for 15 bucks.
man.
How the
If
hell can you beat that?
I'm
Come with
gonna,
a fire ring and everything. Bring firewood.
I'm
That's the
gonna
only thing I
bring.
have to
I'm
say
gonna
to
have to
that.
bring the Blue Dream up there. Once I get my tent topper, I'll bring the Blue Dream up there, and we'll all party, man.
It's a. I suggest hopefully you've taken on the mushrooms by then too, because it's that kind of atmosphere too.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
like
yeah. That
it's in
sounds
the
like a
middle
good
of
one.
nowhere, out by me and Dan up here, a
Okay.
Bigfoot Lodge. It's cabins and campground, and they
Okay.
have this is weed events, and it's in the middle of nowhere. I mean,
Perfect.
it's literally in the middle of nowhere. There's a cemetery that's a kind of kitty corner off into one corner that if you're kind of like wanting to freak yourself out, you could probably
Okay.
hang out in over there at night. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah,
Indulge and then kind of goof around out by there. But
yeah.
it's in the perfect setting to where Bigfoot himself could probably wander through your campground, or deer. You might even see a bear. You're up that far enough that it wouldn't be
Hi, Miss
uncommon
D's
for a bear.
Nugs. Miss D's is in the house. Good to see you. Yeah, dude, I wanted
Always.
to go up there, this time because I had the Blue Dream and I thought about bombing up there, but my brother was in town, so I just couldn't get away. But yeah, man, the events are awesome, man. I would tell anybody to go. Anytime you get anything in the area, it's like you're gonna meet cool people. You're gonna have fun. You know, you're never gonna leave there and be like, dang, really shouldn't have come here today. you know.
No, I've never. There's been some that I've got there that's been like on the smaller scale. You're like, damn, I wish more people would have been here. But it's
Yeah,
always turned out, once you've clicked with a few people and you've got somebody to smoke with, it doesn't matter the size of the event. If you can pull up a chair and just hang out and smoke with a friend,
Well,
I've
eventually,
always,
dude, the more and more soccer moms you get involved, the more and more everybody you get involved, it'll get bigger and bigger, you know. And you could, I mean, it could be like a music festival, you know, like with families everywhere, you know, and like yeah, that's what it should be, you know. It should just be like a big freaking farmers market, you know, where everybody's just hanging out, selling their stuff, checking everything out. Like, how awesome would that be?
that's the funny thing too is fucking soccer moms know how to organize. Damn it.
Yeah, right, man. That's
There'll
the
be
thing.
food.
You want them, yeah, yeah. That's it's funny. Like with the show, Tara Wilson on the shows, man. You know she does so much helping those guys out. Like you need like a mama bear that's gonna take care of the planning and the food and that like you want as many people on your side as possible. But yes, the organizers are a key asset. And there's so many soccer moms out there using this stuff, especially now that you can get it racked, man. I mean, and it's relief that they need, man, from that tension. There's a lot of tension in the air right now for multiple reasons, you know. There's so much going on, man. People, it's a great time to start microdosing. You know, if you don't know anything about it, start microdosing. You know, 2.5 to 5 milliliters, some gummies from a reliable source and just try it out, man. I just got my brother on to, start doing that. He's suffered from OCD his whole life and still has, panic attacks and stuff, man. And it's starting to help him, man. And he's starting to be able to relax a little bit. I had to talk him through a panic attack the other night, but I was able to do that because I'd been there, and I knew exactly what he was going through. And I was able to say, look, man, here's the facts. Here's I know what you're feeling. It's going to take about this much time and you'll be good, and, you're going to have those once in a while, but you just can't be scared of them, and you got to realize the overall benefit. I got the biggest benefit from daily use, of those milligrams, like for like, it was like about a month worth of daily use where that's when I noticed I had stopped taking, ibuprofen and Aleve and whatever, so it's a continual thing, and yeah, I highly recommend it.
I've said that for a long time too myself. For me, that scale goes like the first day I can like get kind of tore up if I want. Second day it's like I ain't doing nothing the second day. If I've
Yeah.
done it right the first day, I'm not doing a whole lot the second day. I'm just kind of like chilling, kind of just tired. I'm gonna probably sleep real good the second day, but I still indulge.
Right.
And then third day, it's just like somebody has oiled the Tin Man's joints, man. It's like, holy shit, man. Let's get at it, man. This is awesome, man. And then from there on, once you keep it in your system, like you said, man, it's just like oil to a daily oil.
Mm-hmm.
Just like a daily oil into them joints.
Yeah, man. And I mean, I got a rough job, man. It's a lot of stuff, man. But I feel great, and through COVID too, with increasing my use and being able to redo my schedule, I just got on a healthier eating schedule, and I ended up just being out in the garden every day. Like I just never sat down. Like I didn't want to be in the house. Like I just have to be outside in the garden doing something, or just being outside. And in the garden was just like a great place to be. But just being constantly moving. And then I ended up I stopped eating breakfast. Like I just wasn't hungry in the mornings. So I just ended up eating, around lunchtime and then dinner. And like my body just felt good that way. And all of a sudden I'm just kind of listening to my body and I start losing weight. I'm being a little more active and I'm just eating when I'm hungry and not really, I'm not driving around, during COVID, I'm not driving around. So I'm not getting fast food, so I'm having whatever at home. And I, just really took that time, like it really just dropped like a decent amount of weight, man. So it was one of those things where was a good opportunity to refocus and not have those traps of fast food, man, when you're running late or you still got to go out and do like 3 quotes and it's, getting late and it's easy just to grab stuff. But, it's been fun to be able to focus in on that and feel even more healthy, with help from the plant. It all made it feel better.
Right on, man. This plant does help you out, man. There's so many great things about this plant. It's so
Yeah.
easy to just beat on that drum. It really is.
Well, that's the thing, man. Like you're sitting there, like I'm sitting there thinking about what I'm going to talk about. Because like when you first asked me to be on here, I'm like, man, I'm not. I'm a great grower. I keep screwing things up. Like I don't have anything to say, but it's like I'll at least share my story. Like I can at least sit out here and do that, and have fun and talk crap with you. Like I can at least do that. I forgot what I was saying.
I definitely, that's the thing too. You've nailed it. We've come all out of here one by one and kind of, bared our souls a little bit. And, I
Right.
found that we've all connected. I've seen people like, you know, hey, reach out on the sidelines. You know what I mean? Hey, man,
Yeah. Yeah.
I always knew you were into cannabis, but I never really realized that. You know what I mean? So you kind of see like side friends almost. Strong friendships developing on the fringes of it all as well. And it's really
Well,
cool once we.
when you're spending that much time and energy in your plants, you're focused on that, and but you're interested in learning more and helping them more. So, yeah, everybody's like encouraged and happy to hear more. Everybody wants to learn more. Whether it's selfish or not. Everybody wants to grow better weed. We all want to grow better weed than our buddy because we all, hand those jars to each other and try them out. Everybody's trying to do the same thing. But yeah, we all say the same stuff over and over. That's where it's like, what am I going to talk about? We all say the same stuff. That's the best plan in the world. It's so great. It's like, I mean, you got to say it.
But it's all affected us in such different ways. That's what
Yeah.
it's all.
Yep. I feel bad for all the people that, that it was just not available or demonized so much. Like, it's just sad, man. It really is. When you think about how great of a thing it is, how beneficial it really is, it's just sad.
Right on. It's nice that we've been able to pop our heads up. That's for sure.
Yeah, dude. I'm so
No
happy
longer.
with Michigan and the 12 plants, man. That's awesome. I think we should push for unlimited plant count. I mean, Oklahoma, that's awesome. I mean, I don't, I love our rules, but I mean, I wouldn't mind, fighting forward. I don't think we should ever stop. They're not going to stop. The opposition's not going to stop. But I mean, unlimited plant count, dude. Can you imagine?
I can't imagine. It'd be nice. I'd be so leery at first, man. I'd be like, it's too good to be true. I can't pop everything. I'd be
Yeah,
afraid that
right.
as soon as I, got everything wet, it'd be like,
Yeah,
we got you, fucker.
yeah, right. Oh man, that's still and that's the thing, man. Like I haven't had to deal with too much of that. I mean, I remember back in the day having to buy weed, and that was hard. But like, I never grew under illegality. Like, so it's a different world for me. I'm just a dude who grows legally, for himself, and hands them out to his friends and tries to make some seeds to hand somebody so they can learn how to grow. Because I think it's an awesome experience. So it's like it's whatever you want from it, but it's going to give to everybody you give the plant to. It keeps giving, so I'm going to keep giving it away.
Yeah, well, I mean, you should. I mean, we all should. Like you said, I mean, it's almost one of them things to where you could almost hand it to somebody that you felt was like going down the wrong road. You know what I mean? Here you go. It's almost like magic beans. Here you go.
Yeah.
Because you know, I had, you know, there's not one of us that would have seen
Cheers, Jack.
ourselves knee deep into like seeking the knowledge like we do right now. I
Yeah.
mean, not. I would have never 20 years ago, even 20 years ago. I've been growing 20 years. Would have seen myself sitting around excited to hear fucking chats and shit about fucking microbes and stuff. Just never would have happened. You're getting better. You about got it nailed.
You know what always cracks me up is when people just talk straight through the dab song. Like when you have certain people on and they just keep talking through the whole thing. And I don't know why, but it always cracks me up. It's like, I just feel like you're not supposed to. So maybe that's why it's weird to me, but it just cracks me up. I don't know. Every time I'm just laughing.
I'd kind of laughing inside too, and it's going on myself. I'm like, where are the torches? All we should be hearing right now is
right.
Oh, it was a 21. I didn't even notice that it was at 20. They were warning me too.
Yeah, I got you, man. That's why I played the dab song for you.
They say love the Kazoo dab song.
Chiba man, what up? Mr. Green Pots, Lemon Hoke.
I know I need to get him on, man. I've heard a lot of good things about Lemon Hoko.
Yeah. Miss D's Ewok Garden Ninja. Oh, hey, by the way, so we were talking about bag seeds earlier. I have 2 bag seeds that I grew out, and the one ended up being a female, and it's a cheese strain, but it was from Detroit. I got a bag from a buddy, and it was really good stuff, and I got 2 seeds out of it. So I was calling it the D cheese, but I think I want to call it Miss D's cheese. If you're okay with that, Miss D's, I thought that'd be a lot more fun. So I'm growing that out, so I'll see if it's any good, and maybe call it Miss D's cheese. It's better than D's bag seed.
Wait. Yeah, I like Miss D's cheese a lot better than D's cheese. Because, you know, if you call it just D's cheese, there's going to be somebody out there that's going to change it to Dick cheese. You know?
Well, that'd be a cross. You know? That'd be a cross.
Yeah, that'd be the cross. Oh. Yeah, I could see that be that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I enjoy good cheese though, man. It's I like cheese, man. It's good smoke.
Yeah, I'm still learning. I'm still learning to taste the differences and stuff. You know, it's because I mean, even up until a few months ago, you know, I was still, you know, rec didn't really get that opened up until recently. So like most of the time it was just a bag, you know, I'd try and get, you know, an ounce from a buddy and it was like, oh yeah, it's some cheese, something. All right, cool. You know, so I mean, I could tell the difference between the strains, but you know, I didn't have details on them to look up lineages or anything like that, you know. So all that stuff's still so new, you know. I'm still learning the lingo. It's like any other hobby, you know. You got to pick up the lingo, otherwise you feel dumb, you know. But everybody's good here, you know. Everybody's pretty welcoming, you know. It's CalMag. You got to have CalMag. Don't forget the CalMag.
Right on. It fixes everything.
Yeah.
They say.
Add more CalMag. Shout out Sequence.
Yeah, he's a funny cat, man.
Oh yeah, that dude cracks me up. I had to learn, so I feel like me and Sequence are a lot alike. Like, kind of snarky. Like I like to like pick and talk shit. Like I've always been quick with stuff like that. So when I first got in chat, like I had to really watch that because you know with my friends, like we're real we get after each other. You know that's just how we always have been. So same thing with chat, you know, I get on there and like try and rib, you know, or whatever, and it doesn't come across good at all, you know. So it was like I had to learn, you know, quickly to, you know, not the jokes can't be worded certain ways, you know. But yeah, once you get the hang of it, man, it's an awesome group. Everybody's awesome, so welcoming. And
Yeah,
hanging
that's where
out.
me and Sequence hit it off too. Was his sense of humor there? I've got the kind of same sense of humor too.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
that's
for sure.
what I enjoyed about him, and he slides it in a little bit better. He's not so afraid to on air,
Oh
throw
yeah,
it out there.
yeah. Yeah, he's a
I,
character, man.
I,
I'd like to hang out with those guys. They had actually come out to South Haven the same weekend of Clio, and so I wasn't able to do both. You know, I can only take so much weekend time away from the family and justify it. You know, it's not like this is my career or something. You know, this is a hobby. You know, I'm just enjoying growing my own medicine. I can't get too crazy. But
yeah,
I enjoy it.
yeah.
Blast.
He's definitely funny to sit down and smoke with. That's for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure everybody, man, everybody is cool. You're awesome, man. It was fun smoking with you. That was a fun time at Clio. Perfect weather. I missed Miss D's though. That was the only problem. If I'd known she had been that close, I wouldn't have left. But I was already like 15 minutes out, and then she was like, "Where is everybody? I'm walking around," and I'm like, dang it, you know. And I had to go, and I was like, I felt so bad, man. I'm so excited to meet her. Sorry, Miss
Man,
D's.
she's completely awesome. Completely awesome.
I would have, if she would have reeled me in, I would have had to shake a little bit. I'm not gonna lie.
I I know I was fucking ass. I had no excuses. I have no
Hey man,
excuses.
that's just like looking at my daughter and like realizing in my head I'm never gonna tell her no when she asks me to read her story. Take those opportunities, man. You're never gonna feel, you know, bad about leaping over there and grabbing her hand, you know, like, but just use that, you know, next time to know, like, all right, I'm doing it. Because I mean, how many
Yeah,
episodes now? How many episodes now have you talked about regretting that? You know,
everyone says.
right?
Everyone says.
Right. Just
That's
got to
yeah. That's
follow those
definitely
signs,
my.
man. You got to follow those signs. If that smile is reeling you in, man, you bite that hook.
It had me hooked. I don't know how she didn't manage to drag me in. That's for sure. I've always been for some reason, man. I've never been too keen on dancing. There's
Oh
two ways to
man.
know. Back from like I was always the guy always holding up that bar wall with a drink. You
Yeah.
know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
you ever see me dancing or smoking, I was
Yeah.
completely fucked up. That's
Yeah.
how one of the two, if I was either dancing or had a cigarette in my hand. If I had a cigarette in my hand, hopefully I was on my way home.
Oh
But
man. Bro,
yeah,
I was so uncoordinated, and I swear I was at home like Napoleon Dynamite, man, trying to learn dance moves on my own. And then you finally get into like the 16 and up clubs, you know, and I'm standing there and you know, just trying to learn how to dance. And this girl, she took pity on me. She was well, first she was like, she just turned around, she's like, "What are you doing?" And I was like, you know, just trying to dance. And she was like, try this, you know, and was like trying to show me some moves. And I was like, thank you. You know, I appreciate that. You know, it's a tough, you know, it's a tough road to go down, learn how to dance out of the blue, you know. I mean, you just gotta take that leap, man. It's fun, man. I really, you know, had some fun times. There were some fun clubs around Kalamazoo, man, that we got into, especially when we got some buddies that could let us in with bracelets, you know. Yeah, man, some fun times dancing.
Yeah. That's one of them things. She's so great, and she was such a good dancer too. It was hard to. It would have been bad. It would have been bad. I was smoked out that day, but I don't think I was smoked out level dancing. It would have been a train wreck. I'm telling you. It would have been.
That's harder to do. Like drinking, man, you can get to that level quicker where you're just like, yeah, dance or whatever. But yeah, it would take a lot more weed to like make different decisions like that. It's one of the benefits of it. Like you're never going to do something you completely regret because you got too stoned, other than maybe eating too much ice cream. Like you're not going to like, some of the dumb decisions you make growing up, especially with alcohol, man, it's like, dude, if you had to ask me if my daughters were in college and old enough, if they were going to get into one thing, if I could choose, it'd be cannabis 100% of the time. They're not going to get DUIs. They're not going to, black out and end up somewhere they shouldn't. Like just out of a safety, just out of a father's safety zone, dude. It's like way more beneficial and safe than alcohol. Like the fact that alcohol is still legal and cannabis is still illegal in some states is just mind blowing, really.
I have definitely made some horrible, horrible decisions on alcohol.
Yeah, right. Oh man, one of mine ended up with a tattoo on my ass.
I have not had any alcohol tattoos. I can honestly admit that, but
Oh man.
hopefully it's something that you can bear for years.
Oh, it's hideous, man. It's beautiful. Oh.
I was just reading this question. Light asked me if I've ever had any primal punch that smells exactly like Skittles in a original red pack. No, I haven't. Not yet. That'd be a good one if you could find it.
I like the lemon terps. I got some lemon OG recently, and that was nice. I like that.
Yeah. If she'll have me dance with her the next time, I will. No matter how bad it is, I'm gonna take her up on it.
I doubt she's gonna be
It's the
so
least,
upset she's gonna
the
turn
least
you
I could
away.
do it.
Yeah.
I would be. I would take it too. I'd be like, yeah, it's only fitting.
Oh
I
no.
definitely deserve that shit. I definitely deserve that shit.
There's no spite in that woman's heart.
Uh, she's got
Dude.
that smile just lights you up. That's for
Oh
sure.
yeah. Yep.
The other night when she was on, she actually when she was signing off, it froze like that. She was signing off, and her picture froze with that big old smile, and I was like, man, that's just perfect.
You just leave it up there the rest of the time. You snap a picture of it, so you have it by your alarm. You imagine a little alarm of Miss D's head pop up, like "Wake up, sweetie!" Like that'd be perfect,
How could you not just wake up smiling to that? That's
right?
for sure.
Yep. There you go, Miss D's. Make a little weed clock, and you're the little alarm. It'll sell like hotcakes.
She's right in there. No, I haven't heard anything about the Bodie prayer tower there. Lemony terps, huh? I'm not so crazy on the lemon terps. Chiba
No.
Man wants to know boxers or briefs. That's the forever rolling chat question there. Boxers or briefs?
Boxer briefs. Duluth trading for life. Those things are
Ah,
a game
nice.
changer, man. They got a nice little cubby hole, man, and these things are it's like a dream, man. I can't wear any other underwear ever.
There you
Have you
guys go.
tried
A
them?
whole new category. You just fucked up your guys' question there. It's funny, but in a way, I'm kind of glad to hear that because I've seen that commercial like 1,000 times, and I've always
Right.
wondered if they were worth,
Well,
ordering a pair.
they're like 15, $16 a pair. So it was like a hard buy for me, man, for one pair. But I had a buddy of mine who was a bigger dude, and he was like, "Trust me, man, just try them out." So I bought like two pair, and I think the next day I ordered, like a bunch more. Like they're just super. The bullpen, the bullpens are my recommendation, man. Those things are awesome. Oh, man, that's clutch, man, for like being in a trade where you're like up and down on your knees and stuff a lot. Like you got to be flexible, man. I've ripped way too many pair of pants and breed or boxers to, I need the most flexible stuff I can find without just wearing dirty sweatpants to work.
Right. Well, I've done that a few times. It just feels
Yeah.
weird in your tool bags to fucking have sweats on. It just doesn't even feel right.
Oh, I know, man. My old neighbor used to be a framer, and he'd always have sweatpants on. Like he'd have a bunch of layers on, but every day, he'd come home with sweatpants over everything. It was just so funny to see. They're so
I
comfy,
prefer
man.
sweatpants on trust day. On trust day, when I've got to fucking stand on a wall and bend over and touch my toes and fucking drive spikes, I prefer fucking
Yeah,
sweatpants. They're
yeah.
very forgiving for having to squat down or bend over in weird ways.
You wear the Crocs. You got the Crocs too.
No Crocs. No, I'm not
No,
showing up on the job with the Crocs.
man. I went and helped a buddy do a roof, and he had some buddies that do roofs, and all the dudes had Crocs on. And I was like, dang, I was like, I should have worn mine, and they were like, these are the best things on roof because they don't mar anything and they're super grippy. You can totally, they're like, they're the perfect shoes for roofing. I was like, oh, that's pretty cool.
One of the other things a roofer taught me, I've learned from roofers, is the cushion. Like
Yeah.
that old like chair cushion, take the fabric off it. Them
Uh-huh.
things, I've seen people like sit on them things on like 12-12s because you grip pretty good to the cushion, and the cushion actually just, it's almost like
Yeah.
glued to the
That foam is
shingles.
pretty like almost sticky, isn't it? Yeah, I never thought
Yeah.
about that. Yeah, if you
Oh
take
man,
that
they're
cover
knee
off.
savers, and all you gotta do is stand up and throw it, to your next spot, walk down, sit on, kneel
Yeah,
down on it. Oh man, they're great for that. Oh,
man, that's a good idea. I mean, I have knee pads that are really nice, but that would be handy in
knee
certain
pads that
situations.
choke off the back of your ankle or the back of your knee, or they
No,
around the
not the,
calf. They never buckle up right, man.
no,
I've
I got the ones that
hundreds of
do.
pair of knee ones.
I got I
Oh,
got
do you have you?
I got the ones that do. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And they're
They're
like the whole shin ones, though, aren't they? They
no,
practically go down your
no,
shin with the calf.
no,
No.
no. They're nice and light. They're foam, and there's just one strap that's nice and wide, and they stay on real nice. And oh yeah, dude, they're awesome. Yeah. Trying to think of the name of them now. I'll have to look them up. But yeah, they're perfect. They're the best ones because I've tried them all. Used to go through Lowe's every time they had a new pair. I try them out, man, and they all were horrible. Those old gel ones with the two straps, they worked for a little while, and then they fell apart. And the
My knee
hard
never
plastic
felt
one,
right in the gel. It
yeah,
always felt
yeah,
weird in the gel.
yeah, yeah. These ones are kind of like more of a memory foam, almost like. Yeah, these ones are really nice. But I get them here locally. But yeah.
Yeah, I was dropped down on my knees one day, man, and actually had a nail go up under my cap.
Oh,
Ah, it took forever for that to heal up, man.
oh
It
man.
tore up under the backside of that kneecap. It
Yeah.
was like it went right under, like between the bone, and then it kind of went up under the cap there. And
Oh, dude.
I never wore I never wore knee pads up until then, but after that, it was like I ain't even kneeling down without knee pads.
Oh,
Some kind of protection.
yeah. The worst is when you forget you took your knee pads off and you go to kneel down and you think you have them on, so you go down full speed and just bam, just knee right on the floor.
That that hurts, man. I
Yeah.
don't miss that. I used to do a lot of bass work, uh, trimming, a lot of
Okay.
bass. And yeah, once you get doing a lot of bass, you need at least one. That was funny because I was always the walking around with just that one knee too, because I'd always drop down on the one. Click, click.
Yeah. Yeah.
I actually do miss the trades.
Yeah.
It there's just something about that gratifying tying up the job.
Yeah. Yeah.
Especially if you work for yourself and you're dealing with them. And I always
Yeah.
hated to give the bill. I love to do the work, but I hated it. It was like a necessary evil.
It's always the
And
awkward
you know what
part,
I?
man. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But man, it's always they make you feel like a hero, though. I mean, when you go in
Mo-
and take out their problem, and it's oh my
Yeah.
gosh, I can't believe you did that, and it
Yeah.
only took you that long. Oh my gosh, I miss that. I miss that.
Most of the time, yeah, 99% of the time, and then you have that one person that comes out of the blue and just pitches a fit about something that is not an issue at all, and then you kind of question everything. You're like, man, I don't even want to do this anymore. It's just so heart wrenching when like somebody's like not genuinely not happy, especially when it's something that isn't your fault or something that I'm pretty good now at explaining expectations, over explaining, under, overperforming, that's all you gotta do is show up on time, return the phone calls and show up on time, and you're ahead of 90% of the guys out there. You would be
Yeah.
surprised how many people I talk to. You're the only person I call me back. You know,
Nowadays, all you got to do is everybody you reply back to. They're like, man, nobody wants to work. You're the only
right?
guy that called back. I'm
Yeah.
on my way. Get that checkbook ready.
Right.
'Cause your problems are gone.
Yeah. 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 As soon as we figured out, as soon as my wife went back to work, she worked at a dental office, and as soon as she had to go back to work, I was like, all right, I'm going back to work. I'm not going to sit home. And, if she's exposed, I'm going to be exposed. So, we've been careful ever since, but not, I mean, I'm still trying to have fun, live our lives, like we were real panicked at first, but then obviously we loosened up, you know, went to a birthday party today and, had fun. Like you still gotta, as long as everybody's careful and you're outside and stuff, hopefully it's all right. You gotta still feel like people and see your friends and, that stuff's important, you know, you miss it. Can't wait for concerts and, big festivals and all that stuff, man. Everybody's gonna ball out when this stuff opens up, man. It's gonna be like anarchy. There's gonna be hugging each other. It's gonna be the best ever. It's gonna be like Woodstock everywhere.
I agree. It's gonna, between the time of I've already seen a lot of pregnancies
Yeah. Oh
from,
yeah, for sure.
and then like you say, it's gonna be even worse. You open the doors and everybody, because to touch is, you know, it's just human nature to want to give that
Right.
hug and handshake. And
Yeah.
the way things
Yeah.
are right now, it's weird with the fucking
I
bump and
know, dude.
fucking
It's
all
still
that shit.
so
It's like
awkward, man. Every time it's awkward.
I'm still shaking hands, and then afterwards, I'm like, or after they try to put out, I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot, sorry,
Yeah. Right.
whatever,
Yeah.
whatever makes you feel better,
Yeah.
whatever. But yeah,
Man,
but
dude,
people need that.
I went on this quote, and so this guy's standing outside, and I walk up there, and he doesn't have a mask on. I wear a mask on my quotes, and he's standing there. And he's like, "Yeah, you can take that thing off." And I was like, "No, I'm gonna leave it on. My brother's coming in town, and he just requested we be careful, because they're being super careful because he got some issues. So I'll leave it on. And so then I follow him, and he's like, "Yeah, come this way." Follow him into the house, and as we're walking in the house, he's like, "Yeah, I almost died from COVID. The contractors that were remodeling my kitchen all got it and brought it in here, and I was the only one that wasn't on the ventilator and all this stuff." As I'm walking into this house, that he just told me I should take my mask off, and I'm like, "Are you serious, dude? Like, why would you tell me to take my mask off and then tell me you have COVID or had COVID and it was in this house?" Like, I couldn't wait to get out of there, you know, and it was just like disrespectful on a level. It's like, come on, man, at least be upfront about that, or like at least be like, dude, leave your mask on, you know. And he tried calling to schedule, and I didn't respond. I was like, man, that's just disrespectful to me, really, at that point.
Well, yeah,
Like,
you got to go home to your family. You don't want to risk that in that aspect.
right.
You know?
Whether it's fake or not.
Right.
It's not.
Yeah, I agree.
I hope everybody knows at this point that shit ain't fake.
Yeah, I'm hungry too.
Stick marks. I got some jalapeno chips.
Man, I had some good fajitas tonight, man. I dove in on that habanero street sauce. Oh man, stuff's good. I'm down for some hot stuff, man. Anytime I
Oh
can get some
yeah.
hot stuff.
I love chorizo, man. Like a good chorizo taco. There's a place that has a taco bar on the weekends, and they have all these different meats and like all the different toppings. It's, oh man, it's awesome. But yeah, man, a good chorizo taco is with some cilantro and onion. I'm good right there.
That sounds really good. Really good.
Now I'm making everybody
You ever
hungry. Now everybody's gonna leave chat and go run to Taco Bell.
have you ever messed around with the horseradish?
With what?
Horseradish?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
That stuff gets hotter the more you cut it up. Did you know that? The more you actually, chop on it, the hotter it gets.
Really? I don't.
Yeah.
I've never. I just use I love the horseradish sauces, and I just get like the chopped up ones. I don't think I've ever chopped up one my own.
Oh yeah. You can dice it and it's like semi-hot, you know what I mean? But the more you like chop, 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 it
Yeah.
releases more of its chemical and it gets hotter and hotter. So, yeah.
There's your other
It's actually,
spill.
have you ever had it on burgers? I never even knew about it on a burger until one of my buddies was asked me if I ever had it, and I put some on there. But horseradish on a burger is delicious.
I just put some on
Spice up
some
a
pulled
hamburger.
pork. On some pulled pork, and it was really good.
I bet that would be.
Yeah. Oh
Definitely
shoot! I
good
got a
stuff.
low battery on this. I gotta plug in my iPad real quick. Eagle, I might run to the bathroom real quick. I gotta plug in my iPad, and I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick.
No worries, man. No worries. What's up, American One? Run Boy 7426. Cass, how you doing? Late 1978. Dave's not here. Ned Denver. Fucking chats are popping tonight, man. Aldridge 25. And I definitely love this community. What's up, Minty? How you doing tonight? Yeah, definitely can help. Chat has helped me through more than one issue, that's for sure. Sometimes I feel like free seeds is the least I could do for as many times as you guys have helped me out. Fucking dealing with some stupid shit. What's up, Modern Genetics? Man, where are my papers? Where are my papers? Oh man, yeah, they are. Still smoking on Jack's J1. Pretty good. Pretty good. I keep forgetting I've got that smashed garlic over there I haven't really tried yet. The garlic punch. It's good to have you while I'm on live, Monty. Minty. Stoner. Minty. Don't listen to me. I like to fuck people's names up for the first month, I guess.
I got some socks to give away, Eags. Check those out.
Nice.
I got 3 packs of these for 3 ladies in chat, whoever wants them. I got these at B&G. I got these at B&G, that glove and tarp store, man. They really have everything there. It's awesome.
That's funny. I like it when you go into a local business like that. You see them supporting some cannabis stuff.
Oh yeah, yeah. I went into the local magazine shop and I was trying to give them crap about keeping the high times back behind the Playboys. It's like, you guys need to put the stuff in the gardening section, man. That's, there's nothing explicit in here. It's just pictures of plants. But
Right on. Yeah, I remember it used to be very much similar, to buying a porno magazine, and just as embarrassing. You almost had to, fold it up and throw it under your arm just as fast as if it were a porno back then.
Man,
you didn't want the guy next to you, or neighbor, knowing you were thinking about growing weed or you were a smoker.
Right. The only way I could get my hands on them was trying to jack one from the 7-Eleven under my jacket or something. They wouldn't let you buy them, so it might have worked its way out, and I might have got one or two. But I mean, it was awesome when you got your hands on some of those pictures and stuff, even though you couldn't do anything at the time. It was cool looking at that stuff. I used to love the lowrider magazines too, man. I used to love all the lowrider culture stuff. That's awesome stuff. Maybe that's why I like the big Suburban.
Chiba Man says, I think there's only 3 ladies in chat.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Hey, unless some guys want some pink socks. I actually rock pink socks, man. My grandpa, man, was an old school dude, but he loved wearing purple floral stuff. Like, he just wore the most wild socks all the time, and I loved it, man. It was such a cool expression of yourself, that normally people take socks for granted. It's kind of like another way to make somebody smile. When I'm at a wedding or something and I pull up my thing and I got a bear or something, sitting out there, it's kind of fun, So yeah, I'm not. The pink socks can be worn by anybody. I'm not discriminating. That's all I'm saying.
Dave's
Hashtag
here.
Pink Sock Crew
Says he'll wear free socks of any color.
Right.
That's the other thing too, man. Kids, my girls will wear. They totally don't even match up socks anymore. I'm like, what about me, man? They just grab 2. They're 2 totally different colors, fucking not even matching. It's just like the thing they do nowadays. I'm like, come on, man. Can you at least match mine up for me?
I did that too. Colors. I did that too as a kid, but it was after 20 minutes of searching for the pairs and just giving up finally. It wasn't on purpose.
I've been so tempted on many days to just be like, in black and white, what the shit? Everybody's doing it. I just can't get myself to do it, man.
Just do it. Just do it. Just do it as a mental exercise, just to prove to yourself you can do it. break that stigma.
Late 1978. I wonder if you lived by me. You must be living in Flint sometime. Talking about when he was 11, the Asian guy would let him buy cigarettes.
Oh, oh, dude, the other night Jack was talking
Singles?
about
Do you remember
black and mild.
them kind of stores that would sell you the singles? You go
Yeah,
in, buy a single for a quarter and shit.
yeah, yeah. Dude, Jack was cracking me up with that the other day. He was talking about black and milds, and that's actually the first thing I ever smoked. Well, I used to always send out for catalogs. Anytime I could look in the back of a magazine and find a free catalog, I would call the number and order one. I just love getting mail, just random catalogs. So anything I found with a free catalog, man, I'd call and order. Like the most random stuff you would think of. But the best was like the military surplus, like the little army guy. Like you could get a like whole gross of military ammo cans for whatever. But so I'd always order stuff on there, and I had got a free Kodiak chewing tobacco sample off of one of the magazines or something. And so I tried rolling that up and sitting on the back porch. I tried rolling that up and smoking it. The wet chewing tobacco, and luckily it didn't really light, but the little bit that did, I knew I didn't want to do that anymore.
Oh man,
So
you'd almost get more tore up for actually just putting that in your mouth, man. I chewed Kodiak forever.
yeah, I did for a little bit, just a couple years ago, and then when Tony Gwynn died from it, like I quit like that day. I was just like, because I wasn't like hardcore, but I would do it once in a while, especially summertime, But after that, I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna. One more thing that could risk me losing time with my girls, so I'm not gonna do that anymore, But it wasn't that big of a deal, it took a little bit, but
it was with me. I dabbled with cannabis a little bit before,
yeah.
but I actually chewed hardcore before cannabis. I mean, I think I started at like 13. And I think I had a
Wow.
dip in from all day, every day from 13 to 26.
Were you like a country boy?
Well, I lived in the city, man.
All
Most
right.
of my but yeah, I dipped like crazy, man. I still got an indentation right here from where I used to have the dip. And then when that got sore, I'd put it on the other side. I never really kept it in the front, but man, I chewed all day long, man. Oh, no matter what, I'd eat with chewing.
Oh
Man,
man.
I had girlfriends that get pissed with it and be like, kiss it and be like, "Are you dipping?" I'd be like, "Yep."
No.
Sure am.
Oh man. No, I'd get that time where I accidentally swallowed a couple times and just lose it, that's the worst,
Oh, I
man.
swallowed it.
Oh yeah.
I got to the point where I was actually swallowing it all through school. I mean, I
I
dipped
had a
all through
buddy.
school.
I had a buddy who like fell asleep with one in, choked on the dip, woke up, went to grab a bottle of water, and chugged his spit bottle.
Oh, yeah. That's, yeah.
Like that
My
would make
buddies
me
used to
quit
hate me for that
instantly.
shit.
Ow.
Oh, man. I think every one of my close buddies back in my drinking days had chugged some of my spit and fucking got
Oh,
pissed about it.
oh, dude, it's so gross. Especially if you don't dip or have never dipped, like to get that whiff of like
Oh,
the
it's not even good
menthol.
when it's your dip, man.
No.
I've
Oh
gotten
no.
myself terribly sick
Oh,
swallowing my own shit down. It's gross. Oh, yeah, it's terrible.
oh,
Terrible. I
brutal,
can
dude.
see the grit in your face, too, because once you've done it, it practically, the thought of it will fucking
Oh
hangs
yeah.
forever.
Yeah. So the guys that I started kind of dipping with, so there was a time where we rented a house over near campus, and we had a group of 7 guys, and we were all buddies. But one of the dudes was a real good student. He went to K College and was just like the nicest kid in the world. And his only rule for the house so we all roomed together. His only rule from the house was just not to smoke in the house. He didn't like being around weed. So throughout the time we're living there, he's there here and there, but not too often. Like he was doing a bunch of training and all this other stuff. So this one night we're all having a party and hanging out, and our two buddies go to grab some beer at the Munchie Mart, and they pull up in the parking lot and open the door and find probably what was about like a quarter pound of weed right there in the parking lot. So they snag that up, turn right back around, and come back to the house. And so we see this and we're like, all right, we got to try and smoke this whole bag. So we've got like 15 people in this room, and we've got like just blunts. Just passing it around like crazy. And then in the height of all this, the door opens and it's roommate number 7 who just came home and whose only request was we not smoke in the house. And this whole first floor of this house is just bonged out to the point where it was like, there's no denying it. It's just like, sorry, dude. But it was an awesome story. He had to laugh after we told him what happened. It's like, that never happens.
That sounds like the fucking story of the fucking party you missed at Clio.
Yeah.
I was talking with Tara up north there, and she said, yeah, we rented that, in that B&B, and had that fucking party. And she's like, man, it was weird. I did not know when we rented the place that the cat was like staying in the garage and like looking through like the window and shit. She said like they fucking having a good time. They had all set up like the dab bar. You know what I mean?
Right.
They said they've been smoking like all day long, and then look over and you see this sign that says, no smoking of marijuana of any kind. It's like a $750 fine if you do. I said that is about the time you probably turned around. He was standing in the garage door looking in at you guys dabbing, wasn't it? She was like, pretty much. It's like, yeah, we haven't seen the charge yet, but hopefully we don't. But I like that's funny.
Is there a separate? Is there a
it's
separate
usually
site?
about the time. It would be weird.
Yeah.
Something like that. Just have them hanging out with you and shit. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, I didn't realize you were actually going to be part of the party.
Right. Yeah. They need an app where like the Airbnbs are like cannabis friendly. I'm sure there is one where you wouldn't have to worry about the rules. Like they should have some sort of rating or some sort of button you can filter you can do to have cannabis friendly Airbnbs, to where they might even have glass available and stuff like that, like I feel like that would be, especially in legal states,
Just be able to they got their own little email and shit. You just go, are you a dabber?
Right.
Yeah, I'll take a room with a rig.
Right. Yeah.
That'd be fucking badass.
Right. And then you just clean them afterwards, you just have the extra cleaning fee or whatever, but yeah, weed B&B or something.
Yeah, that'd be badass. Especially like to go somewhere like say Vegas or something, somewhere where you could go up in a nice high rise and fucking have like an outdoor like on a balcony dab rig or something, hang out there.
Yeah.
Well, that'd be. Oh man.
Yeah.
I like heights too, especially when I'm high. Balcony smoking or rooftop smoking. Oh man, that's another level.
I love being out in nature. Yeah, like just checking the leaves out. Sometimes though, man, some strains I get the shivers real bad, like easily when I'm outside, and it's just been like a couple strains I've noticed. But man, I'll get the shivers like nuts, and I don't know what it is. It's weird.
Well, it's probably something across of terps or something. Who knows?
Right.
It's definitely. We were talking about that the other night. Obviously, there's Canada Queen's trying to tell me one of the strains that she passed me is capable of making you fucking defecate. It has that in it. That in its lineage. I'm like, well. I knew at one point you were mad at me, but damn, you gonna send me a strain. I'm gonna shit myself. Good thing you gave me a hand. A heads up on that, girl. Damn.
Man, that'd be the ultimate weapon to have, though. Like, hey, bud, try this. You had pre-rolled joints of that, man. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, just pass those up.
Oh.
That'd be an event gone wrong, especially not even know. Just fucking I pulled this one because I do that. I did that the other day. At the last event, I was live on the air. I had I had the smash cake, I had the garlic punch and jacks. I'm like, which one of these should I tear down to take with me, this weekend?
Yeah.
And that could have been the case right there. Take the Manjai Delight down. Fucking load that thing up, throw it in the My Herbs down. We're all fucking sitting around, fucking passing out. Here, take some of these nugs home. It's just fucking 30 people think explosive shits. Yeah, fuck you, dude. I ain't never taking none of that shit. Right? That'd be worse. I can't imagine that being any worse of a reputation right there, man. Yeah, that fucking eagle passed me some mud. I shit myself on the way home. That dirty son of a bitch, man. I ain't never taking no more nugs from him. Fuck that dude.
How long do you think it'd take them to figure out it was the weed, though? Maybe they'd be like, the first time they would think, oh, man, that must have been whatever I ate. Like, there's no way they would link it, unless it was simultaneous. It just happened. But then the second time they try it, though, they're going to figure it out. Hopefully.
It wouldn't be unless you gave them multiples or like a little bonus sack or something. First one would be questionable. It wouldn't be until like you got back home and went back into it. You went, son of a bitch.
Could you imagine that in brownies? Make brownies out of that strain?
Oh man, that'd be just cruel. That'd
be a great like prank, like those little stink bombs, man. Did you ever I used to order those little, they had those little prank things you could buy in the magazines, and I got some of those little stink bombs. They were like these little glass, vials. And in high school, man, I'd walk down the hallway and just toss one. And it smelled like rotten eggs, like instantly, man. It'd probably be considered terrorism now if I did it, but with the rules. But man, it was so funny just seeing everybody like grab their nose and take off.
Yeah, that would be. Oh, that'd be maniacal just to send somebody that stuff. Sometimes you didn't know. But oh, I'm glad it's not handy available. That's for sure.
Name it like Hanes Rainbow, something like that.
Chocolate Kiss. That'd be Chocolate Kiss.
There's a rabbit hole.
That's that kind of rabbit hole I don't think I want to run down.
No.
It's a dirty, dirty rabbit hole right
there. You sound like you speak from experience.
No. No. So is that amazing arm sleeve there? The biggest piece you got there?
So this is my buddy at Evan Beers 1984 on Instagram. He does all Polynesian work. So I did a little cover up. I had drawn my own symbol that I had on my arm and just was ready to do something else, and just started just doing a half sleeve and then loved it so much. I was like, went to a 3/4 and then went to a full, and part of that was, my own being able to know that I was secure in running my own business and I could do it no matter what, and not, I could do it because I'm self-employed and I can do it because I want to, and, and I love it, so that was kind of a cool thing to be able to do. So he ended up I had like 40 hours into the arm, And then he did a raffle, and I ended up winning this raffle for like 25 free hours. So we went on the back. So I've got half the back done. So just waiting on the other half the back, and then I'll have like the top half of my back done. So yeah, it's fun, man. I love it.
I was the back, but I wouldn't think the back would be too bad. From my experience, if the sun hits it, it ain't that bad. It's the
Right.
spots where the sun doesn't hit that are
Yeah.
the worst spots.
My worst, man, was the little sensitive skin, like right under the armpit, man. Like there was a little weird spot right there that it just really like was weird.
Yeah, I ain't getting into the armpits anytime soon. That'd be like the
Yeah.
last spot there. Because I
Yeah,
know
those
exactly what you're talking about, man.
yeah.
I
Those
think
full
it's
armpit tats are nuts.
just where this molecule gets off. You can't even see it into the armpit there. There's just like a couple of like,
Yeah,
you know what
yeah,
I mean? Just
yeah,
where it
yeah.
finishes up there,
Right.
and then
Yeah.
we're like, woo! I know
Yeah.
that spot, man.
It was like, yeah, it was like that little spot right there.
It's weird how it's. Oh, I think that in any tattoo though, I think there's always like a dime-sized area that
Right.
can be, worse than any other. I don't know
Hopefully
what
he
it
does.
is, but that.
Hopefully they don't hit the pressure point that makes you poop your pants.
Yeah, I haven't hit that spot yet, but yeah, you definitely tipping the tattoo guy that day. That's for
Oh
sure.
man. Oh. Oh, that would not be nice.
Ooh, Cass says my armpit is fucking tattooed. That'd be. Ugh,
That's hardcore, man. So
I
the
might get
dude
there.
the
Never
dude
say
that did
never.
this, he's got videos on YouTube. If you search crazy guy tattoos his own face, that's him tattooing his own face in his mirror. It's pretty crazy to
No
watch him
shit.
do his nose. Yeah, it's nuts, man.
That would be so because everything would be backwards. That'd be fucking one obstacle to get over
Yeah.
right there. That'd be fucking. I don't know if I could do that shit.
Yeah, dude, he's a maniac, man. And he freehands it all. Like he just draws some lines in Sharpie, man, and then just freehands everything else, man. Like all the rest of the stuff, he just freehands.
Oh, that's you got to have some blind faith in that, man. When they start
Yeah.
busting out the sharpies, I'm like, oh, okay, you got this, right? Look at me, you got this, right?
Yeah. Yeah. But that was fun, man. It was fun finding him on Instagram. Like that's my recommendation. If you're looking to get a tattoo, scroll through Instagram and find an artist you vibe with. Even if they're somewhere else, then plan a trip to go to that place and have it be a special thing. But there's a lot of great artists out there and a lot of great local artists, man. Like you got to support your local artists too, man. You do that and that's awesome. That's important too. So we try and do
Yeah,
it on a
there's.
vacation or something every time. Like me and the wife go do something. Like the last one we went to Vegas and she got some flowers done, on her shoulder. But we had scrolled through and found an artist that we really liked and set up an appointment. So that was cool. It's fun to do stuff like that and remember certain trips, with something like that. It's better than some keychains.
I'm surprised how many people do that. I got a buddy of mine, Al, that he does that shit, man. Everywhere he goes, man, he's searching out an artist. I mean, he's like
Yeah.
the trunk, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
People used to take the trunks for stickers. He does the same way. Everywhere he goes, he finds an
Right.
artist and fucking that's his memento. I
I'm
always thought that was cool, really cool.
Yeah. I'm thinking, if I can make the Seattle trip work in Blue Dream, I'm thinking about finding an artist in Seattle and doing something to like remember the trip by, and the girls. I've got something to do with that. So I thought that'd be something cool. You know, once they leave, you know, maybe not even tell them, you know, and you know, because I'll probably drive to Seattle and then have them fly back because you know I think they'll get over it after a while. Like the trip back, you know, I'd rather them have more good memories than you know. I think that's gonna be a long trip. We're gonna take our time and then you know hang out in Seattle and then they can just fly back and I'll cruise back myself in the truck.
Right on,
So
right on. That'd be
hopefully,
a
man.
fun trip both ways, even if they
Yeah.
decide to come back.
Right. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. Yeah.
It's a beautiful country, man. I love to drive, man.
I know. I do too. My first car, I totaled it 6 days after I got my license.
How'd you
Oh
manage that?
man, we went the first time I got to go out, man, and it was a beautiful car. It was like a late '70s Pontiac Bonneville, white leather interior, just a maroon boat. You know, just drove so nice. Finally got to take it out. I picked up some buddies and we went to a basketball game. And then we were going to get pizza afterwards. And I going down the street and I get in the turn lane. There's a separate turn lane, and the turn lane had a light above it and it was a green light. So I just go and turn left, but it wasn't a green arrow. So I just totally didn't yield to oncoming traffic. Smoked this Ford Explorer. Ford Explorer tips over on its side. So then we hop out of the car. There's a guy and a girl in the car, and they're trying to kick the inside of the windshield. So then I tell them stand back. I try and kick it. I can't kick it. You know, adrenaline's flowing. Some bystander comes by and just opens the back door of the truck, you know, and they're like, hey, you guys can get out this way. We're all sitting here kicking this windshield, you know, like dumb kids. But you know, car was smoked. Everybody was fine. Later in life, the guy that was in that car, I ended up meeting him, and he ended up being one of my best friends. So that's the first time we ever met. I hit him and his girlfriend in this car, but then later in life, we became really good friends. So it was just kind of funny how those things work out sometimes, man. But yeah, luckily everybody was okay. That was nuts. It was just dumb, you know, just no experience.
Well, I actually fucking drove off a fucking cliff. Not me, but I've been in the vehicle that's drove off a cliff. All
Oh
high,
man.
all high. We fucking just, uh, fucking, Lapeer, Holloway, Holloway, if you know that area at all. There's fucking, back on the backside of Holloway there's actually a nice little cliff like there. It ain't very tall. I'd
Okay.
say, pickup's what, 20 feet at best, maybe 25 feet.
Yeah.
So we fucking knew we were all just being kids this long, long time ago. We're all drinking and driving, partying and shit. And we're fucking looking for just a place to fucking, hang out for the night and shit. And there used to be this spot where you could go and it was all trails. Everybody knew that spot.
Yeah.
Teenagers where you go and drink and shit.
Yep.
So we go out there and we decide we're gonna fucking go hang out there, see who's in the trails, and it's dead night. We just parked and fucking decided roll one up, drink a couple beers, and fucking we all hop back in the truck, smoke this fucking joint. This cat says, "All right, you guys ready?" And we're in his dad's pickup truck. He throws this fucker in reverse, and we just fucking whoop boom. You know what I mean? And the truck it didn't even fall over. We just kind of like went over and just went straight down. So we're all like sitting there, just like looking straight up, going, "What the fuck?" This cat said, "My dad's gonna kill me." I'm stuck in the middle, and the guy next to me fucking's like, same shit. How we get out of this? He opens up
Yeah.
the door and just falls the entire length of the truck down to the fucking ground and shit. It's like, you dumbass, what did you expect and shit?
Dude.
Oh
So
man.
the first time we went to the dunes to do the dune rides, you know, as a family that you can go and rent or they do the trip for you. And we went and did that and it was awesome, you know, and I was like, dang, I want a Jeep, you know. So we ended up looking for a Jeep and finding a good deal on a Jeep. So we get it and I find this off-road park that's kind of local. So we go out there, the first family trip, you know, got the girls in there. We go back through these trails and have no idea how deep these ruts are, man. And just go, like, we get through some like nice mud pits and I'm feeling good. And then we get then this big hill. I'm like, all right, guys, let's go. Boom. Got smoked in this mud pit up to the top of the doors. And I mean, we're stuck, like done. Like, had to call the guy. He had to bring a truck. Took like 2 hours. My girls thought they were gonna die, dude. It was traumatic.
That Suburban is goodbye, man. Especially for a work vehicle. If it ever makes it there, man, you put sheets of plywood in there, lumber. Cheers, everybody. It is 420. I've actually gotten the habit of turning it down. I was using my dab torch yesterday and it fucking has a lighter driving down the road. I'm all trying to smoke. I can't find my damn fucking lighter. I turned down my torch. I'm all like trying to light this road with my fucking torch. Cheers, everybody.
Hey, Eagle, I got one more giveaway since it's 420. And we still got some chat people here. My buddy Kazoo Glass, this is like right here. He's a local glass guy, and I love this piece. So I reached out to him and told him I was gonna be on the show, and he said we'd get a piece to give out. So I'm gonna give out a piece just like this. This one's a little dirty. I tried to clean it before the show, man. When you finally confirmed, I was like, oh shit, I gotta clean my bongs. But yeah, so I'm gonna give one of these away. So we'll get it out to you as soon as I can get it. But he said we'd work something out. So cheers, chat, to 420. Glad I made it. Love all you guys. We'll do whatever you want, Eeks, and we'll give it away. Not this one, not the used one. It'll be a new one.
Well, first of all, you got to make sure that you give that guy another shout out. Make sure they know where they can find him on Instagram.
Yep, that's Kazoo Glassworks.
Kazoo Glassworks. If one of you guys mods could maybe throw that up on
KZOO. It doesn't have the A like me.
Man, that's pretty awesome. That's really awesome.
Yeah, man, it's a really nice piece. And I actually that's the only video I ever did on Instagram. I saw him, he's local, you know, and I sent him a DM and actually got to go down and meet him at a shop. And I got a little tour, you know, and he showed me what he was doing and how he puts them together. And I had bought the piece right off him. And it was cool, man. I love supporting local businesses, man. And that glass stuff's an art, man. It's really amazing when you get to see what they do and how they do it. So, you know, even if he couldn't donate one, I'd buy one and give it out, man. And I just like supporting local businesses, and it's a cool piece. So
I need to, since this is like a glass piece and something, there you go. Thank you, Aldridge. You're fucking amazing.
Yeah, that should be it.
Does this need to be like a US only type thing? Because it is a giveaway and people from everywhere are watching.
Yeah, sure. I guess that would, if you think so, yeah.
Well, I don't think it's a problem to ship it. I just don't know how much it would be.
Yeah, let's stick US. Yeah, good idea. Sorry, Ian. I think he's overseas. Some of those guys. Green 13, sorry.
There's a few.
Yeah. I love those guys,
Yeah,
man. I love the accents.
Oh, me too. Me too. I think it's funny. Like I said the other day, after listening to mainly Green 13, because it was all the accent, you know. I listened the next day with Smiley the whole episode. Green 13 says ship it. He would know, man. He's actually gotten pipes from Michigan sent over to him so that he would know about shipping.
Okay. I'm sure it's not that bad. I don't know.
Maybe if they're willing, let's put it this way: if you're overseas and you're willing to maybe put it on the shipping if it's terrible,
Right.
That's fair enough.
Yeah.
But yeah, after listening to the whole English for a UK version there, I was like wanting to speak English, or you know what I mean. I wanted to adopt that accent for the rest of the day.
Yeah. I'll do that with my girls. We'll always like fake a little accent once in a while. It's so fun. Especially when you hear the little word, like the little like phrases that you know are something funny, you know, but you just never heard it before.
Oh, I do it all the time.
Yeah.
I do it all the time. My youngest daughter does it all the time. Well, she inspires me to do it a lot. But I can be a funny fucker, to be honest with you. You get me good and stoned out in public, and man, you don't know what's gonna happen. But my youngest, she like does a very good like Brooklyn accent.
Oh
But
yeah.
I like McDonald's and stuff like that, especially like if you're like pulling into one that you don't ever usually go to.
Yeah.
Just pull into like any McDonald's and do like a random accent. Fuck it. I do it all the time. I do it all the time. People in the car won't even see it coming, but they'll be like, "Oh my god, I can't believe you just did that."
Right.
I like to make, because I know they can see it now too. I like to fucking throw like random phrases like the faces at the end of the order. You know what I mean? Just be like,
right.
Fucking just something stupid at the end.
Yeah.
Be like, oh man, that's a guy that just threw me that fucking goofy ass look.
Yeah.
All right, got way side off.
Right.
There.
Let's go 1 out of 1,000.
All right, 1 out of 1,000.
Just for funsies.
Let me get.
What's up, Green 13? Oh, geez, he wants the accent. I'll spot a T, mate. Oh, that's all I got. The stew.
Oh man! All right, I got minute 30 set up here. 1 to 1,000. You guys ready? I gotta put start up here in chat. Not until you see start, guys. Not until you see start. Don't forget to send me a number. I sent you another little text here just so you can see it and find it again. All right, I see the number. I got the number. Here you guys go. Timer has been started. You have start in chat.
I got my Clio pin on my hat.
I'm still bummed I missed that weekend event. I should have went today. I had to go down that way. I probably go down that way tomorrow. Now I'm kicking myself I didn't make it swing down there today. Because that would have been fun. I would have gladly lived around there today for that.
Right.
It's even more awkward to be in public fucking rubbing lotion on your leg like that, though.
Yeah, right. You just got to stare him in the eye while you do it, just like you're farting, you know, like then it's okay.
Right. That was, oh my. that moment. That's what I'm talking about right there, Kazoo, man. I hope that cat took an awkward moment, or what could have been an awkward moment. Man, I about fell down laughing that day. He just, oh, it was just perfect. It was, man.
Oh
He
man,
refused to look away, and I
right?
refused to look away, and it was.
He knew it too. He knew what you were doing. He's like, I'm gonna make you stare me in the eye.
Right on. That minute and 30 went quick. Some close
Chris
ones.
Martinez, you're picking a number for not this one. This is used, but a pipe from my buddy at Kazoo Glassworks. You can find him on Instagram. I've seen his pieces out in a few local shops around the area, so you can find him out and about, or check out him, DM him. Real nice guy. So yeah, glad to share one of those with one of you guys. Want to chat?
Well, I see one person that's pretty close there. Not dead on, but close.
Right.
I think that's it.
J20, what up?
So I guess we should just announce the number there too.
Yeah.
Make it easy.
Yeah.
Number was 426.
Yeah.
426. And then the closest one I seen was Tim, right?
Yep. Light it up, Tim. Is he in Canada? I can ship there, right?
Yeah, I don't think that'd be a problem.
Congrats, buddy. I'll DM me. I'll get with you on that. I got to get with him, and I'll get with you on that for sure. But we'll make it happen, man.
I don't think that would be too bad. Canada's pretty. It's
Yeah.
just more along the line. It takes a little bit longer to get there, is all. Shipping's
Right.
pretty decent.
Yeah. Yeah. No worries. Awesome.
Tim's probably fucking stoked, man. Tim, he cracks me up, man. He's one of my faves too. He
Yeah.
reminds me of so much of fucking Bubbles. That accent, that Canadian accent.
Oh man, dude, they came to town here and performed at the State Theater, the Trailer Park Boys. And we were on a date night, and my wife had no clue who they were. Oh man, she was out of there within like the first 20 minutes. It was horrible. She hated it. I didn't prepare it too
Tim,
well. I was like, "Oh yes, it's hilarious. You're gonna love it." Yeah, not so
Tim
much.
says thank you, but he'll pay it forward to the next person in the U.S.
Okay.
So, who was the next one closest to Ford? 26.
Better we could just do it over 1 through 100. I don't think people
US
like the
only.
1 to 1,000.
Well, I don't know if it's like it. It's just the wide range, I think.
Yeah. Let's do 1 to 100 or whatever. 1 to 3.
Tim is passing. That's right, Mystic. I know it's hard to believe too.
Paying it forward, man. That's awesome.
They're all trying to talk you into it. Like, yeah.
Aldridge just like, last chance, dude, because I want it. Dude was like, screw it, Tim, you're out. Let's do it.
There you go. He said, absolutely do it again. All
right.
right, 1 to 100, guys.
Man,
US
I
only.
always loved the double chances, like when somebody like didn't get it or something, there's another chance. It was so exciting. Like with all the seed giveaways, man.
I like this one because Tim's pretty much specified to the next U.S. only. So he kind of took us out of there. He took us out of that running. Thanks,
Right.
Tim. Appreciate that. You're solid. That's a solid dude right there.
Right.
1 to 100. U.S. Sorry. Here you guys go.
Run Boy
Start.
7426. It's one of these. It's not this one, but it's a pipe. One of these. It'll probably come with the attachment for a dab rig and the bowl. Mine did. I just haven't used the dab at all yet. But it's a really nice rig, man. It's a little. This one's a little dirty, but I really like it. Handmade here in Kalamazoo.
You know we fucked up.
Eagle, did you pick a number?
All right. Stop. No more numbers. Stop. Hold your numbers. You can't rightfully call a number now.
Did you say start? Did you say
yeah,
start?
they're already throwing fucking numbers up.
Oh,
all right.
No.
All right, we got to figure this out. 1 to 100. If you want to use your same numbers again, I'm not even looking. I realized that like early on, I was like, shit.
Oh, you pick it this time.
All right, I got it. I had to think about it too. And I went for my normal. I went for my normal because they usually have a pretty good idea what they like to get in my head.
I was gonna say, man. At one point, I thought about like going back and trying to see all the numbers you would pick. You know, and let's see if they like you could. Oh, he picked this one often. But then I was like, that'd be cheap.
Yeah. It'd be a good way to go back.
Right.
Oh, they're flying this time around too. Look at them. What's up, J420? Michigan love to you too. Guess still got a whole 56 seconds yet. A lot of guesses on this one though.
I know. Can't find my phone to look through, to scroll through.
Oh man,
there's a couple close ones.
Yeah, nobody right on yet, but definitely some very close ones.
Everybody loves Tim. You want to be a hero, give something back away. That's awesome. That's the community right there, man. Everybody gives.
Let's go. That's the end of it. Just gotta see the official stop. But there's definitely some close ones.
Yeah.
It made it. It was almost too close. Thank God, goodness that one was closer than the other. It was only 1 and 2, one
right.
away and 2 away. So the number was 36.
Yeah.
Holy shit! It is 1 and 1. It's got to be a shootout.
Oh no! Are you serious?
Yeah. It's between Sun Grown with 37. Sun Grown,
did somebody guess twice though? Did one of them guess twice?
I don't think so. And then the other person, Run Boy 7426 had 35. So
Yeah, but Aldrich said he might have guessed already. Did Run Boy guess already?
I don't. Yeah, he's got another. I think he does have. Yeah, he does have 2 guesses. What about who's the other?
That's your tiebreaker then.
Yeah, it is too. Because you're only technically supposed to have 1 guess, unless
Right.
you've seen somebody else that's already had your number. So, and nobody else
Right.
had 35. That was your number too. I don't know why you second guessed. Never second guess yourself, please. Yeah, that's a technicality there. That's what it's there for.
Yeah, that 30. I
That's
like
what
that
it's there
36
for.
number too. Yeah, that pops up.
Yep. So Sun Grown 707. I believe that you're the official winner there. He said
His
his
first
first
guess was
guess was
37.
37.
Sun grown. All right. Nice.
Sounds like it was meant to
Congratulations.
be.
That's awesome. DM me, buddy. Instagram at Kazoo Kush. We'll work it out. That's awesome. Congrats, bud. You're gonna like it.
Oh yeah, it's pretty awesome, man. Really awesome. He's got some. You guys can't be missing his episode on Sunday, man. He's got he's got a fun night playing
Yeah.
out too. Yeah,
Nice.
yeah. Sometimes, man, I get jealous of you guys. Come on, man, give away a bunch of cool shit.
Oh man. I was like searching around trying to figure stuff out, you know. It's like what can I give that's kind of cool. So yeah, man. Giveaways are always fun, man. Everybody loves that, you know. It's like it's always an ace in the hole. Even if your interview
Maybe
bombs, if you
that's
give something away, people are be like, he's a nice guy.
you know that's just karma right there. I think because you know, I mean, I knew he's already got something planned ahead. So maybe that's just fate or karma. We're paying him for the good deeds that he's
Yeah,
got planned ahead for tomorrow.
yeah. The more you give, man. I mean, it's so silly. You know, I'm not silly, but you just hear it all the time. But if you just start giving, you know, you're gonna feel great about it. So even right there, you're already winning, and then things happen to come around and benefit from you when you do that, man. I do believe in karma, 100%.
Wait a second. I got us on technicalities here. I didn't see no 237. Oh, now I gotta go back to look.
Oh man, there's drama in chat. It's all my fault.
Oh,
I don't think it's the act of putting 2 numbers in that disqualifies you. I think it's just your first number that counts. So I think it's your
well then,
second number doesn't count.
if you go by that, then they gotta go by the shootout regardless. Because
I don't know.
then it's a tie. Yeah, either way, if you go by that, because he did throw out 37, and 37 was the other number, right? 35 and 37. I'm confused here. I don't know. It's Run Boy. Then Run Boy had another one, 81. As I scroll up, I only see 37 from.
Yeah, I think we're good. Sungrown gets it. Cool.
Yeah.
Everybody's good, I think. Chad always figures it out, man. Everybody's cool in there.
I think I went too far.
The American one's always got to come in and poke, doesn't he? What's up, Tal? When's he coming on? Halloween?
He says he's going to show his face before Halloween there.
All right. What are you scared of, Tal? Come on, man. We're just growing weed.
Yeah, after I say start there, Sungrown only says 37. Yeah. In my book, it's clearly Sungrown. He does say 32 too. There it is too. So yeah, I say the only fair way is to make them shoot it out, right?
That's your.
Or does that disqualify them both? Damn it! Damn it!
This is not supposed to be this complicated or this. What's up, Ginger Snaps?
What up?
Chiba.
I guess. Damn. Is it? All right, hold on. I think I have a technicality here. I've got this figured out. All
right, man. I bow to you.
I think I got this figured out. So it comes down to, because that's the rule. You can put out another number if you've seen that your number has already been taken in chat. So
right.
Technically, if Sungrown threw out 37 and Run Boy threw out 37, and who's to say that, he didn't look back through chat and go, oh fuck, somebody already went threw out 37. So he had right to throw out a second number at that point.
And what was his second number? 34 or 35?
Well, what I'm saying there is yeah, his second number was off, way off.
Oh.
So I guess that's another technicality too.
I don't know. I have no idea.
So if that were the case, then you go by the second number that he threw out there that wasn't even close, and then you got to go to the next person.
I was told there would be no math on this show. Okay. I'm not in any state to be adding anything.
That's not what happened, DLP 2372. So all right. I gotta go back through this one last time. Then you're gonna have to try to make sense of this all.
Should I get a chart? Are we gonna have to make a chart?
You might have to. Damn it. See, damn it. Damn it. See, basically, if you go by the rules, because Sungrown, if you go by, basic rules here. All right, there's my stop.
Okay, here. How about this? I'm going to give one to both of them. That solves the problem. I'll make it work. We'll figure it out. I'm sure my buddy at Kazoo Glassworks will give me a good deal. So it's all of. Let's give them both one. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, chat. Problem solved. Piece of cake.
All right. I don't know. He said, "I'll be giving it back tomorrow, sun grown, sun grown, sun, sun."
That's his new prize for tomorrow.
It's getting way too complicated now.
Right.
There you go. I guess.
It's all love, man. It's all growers love.
I've got some beans I would be interested in the giveaway. Too much compounding right now. Too
Yeah.
much compounding to be throwing beans on it too.
We were just getting the numbers cleared out of our heads.
I'm still catching up on chat here, trying to wade my way through this.
Man, there's some long things. They got to be on a computer to type that much.
You know what's funny is I hear people bitch, well, like not bitch, but people. I've seen people go, "I'm on my phone," and like they're having like not as quick on chat, and I'm the other way. I'm quicker on my phone than I'm on that keyboard.
Yeah, I
I
know. Because
type
I can
like a
swipe. Yeah, do the swipe on my phone. Yeah.
Oh, I've let the predictive shit. It knows me now. Scary knows me.
Yeah. That's awesome. Bong rip time, somebody said. Might as well.
I'll take them up on that. Yeah. That's great. I guess I'm still stumped on my technicalities here. I try to learn from. I'm trying to learn from these experiences too. So.
Right, right. Yeah, how to not have it happen in the future.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta, you don't want to have a whole rule book you get out either, though. Normally it goes
Right.
smoothly. Normally it goes pretty smoothly.
It does. It does.
Yeah, man, I won
Seems
some
to.
feeds from Res Genetics on your show. He got those out to me. That was awesome. Then I won some from you, from North Star, Buddha's Hand. So I popped a few of those with Agent Orange. So yeah,
I can't
we'll see
wait
what
to see
happens.
what you get out of that Buddha's hand. I just like the name in itself just suggests a good, something that
Yeah,
you'd smoke among friends and fucking have a
right.
good time with.
It's got Jesus OG in it. Do you know anything about that strain?
Oh, Jesus is fire.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was one of the sub strains right there.
yeah,
Jesus OG. That's what the hell's OG times space queen. I could be wrong about that. I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
yeah.
I
That's
look.
in there.
I'm not like all Jackie with the strains there. I write all my
Oh
shit
man,
down.
that dude's amazing with that
There's
stuff. I wish I could.
I'm like that with fucking song lyrics, man. I to this day, man, find myself like all songs from when I was a kid, know like the whole song, and I'm like, man, I don't know how I've wasted brain space on that shit, but you can't
Dude,
remember that shit.
I'll have songs that I've known since middle school, and I still don't know half the words. I'll be singing along, and I still mumble half the words, man. I could never get all the words together.
Them are the fun ones to sing, by the way.
Oh yeah, yeah. At full lung capacity for sure.
I've heard fucking yeah. There's songs I still like. I watch the videos on YouTube and like they have the lyrics on there, and I'm reading along, and I'm like, what? Couple
Yeah,
Pearl
right.
Jam songs I've fucking figured out some true lyrics to. I'm like,
Right.
man,
Yeah.
I wasn't even close.
Yeah.
Holy
No.
fuck.
Samsonite. I was way off. Oh. Yeah, that's just funny when you find those ones that you really were, or like when somebody else is singing it and they say something way different, and you're like, whoa, 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 it ain't that, and then you're going back and forth until you Google it. Oh.
It was Hell's OG times Jack the Ripper. That's
Oh,
close. That's basically. So yeah, definitely a good one.
nice.
Jack always brings good structure and that nice lemon. A little bit of lemon to it. That Hell's
Yeah.
OG always kicks your dick to the dirt.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was
That's
a
awesome.
special cut too that they worked with that Hell's OG.
Okay. Nice. I'm excited for that. There's another one I got going it's Trinity versus Triangle Kush by CSI Humboldt. Um, that one I looked up like the Trinity and the Triangle, and they're both supposed to have some really good healing properties. So um, that's when man, that CSI Humboldt, the dude really hooked me up, and I when I first was looking for seeds and stuff on through the message boards, I found them, and he had some cornbread Bubba seeds that I ordered from him, but they were like a vintage stock, and none of them popped, and so I emailed them, and I had other stuff that had popped, and so I emailed them, and he was real cool and got back to me after a little while, and then uh, ended up sending me this package with like 5 different packs of seeds, man, with some really fire stuff, some like Obama Kush, just a really cool, nice selection, and was just a really stand up dude, man. And I wasn't expecting that, man. I was just looking for the 5 seeds I had, paid for, and he didn't have to do that, so that was really cool. So I got some fire crosses with that stuff. So that was one of the Trinity versus Triangle Kush. So I'm excited for that one too. Yeah.
Yeah, that triangle is supposed to be good stuff. Run Boy 7426 would like to know, do you mainly grow from seed?
Yeah. Yep. That's all I've been doing, man. I really enjoy it. I just love popping seeds and trying to keep them alive. It's not always easy, I mean, even this last set of seeds, man, I had the other ones stunted, man. The ones popped right up, and the other ones kind of stunted. They still pop tails, but then I don't know. I might have let it dry out a little too much, and those ones just never really, did much after that. So, my germination rate was good at first, I thought, but then I lost like I don't know, like a quarter of them. One of them was just that certain breeder. None of those popped. That was Granddaddy Purple. I was excited about that one, but none of those pop. So I don't know, but yeah, I love popping. I love going from seeds. Really like throwing some pollen out, just trying to experiment with that. The sex change spray from 2020 Mendocino. It's a lot of fun to play with because then you can make feminized seeds. You have one less thing to worry about. I know there's controversy, but if you're just talking about getting into growing and practicing and using seeds, practice growing seeds, fem autos, man, it's a great way to get people going and getting them a harvest in their bowls to smoke, So I've done a little side project trying to make some seeds from that just to hand out, just to grow for myself and give out to some local friends that are getting into growing. But yeah, I don't sell anything. I'm not, I just grow for myself. Just got my medical card. So just, I just enjoy growing and learning all about it. But yeah, popping seeds, man, that can be a whole challenge, man. It can humble you pretty quick too. You think you're doing great, and all of a sudden they're just, nosedived. It's like it's a fun challenge.
Yeah, I enjoy popping seeds.
Yeah.
Just just popped some testers from. I guess I could talk about it. You didn't say not to. Ah, you didn't say not to.
I mean,
But I
I
got
don't think press is a bad thing.
right. I'm popping. I'm testing again. I've let the cat out of the bag for Empire now. Again, guess I should put it there. And what I've just popped the other day, I've ran the barbecue gorilla before, but that's what I just dropped. I just dropped a bunch of these. Is the barbecue gorilla F1V2, which is the GG4 times the face on fire, which is really good. The original version was real good, so I can't wait to see uh, what else he's got. Then he sent
Yeah.
me this 6-shooter. I got to test out,
Okay.
which is Skittles times Triangle Kush,
Oh,
BX
nice.
times 3 times Gelato 41 times Kush Mints 11 times Wi-Fi 43 times Face Off OG.
Holy
6-shooter.
crap, dude. Those are all, I've heard of most of those. And I don't know a ton about strains, but like those are sound like some fire crosses.
And then he
Nice.
sent me Citrus Blazer, which is Empire Pie times Face on Fire.
Okay.
So
That's
all
awesome,
those should
man.
be
That's
good.
exciting. Popping seeds is exciting. Growing them out, like so much fun. It's hard to learn, like searching the phenos though. Like that's something I really learned this year, like spotting the differences in the phenotypes, like, oh, this one did grow a little differently than that one. So, and then thinking like I don't have the plant count to take a bunch of clones and keep and search for the right strain right now, like so I can't do much of that. But it was fun. It was a good experience, like seeing the different strains and learning how to like pick the ones I want and then trying to label them and smoke the different ones to figure it out. But yeah, man, it's all a learning process, but it's all fun. There's no bad day testing out your weed you grew,
Right? Yeah. And there are a lot of phenos. The last that smash cake went both ways. I had one that was, from what I've harvested so far, I had one that was really nice and fuely, and the other one was primal punch with a little bit of fuel. And
Yeah.
actually, was I'm kind of I've had it's been so long since I've had fuel. I've kind of already wore it down a little bit.
Right.
I do that a little bit though. Smoke a couple zips in a row of something, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Uh, but it had been so long since I had some good fuel, man. That shit for when the first, couple of days to a week when I was really chiefing on it hard was like just punching me right in the face, man. It was
Yeah.
so different than the profiles that I had around for a while that it was refreshing. I missed it. So that one will probably win the pheno selection. I'll probably
Right.
keep that one because I've got a lot of primal leaners laying around, both
Yeah.
version 1 and 2. So I don't need another primal. I want something that's smash cake or the wedding side of it.
Yeah. Do you find being a caregiver really rewarding?
Oh hell yeah,
Yeah.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I've been able to work with some patients that have really needed it, and it's
Right.
always an honor to show up and give them that stuff they need and make sure they have all their stuff and more or less just give them hope. You know,
Right.
uh, the brain cancer patient that I worked with there for the longest time, man, he needed it. In his
Right.
worst, when they were going through the worst phases of chemo with him, man, he was knocked down and didn't know what to do, and RSO helped him start eating again and helped him, get some really good rest. So
Yeah.
it's and for me, even if you were to happen to like step in with somebody like that and it wasn't where the medicine would actually help, you know what I mean? You
Right.
came in that late, you
Right.
still
Right.
get coming in and providing, helping provide a better quality of life,
Yep.
for
Yep.
the final days. Might not have kicked it, might not have kicked its ass, but man, the time that they're here and have left, uh,
Right. Yep. If you can ease that pain a little bit, man, it's worth it.
oh
Yeah.
yeah, oh yeah. No, I'm lucky enough to right now. Uh, I have a patient of mine that's a vet, double amputee,
Okay.
and I love helping him out, man, for
Yeah.
multiple reasons. Just because I can feel his pain for what he's going through currently, but I respect the shit out of him
Yeah.
for fighting for my country and shit. So
Yep.
it's an
Yep.
honor and a pleasure to help him.
Yeah.
You know,
Man, shout out to all the vets, man. Love all you guys, man. I had, several buddies serve and just couldn't be more proud of those guys, man. They just, you know, they kick ass, man, all of them. And love them all for all the work they do. It's really awesome. My one buddy, man, I actually the one that I hit in the car accidents, he ended up serving. We lived together in the house where we smoked all the, weed. We were roommates there. That's where we really became buddies. And then 9/11 happened while we were living together at that house, and we talked about it, and that's what spurred him on to serve, and um, that was a time in my life where I was contemplating it, but I didn't do it, and I always kind of regretted it, man. And I always, was so proud of him for doing it, and he went over and dude, I sent him some care packages, I buried some little booze bottles in a little false bottom and shipped them like just the goofiest stuff I could find and sent those packages out, whenever I could. And that meant the world to him, man. Like he still talks about it to this day. So man, if you know a service member, if you got anybody serving overseas, send them a package, man. Like just some silly stuff or whatever. It really means the world to them. Just that little bit of home. So yeah, shout out to all service members for real. Much love.
sure, man, sure. Well, man, I think we need to wrap this up. You see it, man. I don't like to be the one to pull the plug, man. You definitely went the gauntlet tonight, man.
Love it,
Definitely
man.
made
That's
it.
awesome. That's awesome. I appreciate it. Don't forget your sound bite.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not gonna forget it. It's just letting you speak, my man. Just letting you speak.
Yeah, all
You know,
right.
I did. It's been fun, man. I appreciate the kazoo dance song, man.
Yeah,
That was
buddy.
pretty awesome, man. That's good shit. Well,
That was
as you
all for
know,
me.
that invitation is permanent. Those numbers stay the same. Anytime you want to come and hang out, the rabbit hole panel episode, feel free to jump in, ask questions, drop some knowledge, just hang out and smoke. I don't really
Appreciate that,
care.
man. I appreciate that. That's an honor. That's an honor, man. From chat to the show. I appreciate you, man. I love the show. Love the chat. Man, it's awesome, man. It's been a great time.
No, man, I appreciate you, man. I really dig it when I'm out at these events and people come up and say hello and fucking get to meet people firsthand. It's pretty awesome, man. And I'm
Yeah.
glad you did. You know,
Yeah. Yep.
I'm glad
Me too.
it's been fucking hopefully not the last time, man. You Michigan native. Now I got to meet and talk with you a couple times. Now it's even more of a want I fucking get to hang out with you at the
I
next
know,
event.
man. I'll
So
be up that way for deer camp, man. So maybe I'll swing the burb your way. We'll have a little smoke sesh or something.
hell yeah, hell yeah. Just meet up, and I mean, there's a lot of us. I mean, in this area, like I said,
Yeah.
there's let's see here. There's me. There's Date Man Dan. There's Birdwatcher 420. Mr. Green Pots is from up around this area.
Okay.
Normish
Nice.
Micros up here. Uh, Northern Connections is
Thanks, Chief.
not far from here. There's some, yeah, it's crazy how many actually really good growers are nested up here in
Yeah.
northern Michigan.
That's
It
awesome,
was,
man.
I didn't realize that for the longest time. I was actually, back in the good caregiver days
Yeah.
when you could like go to the clubs and just backpack it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And
Yeah.
so you'd go into the clubs and you'd be tabled up with some of these other caregivers, and I went for like months before I, actually realized that a lot of the date from Lower Michigan was coming from up north. We were all following each other down the highway and fucking hitting
Right.
the tables. Didn't even
man.
know it, and shit, man. It wasn't like a month into it. We're like, oh, you're from up there. You're from up there. Holy
Yeah.
shit, man.
Yeah.
It's crazy, man.
I love it, dude. I love, I wish everybody was in Michigan, man. It's a great state. I love that we got such a great community here and can meet up. And, it adds a little bit extra special that it is, everybody close and there's a chance to meet up. But, I hope everybody can come to an event, somewhere close to everybody and, or just meet up with whoever's in your area. Whenever there's an event, throw out something on Instagram and say, hey, man, who else is going and just meet up. It's cool, man. You're not going to regret it. It's all cool people. We're all on here doing the same stuff, trying to learn the same things, so it's all about growers love and support.
Anything, it's always nice to smoke some flower that
Right.
isn't in your garden.
Right. Or get some hash.
Yeah. You
Needle
try
hash
that stuff,
here.
man.
Oh yeah. I put it on a couple bowls, man. It's awesome. I haven't used a lot though. I say I was saving it for tonight and I totally forgot. Although after what it did to Miss D's, I was like, man, maybe I shouldn't. I don't want to just be passed out on the couch.
It doesn't work like that with me. I don't know that for me that the bubble, unless I'm like it's a super and I'm by the all day thing. It's like an energy buzz for me. But
Yeah,
for
your
some people,
tolerance
it
is
can.
probably a little higher than the normal person, though.
Yeah, I would say. I would say my tolerance is just way a little bit higher than
A
most people.
little above average.
I found myself the other day at Clio fucking and up north. The last two events, man. Fucking in Clio, I was when we had the tables all pushed together. I ended up having two. It ended up coming down to me and Rascal Farmer. I looked over my shoulder on it. He had rolled up a big hash joint of that hash,
Oh.
and nom nom. I was like, man, I knew it was gonna come down to me and you. And then we were up north here at last weekend. Date Man Dan and Birdwatcher, myself, and Tara Wilson, and
Tara, Dink
Red
Man,
Eye Rustler, and Modern
Red Eye,
Genetics.
what up?
They all
Mama?
crapped out on me, man. I fucking was standing there next to the fire. I had a fucking joint in each hand. I'm like, man, I can't believe this. They're like, oh, you're a diehard. I'm like, I guess, man, but I'm just not gonna let it go to waste. I fin- I finished both joints in each hand too. Made me feel like a really stoner too, because I was like, yeah.
I'm not falling asleep, chat. My eyes just get super squinty when I'm that stoned. But I promise I'm awake. Love all you guys. Cheers, chat.
All right, we can't forget the soundbite. I'm hitting
All
record right now.
It's Kazoo Kush here on fucking Talking Shit with Eagle. Check them out. It's a great time. Come hang out with us in chat. Come hang out with everybody. Spread growers love. Thanks, Eagle.
Thank you, my friend. I think that's what I was gonna do tonight, man. I got some watering to do, but I think I'm gonna fucking. Well, you gotta. Well, unfortunately, you're gonna be in. You gotta wait. I'll post yours. I'll post yours. Yours will make Instagram, but to see it in the clip, you know what I mean? I'm trying to keep them in the hundreds. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I still got to put together 1 to 2. So you'll be in the 2 to 3 range. Volume 3.
What episode? What episode am I? What number am I?
209, brother.
209. I like that.
209.
I like that number. All right. Awesome.
Can't believe that they're stacked up that high.
Right. I know.
Man.
It's awesome, man. You got to keep it rolling, man. And people are going to help you out, man. Smiley would do an episode. Other people would hop on and do a chat episode. Like all you got to do is pop it on and people would just run with chat and hop on, You don't have to, like, you could still take a day off technically and run the show, you know.
Right now.
But
I
I
feel
feel
bad
like
about calling that an episode though.
but that's better than nothing than you, like, you know, just not showing up one night, you know.
I felt guilty the other day when I was cambered off working, man. I got so much shit done that night, man. That it was a gift on itself, man. I actually, that was the longest miss. Who was it? I think it was Nugs that said something. Because I was like, man, I actually got trimmed for like 5 hours, 4 or 5 hours. And she's like, that's average, isn't it? And I'm like, not for this fucking guy, because, man,
Right.
I got too much shit to do. I rotate my tasks, man. I do. You know,
Yeah.
I'm not going to, my neck hurts if I do this for too long, man. You know,
Right.
stare down and trim. So I'll
Yeah.
do that for like 2 hours or like my morning session. Like,
Mm-hmm.
because I'll smoke like 3 joints in the morning. I ain't even gonna lie to you. 3 joints in the morning for breakfast. So that's usually my trim time while I'm sitting there having some coffee. If I haven't got on the bike, I'll fucking trim. Then I'll
Right.
go do something else. And if I get work my way through my list and I've got some extra time to sit down, I'll sit down and start trimming again. But
Yeah.
fucking 8 hours of trimming, that shit ain't happening unless
Right.
it's a must to crunch time. I ain't trimming for no fucking 8 hours.
Right. Yeah. I just ordered one of those iBud trimmers on Amazon. It's like a metal bowl and it's got a blade thing that spins around and a top thing. A buddy of mine said it worked pretty good, but I've already got most of my stuff trimmed anyway, but we'll see if it works. I'll put it up, put pictures of it up and see if it works. But man, trimming does suck. I've got in the groove lately, so I don't like really realize it, but it does suck. Those chickamasas or whatever, those scissors are a lifesaver, man. Because last year I was trimming, man, I was getting cramps like crazy. I haven't got a cramp this year. I've been able to just keep plowing through. So those things were really nice, worth the money.
Dry trimmer, I never asked you.
What's that?
Dry trimmer. Dry trimmer.
Yeah, so I'll take the fan leaves off, you know, as much as I can when they're standing before I take them, and then, you know, I'll cut and hang, and then I'll try and take the fan leaves off again. And but yeah, dry trim, yeah. After that, but I'm still
Yeah,
learning on
it's
that
not
too.
my favorite. I'd rather wet trim if I could, but it doesn't always work out like that.
Yeah, I'll
Nowadays,
get a
I'm
good
even
amount of it
cheating.
done. You know, I'll get a good chunk of it done wet, but not all of it. Like I'll leave. Because I mean, these strains I was running, you know, it was Bud White Genetics on Instagram, and there's a lot of frosty little leaves. You know, I didn't want to cut a ton off, you know, because I'm smoking it all anyway. So, you know, it was nice to have a strain that wasn't crazy. Like the strain I had last year was nuts. Like it took a lot of trimming. So, you know, if you hate trimming, look for strains that are easy to trim. Like you can find out, ask people who've grown it, and they'll let you know. Yeah, because there's ones that like are really a bear. So you got to really love that strain to make it worth it. So just search, you know, search the hashtag, whatever strain it is, find somebody that's growing it. Like, hey man, how was that to trim? You know, if you hate trimming.
Oh, I agree with that 100%. 100%. Even you don't want to be stuck with something now that you hate trimming, even if it's
Right.
a great buzz, man. That's there's still a hate to it. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Yeah.
Why? There's so many good
Even
flowers
in the
out there.
back of
Where
your
you,
mind, when you break that butt out, you're still cussing in the back of your mind, like, you sucked at trim.
oh yeah, I've definitely have X'd a lot of strains because of that trim right there, man. It's
Yeah, yeah. It's cool you can spot that stuff though because you've done it so long. Like I'm excited to be able to spot things I like or don't like, you know, like and just learn the different plants. Like I'm looking forward to like growing some of the same strains over and over, or not, or just keeping, you know, moving with new strains. Like that's always exciting too. I don't know. I just enjoy it all.
right. Yeah, it's a never ending journey there. You know, it just seems to progress and progress and progress. That's another thing, though. I don't know. You know, I guess that the breeding part of it there. I like to think that's a progression that you should take that in time, because you can burn yourself out, man. There's been quite a few times where I found myself to be a little bit burned out, but playing always finds a way to take me down another rabbit hole and learn
Right.
something else. But
Yeah. Yeah, it's all gonna ebb and flow. I'm gonna go through phases, I'm sure, of trying different things, but I'm excited for all of them. To try whichever way. I'm
never
I'm
know, you
excited to
might
get
hit
something
that
dialed
one.
in.
You might hit that amazing one right off the fucking freshman effort and shit, and just be like,
Right.
okay, I'm done. Here it
Yeah.
is.
There it is, 5:20. Cheers, everybody. Cheers, chat. Dab it
We've
up.
been waiting for it too.
Oh man, cheers for everybody hanging in this long. That's awesome. Glad I made it. I'm glad you all were hanging out. Appreciate it. Growers love.
That's how the show got to be so long right now. This is the point that I hate. This is as bad as giving the bill.
Yeah, right.
You know what? I'm serious, man. The show actually got to be this long because I actually noticed the wave. There's still 50 people watching. You
Right,
know
right,
how
right.
hard it is to just like
To
slam the
end the
door on
party,
like
like
50 people.
you're the mom that's coming down and telling everybody they got to turn the scary movie off and the sleepover is over.
I
Kids,
would almost rather.
put your rigs away.
I guess I kind of deter it with the shout outs and asking everybody to stay and tell the shout outs. But yeah,
Yeah,
I guess I would rather have it be the other way where I'm like, there's only me left. Might as well sign off.
yeah, right. Oh man, that's awesome, man. I'll hop off, Eagle. I'm tired, man. I appreciate you. I appreciate you having me. Cheers, chat. Cheers, everybody. Congrats on the winners. Hit me up on Instagram, Kazoo Kush, and we'll figure it out, man. I'll get that stuff to you as soon as I can. Uh, Appreciate everybody.
Oh man, appreciate you and thank you, man. Don't forget to put up that Zoom number, or if you
All
lose
right,
it, ask for it again.
all right, man. We'll do.
Peace, man.
Awesome.
Have a great night. Kazoo Kush, man. We got to know the kazoo. He played his fucking dad songs, gave shit away. How much cooler of a guest can you ask for? It's gonna be a fucking it was a fucking amazing night. It's been a good night. Fucking stoked but see, that's one of the things too, man. You guys make the show too easy to want to do. To come hang out with you great people every night. It's fucking awesome. Try to find something here to do the shout outs too. How'd you guys enjoy tonight's show? I know I enjoyed it. A lot of people hung out to the end, man. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Oh man, 84 songs in the show. Show songs list. What can we find that we won't get in trouble for? That's another thing. I definitely need to find new music. I guess we'll start out with the jungle. Welcome to the jungle. Thank you, Miss These Nuts. All Voodoo Ultras. You guys are awesome. Date brownies. Lemon Hoko. Man, I hope you do take me up on that offer, man. And hope that things look up for you, my friend. Positive vibes to you. Everybody send some positive vibes over to Lemon. Great dude. Let's see here. Who we gonna start out with tonight? Might as well start out from the end and work my way back. I can't believe I almost burned the shout outs list, man. Seldom Seen, John Smith, Oak Park Gardens, Hell, 9782, Skunky Packs, Martial Artist, 2012, Macro Slave Hefner, Robert, Mr. Green Figures, Thomas. I just seen him. I know he's in chat. Who else we got here? We have David McDizzle, Medically Fit, Lemon Hoko, KGB, Rancho Costa Plenty, Monkey Balls. Who be touching my monkey ball? Indra Kaplan, Bobby Lynn Means, Mr. Mac, Bill S., Trench Digger, Weedus, Weed Peace, Tonya Like Blona, Tater Delicious, Minty, Country Roots, Iron Fire Genetics, Earth Creeper, Bill Ray 420, Tommy Drycombs, Teeny 101, Buds and Hazards. Oh, that's a different one, huh? B-Man's Farms 616, Mr. Oh, who the hell? Man, my handwriting is terrible sometimes. Mr. Club 19, hopefully. Mike Bauer, Knob North. Shadow Warrior, Valley Green 514. Neil Jensen, Oz Indica, Dr. MJ Coco, Brandon Russ, Matthew Gates, These Bags, Drone Star, Shotgun Willie, Dank Yoda, Jay Simmons, Sir Bro, Grows, Clackamas Coop, DJ Conley, Michigan Grown Buds Farms, Aaron the Grower, Your Boy Roar Boy, Delta 9, Jay McDaniels, Clackamas 420, Stinky Cola, Dylan Steinford, PFC Farms, Aaron the Grower again, Krusty Socks 1975, hey, Mr. Hanky, Sungrown 707 will be here tonight. That's Sunday night. Talking with me, tell me about himself. It'll be a pleasure to speak with him as well. C.A. Dro, J420, Joey Y, Cascadian Grow, Tito's McGee, Four Plants A, Weedworks, Captain Scrog, Skunky Buds, Hans Warrior, Jackie Young, Tara Lee Live, McGaster Tempe, Annie N. I just seen Annie. Cheers to you, Annie. Who else we got here? Dank Brownies, D Urge, Green Jr., Leon from All Purpose Plus, Green Goose, Smile 11 Smiles 11, Bindu Buds, Micro, Rasta Grows, D's House and Dank, Mama Law 710, Scarecrow 420, Joey Y, Green Thumb Bum, Christina, MG89, Unplugged 705, Medical McGullicuddy. That only took 5 times on that one. Only 5 times on that one. Rick T. the Rebel, 9G207, Fabian Selenius, Dave's not here. Tom Spout, Grave Walker, Mendo Dope, T-Dog, Dung Beetle, Red Eye Jedi Grows, Mother Nature's, Justin Conway, Jabriz Aldi, Run Boy 7426, Justin Good Earth, Strongman, Okie 75, Corey Trevor, Michael Wallace, Mole Vision 420, Grave Walker again, Jabriz Aldi again, Who's Your Daddy, Taco, Don Slug, Rick S, In the Bushes 827, James Simon, Kevin Hahn, World's Last Hope, Pete's Fan 420, Biomentor, Boca King, Raz, Pop Little Slow Roll, Spiky Pilots, Matt, Steelbird, Indo 11, Stephanie V, Shark Pulley 989, Von Braun, Sovereign Gardens, Stoner Nation 420, Painted Lady, Frank Booth, Fuel House Farms, Jay Myers, Shamid, The Chat, Mr. Manny D, Bag Seeds, Dr. GGC, Jeff, Strutter 911, Dutch Grows 420, Scallywag Farms 420, Abolish and Mrs. C, Skill Bowl 1. The Cannon Kate, Med Grower 1, Empire Breeding Co., Pagroli, Lost Leaf, Pedro, Liam Mass, Danny Danko, Breeder Steve, A.B. Bear 7, sorry, B Bear 7. Allie Noble, CK, Tom Trinidad, Dog 16, Jamid, Lonely Jester, Smoking in a Small Town, Tim S, Mr. Lazy, Roy Feather Grows, Rafter Grows, Automation is Freedom, Rob, and Robert Hazelton, Rory, Michigan Corey, Double Tap again, Bob Grows, Mr. Green Thumb 42808, Rooting Prospect, Cannon Bus Driver, Hayden Life, Kenny 710, Operation Grow was like here last night, Pete. Great episode. Great episode last night, Pete. That was my pleasure, man. T-Ben, 426.96. There's somebody I burned off the other part of that. I don't even know who the hell it is anymore. TM 429.96. Runut 619. Dr. Scrambles, VB Moonrocks, GH F Double J, Stealth Grows 56, Bio Greens, Mr. Hanky Sanky 420 OG, KP Georgia Grows, Georgia Joe, my bad. Ganja Nana, Your Mama, Roy Rodriguez, Jim Seagulls, Bob Grows again, Nature's Best Snugs, GR420 Community Videos. That is GMO right there. The Lone Stoner, Bee Growing, Killer Bee Grows, Roy Rodriguez, Ganja Wizard, Husky Gardens, Nut Tree 420, Dr. Ooh, Soil Life 420, Bully Life, Jeff Rowe 420, Dr. Franklin Booty, Beavis 698, Goddamn I'm Baked, The Riffin' Fat Boy, Ted Nugent's Test. Good morning, E. Good morning. Jack Greenstock, 420, Spartan Grown, Boom Farms, Mr. Boom, man. That's a cool dude right there. Miss you, Boom. Smiley's Gardens, Charlie's Farms, I miss him too. Aldridge 25, JD's, miss these nugs. That smile could light up the fucking world, I swear to God. Smoke and Grow Fraser, Grow Koski, Twisted Roots, Faded Fiber 420, Jeff Dorowski, Genetic Memory Farms, Evolve 420, Cameron Bagseed, Joe Carter, Mystic Mercs, Mystic Grower, Ginger Snaps was in chat tonight. We missed Ginger. I kill DTTW. Notice I reversed that list just for you, Ginger. DTTWE grows a Rick Wolf, DLP 2372, Ned Denver, Sergeant Pepper 420, Kenny Trooper, Sequence 3, Blind Cat 420. Lost my music. My phone went dead. Blind Cat 420. Light up again. Tim. UKSIF 420. Buddha Boy. Devin Shipwreck. Medical MJ. Budsville, USA. Resurrection Prophet. Budsville, USA, Medical MJ, Devin Shipwreck, Buddha Boy, if I haven't said those, Chris Martinez, Tara Wilson, Dankman 420, Dankman Dan, Red Setter Farms, Good Life, Bill Sid, Joni Bell, Chicha B, Most Hated Grower, the Major General 420 Army. That's a funny video you posted today, General. The American One, always a pleasure talking with you, the American One. And I truly mean that. I dig hanging out with you. W Digger 714 Sharate, Kenny Olds, Genetics, Mountain Skies, ready to hit that hot fire. Chris Mertz, even. It does that little side. Dirt Road Dude, Kanashiba, Jose Ramirez, Red Eye Rustler, Dab Goblin, Dr. Buzz Lightyear, Acetone. Please pop your head back up, Doctor. Doctor. 710 Cannon Canuck, Cannon Queen Genetics, Stabby Tanazi, Pumdor Dankman Dan. Or I'm sorry, Dirtman Dan. Keith the Black Sales. We have Mr. Bosilis, Zen Premium Gardens, Rasta Jess, Rasta Bob. I believe that's everybody over there at the EO crew. Spiky Pilots, Soiled Roots, Small Tubes, Tyler TZ, Michigan North Michigan Micro, Ouija Buds, Dub T Roy, Big Jar Grows GC, John, Modern Genetics, Last PPJ15. Of course, SoCal Weed Nerd, my girls Lexi, Brittany, and Courtney. I love you girls. Brittany, my baby girl, my oldest. It's hard to say call you my baby when you're my oldest. I miss you so much. I hope to see you very, very soon. It's been too long. Green County Grower, CJ Apple, Perfectly Imperfected, Dollar Tree Grower, T1 Production, Stank Grower, DOA Grown Meds, Miss Nudie Grows, I Gruesome, Johnny Caniseed, Miss Nutrient Shootouts, Naughty Nicky, Zoe and Slammer, NNY, Pixel Monkey, St. Bernard's Observation Booth, High Spice, Aldridge 25, Miss Madam T. Hopefully you're enjoying your hike. I believe you're on a hike currently. Stu Moo, Mo Grower, the Candy Cake, Loki Grows, Sus, This Guy, 7979 Burton, Polish Hammer, Midwest Outlaws, Voodoo Ultras, Fresno Nerds, Wolverine Grown, Big Jar Grows, Laid Way Back Farmer, Jimmy One for Life, D Block MMP Nations Creations, The Witchy Weekends with Amber Lalana, Chicha B, Madam T, Lily Luna, uh, the Little Witch, Tilly, Happy Faye Cam, Stone Daddy Jacob, just to name a few. Sundays at 4, 5-ish for the after parties. The Psychic Warlock, Artist LD, Sir Sticky Rob, Big Dave 420, Brent Window, Big Ed. There was a Big Dave. Well, I fucked that up yesterday. Sorry, Big Dave. I said Big Dave and Big Ed, and I fucked him. Shout out to you both. Brent Window, Big Ed, Madam Waddy, G3, The Green Click, J&K, Triple G, Mr. Sprinkler, Brittany Teasley, Hope Farms, Lisa G, John, B2 Crazy for You, BGWG 420, Dr. Budsville, USA, Purple Thumb OG. Hopefully you're getting up and having an amazing day, Purple Thumb. Intro, Sense Amelia, Miss These Nugs, so nice. I always say it twice. No bad days when Miss These Nugs around. That's for sure. Justin Face 420, Beach Coast Grower, 420, Sir How, Trey Valone, Keep It Real, Danner 1620, Zeb Zeppelin, Audit Everywhere, BTWD Grows, Bingus, Green Puffin Man, Iox, Boykachev, Chef Life, School of Crop, Cause I Love It, Green Mountain Grower, Southwest Okie, Reels 100, 212, Andy Man, Miranda Family Farms, Haggerton 420, Page Farms, Me All Flower, Ryan Henderson, Light 1978, G13, New Sailbot Wins, Kingdom Aquaponics, Indra, Michigan Native, Mary Jane Smith Garden, Streamer 77, Double D, Bad Bunny, Nutrients, Mr. Green Pots, Mr. Green Nugs, from 619 to 664, Spaniard Cougars, Jones into Gross, Papa G Grows, Grass Amy, Droz Gross, Cass, the Grow From Your Heart podcast, Rasta Jeff, Lily Luna, Green Med Flock, Jeremiah Miranda, Stony Creek Lost Art, Mr. No One, Jones into Gross, Smith Dude, LG 420, Giant Mike, Prometheus Soil, Jason ISO, P Wins, David Colby, Weed is 207. And I would like to announce that DL Grow Systems, of course, Operation Grow Pete, wanted me to tell you guys he's sorry for not catching all of the questions you guys had, but he wanted me to tell you guys if you go contact him on Instagram and interested in his system, you use code Eagle2020. I just thought about that. Damn you, Pete. No Eagle 20, damn it. Eagle 2020 for discount code, free shipping. Damn you, Pete. You also can use a promo code Eagle at Sacred Heart, Sacred 3 Mushrooms, and you can also use Eagle at Keith the Black Sale. I make nothing on any of these. These are just to help you guys out. And I'm only throwing them in only because I remembered. You guys know the deal. Please do something nice for somebody. Random acts of kindness do save lives. I can't I can't be any more of a living example of that. So thank you guys for tuning in. Sungrown 707 will be joining me tonight at 11:30. Please tune in for that. He has an amazing night planned ahead, just like we had tonight with, of course, Kazoo. What a pleasure meeting that cat. I knew when I met him he was a great dude, but actually getting to spend some time with him, it was a super great night. So if this is the end of your journey for tonight, please get some rest. This is the beginning of your day. Get out there and kick some ass. Have a prosperous day. And again, do not forget to try to do something nice for somebody. And it's so easy to do. It doesn't even have to be something big. A simple, hey, how you doing? Man, you look good today. Is that new shirt? Nice haircut? Anything. All the above. Do you need a hand? Even maybe a couple dollars. You want to get high? Can I help you with that door? They're all easy things to do that just a gentle push to get somebody towards a nice day. But that does it for me. I got some work to do, some trimming to do. Try to knock out that 1 to 200 celebrity shout outs. And try to get that aired up today. Thank you guys for hanging out. There's tons of shit to watch today. Weed Church with Twisted. Hash Church. You got Witchy Weekends at 4 with Amber and the crew over there. Chicha B, Madam T. Annie N. I believe Annie N hangs out over there too. I'm sorry, Annie. I always forget you on there over there. God, what an asshole. Please forgive me. May catch Annie N over there. Definitely in chat for sure. Witchy Weekends at 4. After party at 5. That usually walks you up at least pretty close to Jack and growing with my fellow home growers. That's, of course, Jack, Dr. MJ Coco, Brandon Ross, Matthew Gates, of course, Jack, Tao, Predictive Breeding, Noah the Grower, Aaron the Grower. It's fucking pretty good panel over there for some great knowledge. That takes you right up to the Michigan Bros Grow Show at 9. They walk you right up to 11-ish, sometimes even up to 11:30, which gives you either takes you right up to me or gives you a break to load up that tray and come hang out with me at 11:30 tonight with Sungrown. So there's a full day of cannabis content right there for you guys. If you're interested, please partake in all. Hopefully I will see you in some of them chats. Yep, that is for the grow system there, Chivo Man. Eagle 2020. Thank you for throwing that up there, Chivo. All right, that does it. I got to get to work. Thank you guys for tuning in. It's an honor that you guys tune in and a pleasure to hang out with you guys. You guys, get out there, get some rest. Good morning, good night.